2014 Hearthstone World Champion!
And for one whole year will call himself the best.
Kaka will be your 2015 Hearthstone World Champion.
Pavel is your 2016 Hearthstone World Champion.
Tom 60229 is the 2017 Hearthstone World Champion.
And Hunter Ace becomes your new Hearthstone World Champion. Lion becomes the first woman to reach the pinnacle, your 2019 BlizzCon champion.
Glory from Japan is your 2020 Hearthstone World Champion.
There, Possessi is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
World Champion of Hearthstone could be the best player of all time.
Through 2023 for Pocket Train and the most deserving of Hearthstone World Champions.
To Tianming, our 2024 Hearthstone World Champion. This is why we cast Hearthstone.
Some great memories there from the past, but obviously we're jumping forward to the present, the 2025 Hearthstone World Championships. Yesterday we saw two players, Definition and the reigning champion Tianming, make it through to Sunday, and today we're going to add two more. And with me to help describe the action is Edelweiss. Edelweiss, what did you make of yesterday's action?
Yeah, we saw two former world championships yesterday, right, in Tianming and Pocket. Right, and Xiao Ti is the most popular pick from casters yesterday. Both Pocket and Xiao Ti are now set for elimination matches on Saturday. So I think it just shows how the evolution of the game continues, and just because you're the best one year does not mean that will maintain over multiple. And yeah, I'm sure we've got a lot of surprises in store for us today as well.
Yeah, today, well, let's have a quick look at the game format we'll talk about today. This is how people got their Spring Championship. We're adding 4 players, so did the Summer Championship. The China's qualifier, which I'm going to talk about a bit more in a moment, actually, added 4 players, and then 3 players getting through on ladder points. They're the ones who've had to tough it out for the whole year. And Chionsu adding, I think Raven called it the cherry on top yesterday, with the last chance qualifier, getting through that one right at the last minute. So an incredibly strong field we have, I think, here with the new system, adding extra layers to make sure that the better players got through in the end.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to finally get our Chinese players into our side of the world, since they've got their own separate system and everything. You gotta be awake at special hours to be able to watch their tournaments sometimes. But every Worlds when we get to cast these players, we're often just commenting on how rigorous their qualification methods are. Very different system than what we've got over here. And of course, the Conquest format is used, across the world. Best of 5 matches, you bring 4 decks, you ban one of the opponents. Cannot win with the same deck twice. It's been a competitive format for many years.
$100,000. It's all about that $100,000. Raven says it's about the title. The players will tell you it's about the title. I'd like $100,000 and the title together. They sound like a good mix to me. And that lovely trophy, of course, that lights up when you plug it in even. It's fantastic. Obviously, it scales down, but just for getting here, the hard work it's put in to get here, $15,000 per player. I am going to quickly waffle about the Chinese system, as we're going to see a Chinese player in a moment. That's what we've got for you. It's the groups today, then the playoff bits tomorrow, and then the top 8 on Sunday. In China, they start with a layered system, so you start at the bottom with sort of streamer invites plus top player qualifications from ladder plus sort of various other additions, and they had to win at least 3 stages to get to the top 12 through qualification methods over the year. The top 12 were split into 2 groups of 6, all play all, where the top 4 made the top 8. So the top 8 made, the chance to get to the top 4, which is the top 4 we find here. But when when they got through the group stage, the winner of the group got to pick their opponent from the 3rd and 4th places in the other group. And they got to see the opponent's ban before they banned. So winning their group was a massive deal over there. And as it turns out, all the 4 likely players won apart from one, and the one was Tianming. Tianming was one who sort of defied the odds in that terrifying top 8, where your opponent picks you to play you and then sees your ban. So really exciting final format there for China at the end of their long year.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely other sports or instances I know of where, you know, winning your group gives you some kind of advantage. The most common, of course, usually is just like, well, in the next stage, you face the lowest seed, right?
Yes.
Highest faces lowest. A lot of times that is, you know, both benefit for winning out of your group and also just for the sake of speed of the tournament, right? You want to sort of, you know, kind of move along quickly, and often if you're having the best seed face the lowest seed, that will happen. But sometimes there are surprises.
Yeah, quickly talk about the extension on Twitch now. If you're watching on Twitch, you can click buttons on the side of the screen that bring up all the things you need to know: the decks, the schedule, what's in players' hands, what's left in their deck. You can hover over cards now. Everything, a lot of hard work has gone into finally updating this system for the viewer experience on Twitch. And from what we heard yesterday, a lot of people are finding that to be very useful and a welcome addition to the broadcast. So well done for the people who worked behind the scenes on that one. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have an incredible tool, casting. It's nice to know that viewers are getting that good experience as well, over just on Twitch extensions. It's you know, it's been the kind of things that we've like wanted for a while, but then not necessarily so known when it would come out.
Yeah, we are going to get into the first match of the day fairly soon. It's going to be Group C we're dealing with today, which consists of Gyu, LoveStorm, Gaby, and FilFeel. Here's a look at Gyu. Little bit to talk about with him with Pocket Train as a rivalry. Last year, 2023, the year that Pocket Train won it, Gyu beat him in the Summer Championships, which meant Pocket Train had to just keep playing. He beat him in the final match to get through. Pocket Train got his revenge in the semi-finals and went on obviously to win the tournament of the main championships. And then this year in spring, Gyu in the top 8 played Pocket Train again and put him out again. So Pocket Train once again had to go through the whole system of, you know, winning a Masters Tour, which he didn't do, so he ended up having to go through on points. So Gyu's been a bit of a thorn in the side, as we see here for Pocket Train, as the end of, I think this was that spring championship, where he put him out yet again.
And we see...
Let's Pocket. Oh, now I've got a year's Hearthstone. I have to grind ladder.
Yeah, there's been a few sort of back and forth rivalries, I guess you could say, going in that vein. Yesterday we had, you know, Tansoku won out over Pocket, and in the previous event, Pocket had won out over Tansoku, and of course, there's a chance that if Pocket wins his first match on Saturday, the two will face again. So
that will be their 7th meeting in 3 years if they do. It's absolutely incredible. As you saw there, Gyu was 2023, 24 and 25 qualifier. Thought of as one of the best lineup builders in all of the business, basically. Quick look at this, LoveStorm.
Yeah. Over here, first place, China Autumn qualifier. Champion of the 2022 Masters Tour in Nixia's Lair. Favorite card, Ever-Burning Phoenix. I mean, I think it's interesting that they call it Phoenix Rogue, I guess, over in China. Usually, you know, we just call it Cycle Rogue, but I think the Phoenix is kind of cooler.
I think so too, yeah. I am always in favour of the deck sounding as cool as possible rather than Quest Warrior or something.
But You know, of course, Rogue always a popular bring when it comes to World Championships and championships in general for Hearthstone. And, you know, this deck has gone through a couple of evolutions, but has stood the test of time. Now with Crystal Tusk being one of the newer additions, and in lieu of the Playhouse Giants, I have Everything Must Go. If you hear us refer to that card as EMG, that's what we're talking about. It's a 9-mana card that reduces for every card you've drawn that turn and summons 2 random 4-cost minions.
Yeah, the rest of his lineup is the Hunter, the Shaman, the Warrior as well. The fairly standard lineup. Gyu's lineup, and again, he is known as the best deck lineup, or the best lineup builder in the game, has got the Death Knight, the Shaman, the Hunter, nothing too ridiculous there. But there is that Protoss Rogue in the lineup, which we'll have to see how it goes, and it has not been banned, so we will see it at some point. Mutual Hunter bans. LoveStorm was on the Isira version of Hunter, which is the one that is significantly better against Warrior. That extra mana when the game goes long against Warrior allows you to do some pretty disgusting things late in the game as a Hunter. Sometimes you just need a little bit of extra mana to launch infinite numbers of, you know, deal 6 to your opponent or mix-o potions, that sort of thing. But we are starting off with that Phoenix Rogue against the Death Knight. Off we go. Start of the day.
And good pickup there from Gyu. I think, you know, you're definitely sort of in the more defensive position as the Death Knight in this matchup. I think you have a little bit less capacity than a Warrior to sort of armor out of range, so you are often looking for sort of counter pressure and that kind of thing. But having this, you know, Creature of Madness into a Dark Gifted Tar Creeper really helps to mitigate any early chip damage.
Yeah, it's going to be important. That early chip damage, so crucial, like you say. The Rogue deck is kind of designed to do between 30 and 40 damage over the course of the game, plus whatever chip it can find. And this is going to be 0 chip. Having to Shadow Step the Platysaur there as well, because the Incendious is a vital part of the deck, so you don't really want that getting removed. And this Tar Creeper is going to be unwelcome for LoveStorm.
Summons the 2/2 copy as the Dark Gift. And we see that weapon equipped there. You know, maybe a little bit unfortunate that it's shuffling away Everything Must Go. As often, you know, this weapon and its ability that you can choose when to do the swing to draw those 2 makes it a lot easier to sort of string together a huge draw turn to be able to activate the EMG. Everything Must Go, but it has the drawback of when you equip it, you have to shuffle your leftmost card, I believe, back into your deck.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. He's going to swing next turn most likely and see what happens. We will probably see him go swing. As long as the swing is got some sort of card draw in it, he will have the Web Weaver, the Platysaur, and the Phoenix to draw more cards. And then with the preparation in hand as well, if he does hit and Everything Must Go, there's a very strong chance he will be able to put it on the board on turn 4, which... Turn 5 is where you want it. Turn 3 happens quite often. Turn 4 is good enough. But the rest of the hand is not doing much, so he's going to need a little bit more going forward. He's going to win this, especially as he's going to be under pressure. Gyu's not messing around here.
Yeah, and this is certainly not the position you want to be in as the Rogue, right? You want that chip damage helping you out so that you don't need necessarily quite as many rocks. You want to be sort of the annoyance and pushing pressure. You know, weapon certainly helps to reclaim some of this, but I think Gyu's feeling, you know, pretty okay about that start that he had. Now the big pushes come though. LoveStorm trying to get down that EMG and is able to do that with a Shadow Step here. He's deciding...
Yeah, the ordering was interesting there. He decided that he wanted to have stuff on the board no matter what, so he did play the Web Weaver first. Quite often you'll swing first and see where you're at, because that costs you no mana to see what's going to happen with your turn. But as he decided he was going to build a board, whatever, and then take his chance with the swing, he did decide to see what he drew first from the Web Weaver. And as you can see, it's worked out really well for him.
Yeah, and the...
Oh, wow.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that worked out quite well. I think rather than the Shadow Step going for this other line, he was going to have board space issues, and so you really want to get both of the 4-drops. So being able to, use the Phoenix for that extra draw, and then very, very nice pickup in the Ethian. Is able to clear up that board space and get 2 significant 4-drops.
Yeah, the 2-7, I forget the name of it, which I always do, but the 2-7 is ridiculous because it's almost unkillable in the early game, and it does turn into a 7-2 unless it takes some damage on the next turn, and that if it comes in for 7 once, the game is so much in the rogue's favour with all the other damage it has available to it that it could be hard for Gyu to come back. The only thing Gyu has on his side at all at the moment is it is turn 4. If he can find a way to survive a turn or two, LoveStorm's going to sort of be twiddling his thumbs a little bit, waiting for the Insidious turn. But that's a long way off when you're facing this board so early.
Yeah, and, Bob of Tar really just prevents Gyu from making any decent trades. They're just going to have to go with the leeches here to clear up some of the lower health minions. But, interesting that the swap happens for that 7-1 over there before the leech effect takes place. It says at
leeches
the end,
work in wonderful ways, yeah.
At the, I assume it's a timestamp thing that these 2 leeches were played after that Draenei was summoned, so its end of turn effect happened first, swapping to 7-2.
Quite possibly. I know that if the Phoenix dies to the leeches, you don't get the Phoenix back until the turn after.
Okay.
No matter which order they're played in. I've been told, I did sort of think it was the time something that you said, but I've been told that actually the Phoenix just always skips a turn, no matter which one was played first. So I'm not sure how that works with the 7-2, but yeah, leeches are mysterious and wonderful things when it comes to end of turn effects, for sure.
And then, LoveStorm able to do what's become a classic, certainly a play you're always looking for on the Rogue, is being able to prep O-Manager, get that coin for a turn 6 Incendious rather than turn 7. And yeah, very quickly, Gyu's gone from being in what looked like a pretty decent position, decent start, to just significantly on the back foot.
Yeah, and yeah, he'll hate that O-Manager from exactly what you described. Coin Incendious, the classic turn 6 that the extra turn is so crucial. This rogue does just not have enough stuff to keep going for more than sort of 8 turns. Sometimes maybe 9 at a push if you're not under much pressure. And getting that Incendious down a whole turn earlier, it's so much earlier. Until you've seen it a few times, it's very hard to describe how ridiculous it is when you see that on 6.
Gone for the leeches, since at least they will be able to gain some life, and because again of those timestamps, knows that he's going to be able to clear the 7-1, something he would otherwise not have been able to do through the taunts.
The Thanos, that'll be crucial. The turn after this one, he's got the board, so he's able to play the Incendious. One way to stop your opponent doing this to you is to have control of the board yourself and just ignore their Incendious and just hit them for a lot, and then the Incendious probably doesn't clear, and then you hit them again and they die. But no, LoveStorm with a very early EMG got the board, and that has led to the easy Incendious jam, and now Gyu is staring down probably defeat on the next turn, possibly the turn after if LoveStorm takes his time and sets up the weapon. But with Eat the Imp, with Map, with Thanos in hand, I think he'll just be going for it.
Well, and certainly if this spider doesn't get cleared, the Twisted Webweaver.
Yeah.
The world is LoveStorm's oyster to just draw through the deck that way.
Yeah, you see LoveStorm now counting out. He's counting out how many cards of his deck, how many of those are actual real cards, not asteroids or eruptions, and making sure that he can draw all of them. Because if he can't, he will wait a turn, put the weapon in play, and just chill for a turn. He can probably afford to do that, but obviously, if he can just get it all played next turn, he'd rather do that.
Now, interesting here that Gyu went for cards that can deal damage to the enemy hero rather than cards that can clear a board. My best guess with this line is that the cards that can deal damage to the enemy hero tend to be cheaper, but a lot of them can still be used on minions. Or just he's hoping, hey, I need to counter lethal, I'm going to clear as much as I can here, hope that I survive, and then maybe somehow I can come out the other end. But of course, even with this many things in play, I don't think that future is going to come to be.
No, there's only 3 real cards left in the deck for LoveStorm, one of which is the Mauler. So what he will try and do is get all the eruptions to go off first before playing that Mauler when he draws it, to make sure that the asteroids go face. So you see the eruptions coming down, they are clearing the board. Yes.
As soon as the first eruption is hit, all these small minions you don't have to worry about. There is, you know, an unusual world where, you know, all the rocks go first and hit the small minions, and then you get your eruptions, but not terribly likely.
Yeah, and he still has the Mauler left in deck anyway. There it is, available. But he's worked out Platysaur just guaranteed to draw the last asteroid. A few of those did hit minions. Doesn't matter. Gyu explodes, and it's 1-0 to LoveStorm with the Phoenix Rogue at the start.
Yeah, and you see why it's one of its favorites, right? You know, very quick victories, and I think it can be nice with a deck like that, even though, you know, it can be challenging to play. The fact that your games are going to be done quickly, right, is often a feature, I think, if you're going to be in long tournaments, particularly ones where, you know, half the field involves Death Knight and Control Warrior.
Yeah, those weirdly, it's not the mirrors of those that take the longest time. It's the Death Knight versus the Warrior that is the one that just goes on and on and on. The Warriors at least have a way to sort of kill each other eventually. The Death Knight mirror is quite long, but Death Knight versus Warrior, there's a lot of play as well. You're not just playing out cards to get as much armor as you can to get towards your Time Walk as quickly as possible. You are just trying to have the board. You have to think about your turns. You have to battle for the board. You have to look after your cards, and that can be really, really grindy and messy and complicated. So that's good in that regard. It's not boring in terms of being long, at least.
Well, that is one rogue done. You know, lots of similar lineups here today in terms of what people have brought. In this case, you know, Gyu not bringing the Warrior, LoveStorm as the Warrior instead of the Death Knight. And it's going to be a lot of instances of having to do that little bit of like, wait a minute, what's the difference between these two lineups, right? In terms of like, okay, there's a single class difference, maybe a couple cards difference.
There is a Protoss Rogue this time, though. Yesterday was a lot more sort of samey,
right.
but the Gyu does have the Protoss Rogue. And later on today, we do have the Fury Hunter lineup, the Pocket Train lineup, which has the Dragon Warrior and the Druid. And also, we are going to see 2 players bringing Egg Warlock later. And I think that might surprise people. I think that Egg Warlock might turn out to be one of the brings of the tournament.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, certainly with the number of control lists present, it could make some waves. I suspect there's a Shaman ban when you're bringing that Egglock. But for now, yeah, here's that Protoss Rogue. And I'm a little bit surprised that Gyu went for the Hunter ban bringing this Rogue rather than something like Warrior ban. But I guess you still can get pretty significant amounts of damage when given the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Be interesting to see what happens again. Like you say, like the damage may just not quite be in reach, but it's good starting hand. No Elise though. Yeah,
Deja Vu. I think LoveStorm is very happy to be on the play here, because if Deja Vu is played turn 1 and you're on the coin as the Warrior, the Rogue just gets your quest.
Yeah, and plays it first.
But Bob, you know, could be a similar result, right? So should Gyu, you know, fail to get there with Archons, then LoveStorm is going to have to deal with Gyu potentially using Bob to steal the quest reward.
And again, that's if it does go that far, which it probably will. Can be a case of a lot of management here for Gyu to make sure he gets as much as possible. This Shaku is interesting, depending how long he thinks this game's going to go. Like, because it has charge, just instantly get a card and challenge your opponent to kill it immediately.
Yeah, you know, it is appealing. You don't really benefit from the stealth in that case. I sort of would be more inclined towards the Zephyrus in this instance, though. This is kind of the interesting thing with Dark Gifts, is that Zephyrus getting +2/+2 and elusive makes it quite appealing, and yeah, not surprised to see Gyu go for that pick. I'm sure we'll be taking the deal damage option as the aggressor.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it is a 5/4. We talked about it a lot yesterday. Warrior, basically an open goal until turn 5 and sometimes turn 6, depending on their hand. So anything you get down before that is free damage.
And yeah, the Dorian, one of the, I think, most important cards in this matchup against the Warrior, because should you pick up Blink, which I'm just going to show right here, should you pick up Blink, you know, you can do things like Dorian, prep out Blink, draw a Protoss minion, you know, you're guaranteed then to get a 1-mana 1/1 copy of that Protoss minion. In this case, the only Protoss minions in the deck are your Dark Templar and High Templar, which, you know, by their powers combined, create an Archon. Deals end of the turn 8 damage to the opponent's face and 2 damage to all their minions. Actually, it might even be the 2 might also go face.
I used to know this. Oh no, in a moment when I see the card again. I think
Interesting. I can respect this. Just gonna go ahead and go full aggression here, force LoveStorm to have a brawl. This is one of the seldom used options for a Bob, but being able to refresh 3 crystals and then play another 3-drop.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, what are you freezing? If you're freezing some Ziliacs or something, you might already be in trouble, and the Warrior doesn't really make wide boards of use. Like, a lot of the things they play have done their damage by hitting the board. You know, Ham, Marin, Ziliacs. They're all things that, if they're frozen, yeah, you've already done the work with them. So yeah, get some tempo in. And LoveStorm does have no answer on 5, and currently has no answer on 6. But he'll play an Ancient of Yore and get plenty of chances of that, I'm sure.
And this is one of the tricky things with Hostile Invader is, like, yes, it is a great clear on turn 5, but when you don't have your safety goggles to play for free, you can't actually get the full 4 damage clear, and safety goggles is, you know, the only thing that does that unless you're on coin.
He can decide to chain them. He can play one into the other and clear that way, but then you don't get your Ancient of Yore down, and you know, everything you're trying to do, your deck breaks down a little bit. So I think he was forced into this being the best play. Horrible though it looks. It's taking at least 13.
Yeah, Gyu gonna have to consider here whether to use the hero power and attack to start buffing up this 3/3. Another option, of course, would be to, you know, play Creature of Madness and see what he gets on that Dark Gift. Robocaller 6/1/8 is going to bring Artanis, one of the Templars, and then the other, either the other Deja Vu or a Space Rock Collector. So drawing 3, you know, the hand size is a little bit too much right now.
Do you remember the Soulfire into Soulfire? Hope you don't discard the other Soulfire days? Was that before you? Yeah? We might be back in them.
Yep. I actually like this Garona play from Gyu. Garona is not key to the deck. It's just something you run for Kingslayers. 2-mana 3/2 weapon that whenever you attack with it, both you and the opponent draw a legendary minion. But a lot of times, particularly against Warrior, you know, if they've been building up armor, you can just say, well, if they've got it in hand and I cut their life total in half, they're basically dead.
Yes.
And you know, it's one of those sort of, well, let's just see what happens plays that, because you're not, you know, built around getting that effect, you know, sometimes it works in your favor and it wins you the game, and, you know, worst case, okay, you've played a 5-4.
Yeah, it's not like Warrior is short on legendaries to hide from if you get the weapon down later. Like, it's got so many, you're just helping them at that point most of the time. So yeah, just jam it and see if you win. How do you want to develop is the big question here. You're expecting this to get cleared up next turn, so you don't want to commit too much more to the board right away. You are into that horrible part of the game where the warrior goes brawl into Draco X, into Ziliax a lot of the time, and we're going to see that could exactly happen.
Yep. Well, and you know, the options here are, you know, not necessarily tools that you want to expend. If you were to use a Templar, you basically know it's just going to die immediately. There is a blink. I doubt it'll get played. I think we're just sort of, we spent the prep for hand space, but yeah, Gyu wants to save that blink for use with the Dorian.
Absolutely. So there's 8 damage from the Soulfires, in theory. We'll give them benefit of the doubt. The Templars are gathering as well. So over the next couple of turns, a lot of damage gets done from Gyu. He'll want to try and get it done before Ziliax on 9. So next turn, I think we'll see him set up a lethal and hope to get there on turn 8, is my guess at this point.
Yeah. Fortunately for Gyu, no Brewmaster in LoveStorm's Quest Warrior. That has been in a few of them. You know, it would make you fearful of a second turn of Bob where you can't play any minions. But doesn't have to worry about
it is something
that.
that's enjoyable, right, with open deck lists, that sort of play. He can afford to go wide knowing that's not a threat, whereas on ladder you might have to think twice.
LoveStorm fine with leaving up the couple of 2/3s since it gains 10 armor.
Do 29 damage over 2 turns.
Probably not, but you know, you can start setting up.
So annoying to deal with, the 3/5s. You just never ever want it there, hostile invader.
Fortunately, Gyu has the capacity to just put those 2/1s and his weapon in, right? It clears up the Ancient of Yore as well. You know, then perhaps go for Dorian plus Blink. The real sort of, you know, holy grail for this matchup is when you are able to first find your Elise and get an Elise location, summon a copy, so that you can have 2 Dorians in play when you do that. But you know, beggars can't be choosers.
The thing is, you don't want to do that. Like, you want that 5 damage to go face. It's so annoying. They're not threatening to hurt you with their 8 damage on the board. Yeah, he has to do it. That's so unpleasant. But he wants to get this established.
Yeah, due to hand space issues, I think, really. Getting, you know, no benefit from the battle cry there, just trying to get the stealth minion down and sort of force out something more.
Yeah, and it gets cleared, which, you know, one of the things he would have put a lot of time into there was worrying about how this might happen. And now he has a lot of work to do.
The tricky thing with these Soulfires as well is they have to be the last thing that Gyu plays in terms of, you know, any lethals, because so many of your cards are quite crucially important and can't afford to be discarded.
Okay.
Yeah, just making some hand space. Talgath not, you know, a ton of value in this matchup. Gyu, I think, hoping not to draw his last Templar. There's one High Templar remaining in the deck, and he needs to be able to draw that with Blink.
It needs that to be cheap. Obviously, it needs to cost 1, or preferably so that he can play 2 in one turn. Yep. The Archon.
Using the Photon Cannon for discount there.
Relaxation for all.
And yeah, LoveStorm finally has pretty relaxed turn here.
Yeah, it's the first, like you say, finally, it's the first turn he's had, isn't it, where he's really been able to just do nice things and play a Marin and get some nice cards in his hand and do things that he'd like to do. Ooh.
And that is not what Gyu wants to see. The crown immediately being drawn, able to pile on some pressure here. And then, we can see Gyu has not yet gotten the bad news that there's a bulwark there. Yep, coming down immediately.
Quite a tough choice there for LoveStorm, I think. Like 2 6/6s or an Elise, which is obviously one of the most powerful cards in all of Hearthstone right now, but not so much on turn 11. Ooh.
Oh no! And this can happen, you're forced into other plays, and now suddenly your Dorian has basically lost all its value. It is a keep in the opener, but being able to Dorian Blink for guaranteed extra Templar and basically a free Templar at that, right? Because it costs 1 and then gets a reduction. And now Gyu has not even got that.
Yeah, a little
Single
dry
draw
smile there, I think.
makes 2 dead cards in his hand.
Does he just have to play the stealth and hope it all survives somehow? You can play one in Shadow Step it. It's a huge turn of nothing if you do that, though.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Blink. Just stares up at the Hearthstone gods.
But yeah, LoveStorm has got the tools for this as well, right? You can go ahead and make some hand space, but doesn't even have to roll on a brawl here, right? Your LoveStorm can play the crocodiles and then use Great Draco Rex to cleave.
Yeah, that's good. The Warrior deck has so many synergies with that card, like gain 10 armor and often with some kind of upside the way the deck is constructed, which is, why cards become powerful, of course. People work out ways in which to make the downsides into upsides. That's the last chunky damage removed now. That's the second one of those gone, so... Yeah, so that 2-0 to LoveStorm. Gyu just not be able to get through there. And you said at the start of that one that you thought because of that exact matchup, Warrior might be banned, and showing why. Gyu put on a lot of early pressure there. Might have been different if there had been a king in hand, to be fair, but really, as always with Warrior, once it's stabilized, it just gets away from you so quickly.
But I think one of the reasons some people may have shied away from this rogue deck is it has a sort of specific way orders you sometimes need to draw your cards for particular matchups, right? Because you need quite a lot of damage, and because the Warrior has quite a lot of clears, you really do need to get sort of an excessive number of Archons and Lord Deos to double their end of turn effects. So you can do things like 32 damage in one turn or something. In a lot of other matchups, getting one Archon down is often good enough. But the Cycle Rogue, since the game plan is draw your whole deck anyway, right? Like you just try and do that every time.
Yeah, it's much more fiddly as we saw there with that Protoss Rogue. And LoveStorm is left with just the Shaman. That is one of the decks that the players will call it the fourth deck a lot of the time. It's the deck that, that they wish they could bring 3, and I think most of these players wouldn't want to bring Shaman if they didn't have to bring a fourth deck. I think it will be functional in some lineups, of course, but it's usually the weakest of the decks at the top level, just because we talk about it a lot, the linearity of the deck. A lot of the time almost exactly what your opponent's going to do for the next 3 turns, and you can plan accordingly.
Yeah, precisely. They're very powerful plays, and so sometimes the raw power that is in those plays is sort of too much to handle, even if you know what to expect. But at other times, you're able to sort of deal with the threats and then put them on the back foot. And similar to that Protoss rogue, honestly, if they don't hit the right order, they don't get the Hagatha, which means that they can't shutter block a spell, right? One of their high-cost spells. Then particularly in the matchups against something like a warrior, they sometimes don't have enough boards, don't have the juice to get over the finish line.
Still would rather, even without the mirror being one of the games, still would rather always be the person with 2-0 up with my 4th deck left than the person 2-0 down having to win 3 in a row, especially in this meta where it isn't a polarized meta. It's very much a 53-47 meta all the way through. Apart from a couple of the warrior matchups and a couple of the hunter matchups do get a bit difficult one way or the other. There's a few stomps there, but basically everything is very close to 50-50, which has made lineup building difficult for this tournament.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the hunter bans are because it's just hard to pin that deck down. It's not, as you say, it's not like so polarized against things that it dominates. It's just that you can never count it out. Its game plans are so flexible, and there's just a lot of power in this, discover mechanic and certain synergies within the deck. You got the Sylvanas sister, or the Windrunner sisters, and Neri, and just so much that you have to think about and worry about, no matter what you're playing, that it's hard to really pin that deck down.
Yeah, the Neri is just a synergy on their own, right? You play Neri and sometimes it's just no one's killing this Neri on turn 3. It's just a 2-5 that is going to get buffed and buffed and buffed and just sit there for the whole game. It doesn't happen that often, maybe one game in 5, one game in 8, something like that. But yeah, Neri as a synergy on their own is quite amusing to me. Okay, Shaman versus DK.
Pretty good opener for Gyu.
Yeah, plenty to choose from there. Depends how you feel it progressing. Coining handler into creature into 3-drop that you get from the creature might be a way forward. The handler probably doesn't survive, obviously, because Shaman does tend to have this growth in on 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. Creature of Madness is, obviously not the best turn 2, but the fact that it gives you a turn 3 is nice. A little surprised to see it go back there. But I think Gyu is just considering the handler to be sort of the best of the 2-drops. And in that case, he wants to look for other tools.
Yeah, and it has been rewarded as well, picking up the Exarch here, which means that with the handler in the opener, get a lot of corpses, try and find yourself a nice juicy 9-drop for turn 6 or turn 7.
Yeah, I think it's good recognition that Gyu can't afford to just try and do well in the early game, because even you hit a good Dark Gift and 3, maybe that buys you some time, but basically whatever 3-drop you're gonna hit is still not gonna do well into potential pair of 5/4s, which is a common early play from the Shaman.
I mean, the Shaman. This is the hand you want as the Shaman, though. Gyu's feeling this. Get the location, get the Hagatha. Yeah, the 2 together, especially when you've got the Murlocs just annoying you as well, is so much to deal with. Obviously, with the early 6-drop, the early 7-drop for the buffs as well.
Yeah, fortunately for Gyu, neither of the big spells were Frosty Decor, which LoveStorm would have been able to tap the location and get down on 4. But still manages to hit pair 3/3s right off the Firehawk.
Yeah, it's a combination of fortunately and unfortunately. His reaction was sort of a bit of a knowing nod of this is how my day is going to be, because obviously they weren't able to play the 5-drop, but unfortunately for him that means there's probably a 6 and a 7, which is the Furious Fouls into the Wish, which is quite often game over if you can't deal with it. Gyu already hovering over that corpse explosion, I think, because he knows what's coming here, and he has to kill them or they will get buffed out of sight on the turn after due to the location reduction.
Yeah, and LoveStorm not messing about, just 6 damage face. Gonna go ahead and use the static shocks to clear up the 3-2. Force the issue when it comes to that corpse explosion. Fortunately, with that 1-1 able to trade into the 6-6, this will be a full clear.
Yep. Yeah, that could have been played around, but it would have cost quite a lot of damage to do so.
I think, you know, reasonable not to, given that these Death Knights tend to only have a single corpse explosion.
Yes. Yeah, it's gone now, so fine. They don't do anything, they don't develop anything, they're sitting there on 16 with no development. As you can see, it's messed up the Maladar plans into Asira, which would have happened maybe on turn 7 after a few more corpses were generated, so... Sorry, no, it hasn't messed it up at all.
Yeah, LoveStorm, I think, was deciding there whether or not to go for this Wish Upon a Star. You know, advantage to saving it is it does mean he can use it as a sort of bloodlust, right? By developing other things first. Also, there's potential to pick up Shutter Block and use the Shutter Block on it. But, you know, one buff is kind of fine if you can Shutter Block things like the Grow Fins.
Yeah. It's next turn is the issue. Like this turn you're playing a 9-10, that's absolutely fine. You then have this weird next turn sort of waiting turn, but you know, already there's bellhops that are buffed in your hand. You've got Avatar Form pop-up book to fill out the curve or something like that, so you're still okay. And actually that might be the play now, because the Avatar Form will clean up these leeches.
Yeah. And I like this from Gyu. He sort of knows, like, well, if I just Shadow Word this huge minion, I have nothing else to do for that turn. So he knows that he needs to get corpses to be able to make use of the Maladar. Needs to sort of put something in play. You know, the thing about the leeches, right, is your opponent doesn't want to leave them there, but they also don't want to send, you know, a 9-mana minion into them. So it does force out this Avatar Form, which I think Gyu's not pleased about, but it's better that it be used here and not with the Wind Fury weapon.
This Alakir is gigantic, by the way, as well, which is why he chose not to go with my Bellhop play. It's like this Alakir is just massive.
But now Gyu in some trouble without having access to corpses. I did wonder if last turn it might have been worth considering coining out that Morbid Swarm for a pair of 1/1s, as it would have let him gain a couple corpses. And this here, just, I guess, a concession, right? Because he knew that the 1/1s would eat the shots there. You know, with the extra 2 corpses, then he has the ability to play the Pterodax. But yeah, I mean, Gyu seems to... You know, it's tough when you're down 0-2. I think sometimes you can get a little bit of sort of like, well, things are not going in my way, just hopelessness. You know, let me reevaluate and come back Saturday.
But sometimes you just can't do anything. Your opponent goes Murloc into location, into Hagatha, into a powerful skip turn, if you like, into Fouls, Star, and you know they've got Alakir plus, well, probably got Alakir, and they've also got double Growth in hand that's been buffed, but like, it's just not gone well. Just one of those days, your opponent plays an EMG on turn 4 and then cuts straight into, you know, Incendious with a coin. Sometimes you lose games of Hearthstone that you don't have much control over. So that was a rapid one. Would you like some more Hearthstone, do you think, Adel?
Yeah, we got lots more Hearthstone for folks.
All right, let's have some more Hearthstone. We're going to have Gaby and FilFeel coming up really soon, so stay with us. See you in a moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是抖音爱爆风雨。上半年其实挺曲折的，因为上半年没有通过比赛赛道晋级，只能通过积分晋级夏季赛，一共8个人晋级，我第9，而且我本来是第8，那个月结算我不打就第8，然后我感觉不稳，然后我就开了。我当时本来天梯第2，然后开了，直接把自己开到100，导致夏季赛没打上，所以上半年都很曲折，下半年运气就很好。精英赛晋级，然后积分也晋级，然后秋季赛夺冠，到最后年终也晋级。其实下半年就属于一路长虹，就没遇到什么坎儿，所有比赛都晋级了，然后成绩也都非常好。上半年就感觉特别倒霉，就属于有点厚积薄发吧。这一年目标呢只有冠军，打比赛目标不是冠军，感觉不如不来啊，但前提得有奖金。这次我认为另外12个外国选手都特别强，是我认为历史上最强的一季。因为你看一眼名单就没有弱的，我先看一眼分组。因为我这12个人，我除了那个玩4星剑的那哥们儿，我基本上都有了解，尤其是这一次冠军特别多。我最了解的应该是Gaby吧，Gaby、口袋火车，然后 Free Hunter 这3个，应该是我看了他们很多的比赛，然后包括私下也有交流过，然后还有台湾的像西神。也是很强，也是有交流，有的时候在外网跟他们交流一下。至于韩国的几位选手也都是老面孔，然后也都挺猛。美服这次没有，所以这次我感觉强度是最高的一次，而且大家其实互相都挺熟。在这12个人里面，我应该算是新选手那一批。当然，每次动不动比赛前都介绍我老将，但是其实在这12个人里面，我应该算是比较新人，相对来说，就是你要说我出道，我虽然年纪可能比Gaby什么大一点，但我出道应该比Gaby什么还晚。然后我的优势可能有点初生牛犊不怕虎。其实你把我放在这比赛里面，我只能算战场新人。我这个人最大的特点就是，敢拼敢打。相比他们来说，可能经验稍微差一点，但是而且这些人里面，你要说比谁努力，我也不敢说，因为这些人我看都是很干的选手，全都是努力加天赋派。所以说，我觉得我最大的优势比他们强的就是我敢拼敢打，该出手时绝不留情，这是我一向的特点。年终总决赛就是我跟小 T 还有天明我们3个朋友一起练的嘛，然后我们这次都晋级了，也是希望他们也能就是小组出线取得好的成绩吧。然后跟粉丝、跟朋友、跟其他朋友说的就是谢谢大家一直以来的支持吧。也是没有你们，其实很难在这条路上一直走下去。然后这次我好好发挥，争取拿到最好的成绩。
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to get into our next match of day 2 of 4 total for the World Championship this year. I'm Raven and joining me, as you can see, is Sotil, and we'll be taking you through just yet more matches from this group. Sotil, what did you think of the first one on stream today?
Yeah, obviously it was a fast one, bit of a blowout. So far, the lesson that we seem to be learning from the first 2 groups of the World Championships is don't get too creative with your deck building, because all of the players with the unexpected decks, Pocket Train with the lineup including the Location Druid, Gyu with the Protoss Rogue, are kind of getting blown out as it is with the traditional good decks lineup just being too powerful at the moment. Even then, it's felt like Shaman might be the weak point, and we saw there from LoveStorm, Shaman just did the thing. Location, Hagatha, Slimes, too much tempo, blow it out. So you see LoveStorm there waiting in winners. We are now moving on with the rest of this group. And that might be a unfortunate omen for FilFeel, who of course has the Egglock in his lineup, which is another of the big unique brings in this tournament. So far, we're still waiting for the off-the-wall deck where we go, okay, you know what? That was the bring. Well done. You've blown this field wide open. We haven't seen it yet, but maybe this is the opportunity.
Yeah, and here just checking out his opponent, which is going to be Gaby, and his sort of road to this place. Although, to be honest, Gaby sort of exploded on the scene what feels like a while back now, even though I'm sure he's still 14. So he's an exceptional player.
Raven,
I feel like
please, 12. He's 12 years old. Come on.
Sorry, 12. Well,
yeah.
I had to be at least a little bit realistic with the age. Come on. But he's a very, very, very strong player, very confident player, but has just clearly not missed out on some opportunities in terms of tournament performances, because guess what, he qualified to the World Championship, but definitely had some moments this year where I could have seen him do even better, right? Like he did still do pretty well in some tournaments, was sort of hyped up for them, but just wasn't quite enough in some, but was more than enough in a few of these. And as I said, quite the confident player.
Yeah, picking up on some clips there from China versus EU event that happened recently that we had the pleasure of rebroadcasting in English. And it did look like, for a period, that Gaby was just going to sweep and take home the car as the MVP, but it did all just collapse for him towards the end. But he has made it back to the World Championship 2021 and 2025 now, making it to Worlds. Started playing in 2014, which is all the way from the beginning, where he was, must have been, 3 years old? A mere toddler at the time?
Come on, Sol, come on. 2.
Okay, fine. But yeah, obviously one of the strongest players, I would say, of the 2020s in Hearthstone. That's been kind of his stamp. He kind of burst onto the scene, as you said, during lockdown GM. But now we're here with FilFeel taking a look at. I forgot this. So I remember this game, but I forgot it was a FilFeel game. One of the most interesting endings, as we saw, as players both got deep into the fatigue situation there. But we're watching a lot here of FilFeel's qualification method, and he has really, as mentioned, taken a huge bet on the lineup with this one, with that egg lock, which I think has to be the big talking point. Because so far, the off-the-wall decks, the counter meta picks have not been too successful so far.
I will say though, FilFeel, as you could probably see throughout these clips, definitely chose the Starship Commander lineup for the tournament. He performed very well in. So maybe one of the, when you look at this World Championship lineup, probably the least well known, or like the dark horse, or however you want to phrase it. But still, I think what impressed me in the tournament, he performed very well at with that Starship lineup, was that he seemed extremely confident in those decks. It wasn't just, I'm going to bring this slightly weird lineup and hope it works. It felt like he'd put 1 million games each into those decks, knew the matchups, kept calm under pressure, obviously had a lot of energy, but what looked to be an excitement level of energy, not a stressed level of energy to that level, right? So I think FilFeel may be seen as an underdog, but he's more than capable of even taking down someone like Gaby.
Yeah, you may have caught it if you were paying attention to the interview there with LoveStorm in the break. LoveStorm was asked about the field, and he said, let me just look at the list real quick. Yeah, I've heard of all of these players, apart from FilFeel, which, it is in slightly blunter terms what Raven has just explained to you, but words that might come back to haunt LoveStorm in the very near future if this group plays out in one of the ways that it could do. But we are nearly ready to get into this one. You can see the bans there, double Hunter ban going down, and it looks like we're going to kick things off with a Warrior versus the Warlock. The Egglock is coming out to play immediately, Raven.
100%, and I'm glad that we're getting into it straight away, because as I said, I have no doubts FilFeel is very comfortable with this Warlock. I know we were sort of, before the show started, there was some conversations between us all talking about, what matchups do the Warlock, what do they do well against? How do you play in this matchup? How do you play in that matchup? And, we can test what we can test, but none of us are actually playing in this tournament, right? We haven't, no doubt, put as much prep into singular decks as these players have, especially in terms of Egg Warlock. So I'm very excited to see how he handles these matchups. But just looking at this first one, Sottle, what do you make of it? Just a feel, if you will, for the Warlock versus Warrior.
So I'll start off a bit more general. In terms of overall lineup for the Egglock, I think the reason the Egglock is the bring here is that you're expecting opponents to have a ton of Death Knight, which there is, and a ton of Cycle Rogue, which there is, right? And from my understanding and from my limited testing, Egglock has very good matchups against both of those decks, right? Which makes it a sensible bring. Sadly, if you're a FilFeel fan and if you're a fan of of deck diversity and off-the-wall decks doing well in this tournament, FilFeel has run into one of the players who did not bring a Death Knight to this tournament. So he's only got the Rogue in there to mess with. Warrior is an okay match. My understanding is that it is fairly even, but it's much more of a classical dynamic of a deck that has the ability to make tons of big threats against a deck with the ability to deal with tons of big threats.
Right.
So that dynamic between exactly how many eggs you can dupe, how many 20/20s you can get going, how good your eventual Umbra is, all of that kind of stuff is going to play into it. But it's fairly 50-50, if not slightly advantageous to the Warrior. But honestly, just from quickly breaking down the matchup matrix before we came on camera, it feels to me like Egglock is the weakest deck in this series, and I almost don't want to say that out loud because we've been, as I've been saying, we've been starved of one of those decks to really like punch and be the underdog, be the little Mac of the tournament. But yeah, that's not a reflection on this being a bad bring. I think in most groups with most opponents, potentially Egglock can find two really good matchups in a series, which puts you in a great spot. That almost puts you in contention for it eating the ban, which would be immense if you're
I was thinking about that.
If your fourth deck, which is Shaman for a lot of people, which, you know, we keep talking about is underperforming a little bit apart from that last LoveStorm, if you take that out and you replace it with Egglock, and then the Egglock is eating the ban, your affected, your real world win rate then flies through the roof when that happens, right? So that can potentially be a really big boon for you. It just so happens that maybe Gaby's one step beyond and just felt that the Death Knight was a little bit counterable by some of these things. And yeah, I think the Egglock might be in for a tough night. But hey, who knows? Like you said, off-the-wall deck, limited prep time. My knowledge is nowhere near as concrete on Egglock as it is on some other things in this tournament, so it could still surprise us.
And that's the thing as well, I was thinking about the potential of, are we going to see Warlock bans? And less because of its raw win rate across the board or how like singularly powerful the deck is, but more because no one's prepping for it, are they? It's just not really going to be a thing. No one's going to be, Warlock, this Egg Warlock's the deck everyone's going to bring. So it could be one of those ones where, although the deck's singular win rate is not super high, it's just picking holes, right? And that's where we see these types of lineups in Conquest format for these tournaments, where you do see, yes, they might not have brought the strongest decks on paper, but if it's just going to sort of fly under everything else and just get through, get a couple of wins here and there, or, as you said, soak bans, then it does its job, right? Like, that's exactly why you would bring it. On the other side of this, when we look at Gaby's lineup, as you mentioned, not bringing DK when almost everyone else has chosen to. There's a few more players who haven't, of course, but do you think that now that we're sort of a day and a little bit into it, do you think the DK not bring was the correct move here for Gaby and some of the others?
So, I've already got on record, and I was talking about this with Banterface a little bit, that the lineup I would have brought, Banter says it's the lineup he would have brought as well, is the one that it's Definition, Insane, and Yang Ming have, which is DK, Hunter, Rogue, Warrior. So still has the DK, but does not have Shaman. Gaby's gone the other way with the with dropping the DK, keeping the Shaman. For me, Shaman was the big question mark coming in. And I don't have the full win rate stats in front of us, but just anecdotally, and we have covered every match for this tournament, which isn't always the case. Some things do happen off stream. It does look like Shaman has been punished a little bit from some of the matchups that we have seen. So that was my lineup going in, but you know, Gaby has historically been a very, very strong lineup builder coming in. As have many of these players. I think it's a recurring theme now in these big tournaments that a lot of the players who get deep into the season, who are hitting consistent top 8s, who do make it to the World Championship, are largely doing that because of lineup edges in a lot of positions. You know, sadly, Lorinda made a great point about this. Gyu is that guy. Like, Gyu has consistently had the best lineup in like 5 tournaments in a row coming up to this, which when he then brought Protoss Rogue, your eyes opened, right? You're like, hang on, the lineup guy has Protoss Rogue in this tournament? What's going on? But at least the first hurdle, he did not clear it cleanly. So yeah, still some debate among kind of the top 5 or 6 decks, which of those 4 actually make up the most coherent lineup for the tournament. But for me, DK did make the cut, Shaman didn't, but Gaby's gone a different direction.
Yeah, that would have been quite the story if, tournament winner, bring in Protoss Rogue. I'm sure a lot of people would be asked to repeat that just to double check they heard it right. We'll see how that goes overall. I believe we can look at the decks just to check some of the specific decks out for these players too. I do apologize, as you probably noticed, there's just a slight delay in getting the players ready, but we want to make sure the players are completely good to go before we even start the match. So there'll just be a couple of minutes getting that sorted. But looking at this warrior, it looks fairly standard to me, Subtle, but in the matchup versus Warlock, are there any key cards that are not highlighted here? Like, what is Gaby's immediate goal? Is there a way to just deal with the eggs in this, or is it just survive till gone to 10?
So the good news is when your opponent is just playing eggs and trying to set up, and they're playing eggs, they're duplicating eggs, they're trying to have multiple eggs die and then play the Archdruid so they have even more eggs. That whole process is low impact. It's a little slow, right? It's all very setup heavy. So you can use that time as warrior to play your ramp, to allow a couple of turns to tick past on your quest so that you can get towards doing very aggressive things, and also start playing some of the really effective card draw cards. In terms of actually resisting the push, the one card that wasn't listed as a key card that absolutely is in this matchup is Bulwark of Azzinoth, because that can prevent 100 damage, literally, like in some situations with some of the minions that get to attack you. So that ends up being a real key one here as well.
Yeah, just take a look at this is the Death Knight from FilFeel. So I believe not the matchup we're going to see, but still one of the decks that's available with the Hunter's Band away. There we go. We'll move along to it. And then that doesn't have the right key cards either. We're just having a great day so far today. But regardless, I was just going to, you know what, we'll touch on Death Knight when we get to it, actually. I do have a question about the Death Knight list, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In terms of this Warlock, yes, the deck makes eggs and then tries to duplicate that effect. Outside of that, is there anything else FilFeel will be looking for, or is the deck that sort of narrow? Is that like the only way it's going to do anything?
In the matchups he's facing, yes, pretty much. It can just be a very effective anti-aggro deck in some matchups, just because it has good AoE, good recovery, health drink, all of that kind of stuff, right? Just to be able to clear boards and stabilize. He's not really going to be facing matchups where that is a big deal. So really, yeah, he is kind of all in on just that Egg of Kalos win condition with the duplicating and the multiple 2020s. That, of course, then makes things like Hex in particular, but also Grifter Steals, all of those kind of things, very awkward to play around in a lot of spots as well. And that, I think, is the big hole in the deck, but because of how polarized it is in the power spike that it has, that's why the matchups sometimes just are how they are. You know, for example, I was talking about before how, like, Cycle Rogue, for example, it's just got such a good asset against Cycle Rogue because Cycle Rogue's meteors will basically never hit you in the face as long as you have all of these multi-layered Death Rattle eggs all over your board, right? So it soaks up so much damage, and the only damage that Rogue can quite often get to go face is the eruptions. Even if they make that wide board that's hard to deal with, you've got health drinks, you've got hellfires, you've got table flips, you've got perfect abilities to be able to blow those boards up. So you can adapt to certain matchups, but when it comes to, like, being the aggressor against the control decks, when it comes to beating a Death Knight or beating a control warrior, yeah, you just need to make as many 2020s as possible and hope for the best.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what's always been tricky with when I've been testing the deck, and I've played previous iterations of it as well, is the times where you're kind of forced to be a bit risky with the egg. And like you can't do the thing where you can guarantee multiple in that turn to dodge AoE, and then sometimes it can get taken apart a little bit. So it looks like we're still having a couple of things here, so we'll see how if we can get the match going. We just want to make sure that the players are all good to go, of course. But looking at the Hunters overall, we can see them banned out. Do you think that's because we've seen Hunter do very well day one, at least from the stats I was looking at a little bit earlier? I think it was like its win rate was upwards of over 60%. And do you think that's gonna just be a common theme? Because we've seen a few different bans here and there, but do you think the win rate from previous days ever affects the choices? Because if everyone's seen like, oh, Warrior's struggling, I was going to ban it, but it's struggling anyway. Is that something, well, should I just ban the Hunter because it's so powerful right now?
It's a good question. It just, again, looking at the matchups that are available, Hunter doesn't necessarily stand out for me in the matchups. Like, the Warrior matchup is what it is. There's some disagreement, but it's certainly not a big blowout win for the Hunter. I think a lot of people would argue that it's Warrior favored. It's fantastic against Shaman, if you're looking at it from Gaby's perspective. Gaby might feel, looking at it, actually, yeah, I think that is the specific problem. I think Gaby's looking at this and just saying, my Shaman doesn't win the game unless I ban out the Hunter. Although I guess, no, even then, but I'm still not factoring in Egglock enough, because let me just check out Gaby's Shaman list real quick. Gaby... Okay, Gaby does not have a natural copy of Hex in his Shaman. So yes, he will have more difficulty against the eggs than potentially other lists could. So yeah, that might be the issue with the Hunter ban from Gaby's side, is that he feels his Shaman just won't pick up a win if he's got to go up against Hunter with it, or that's a potential matchup that's available. But a lot of the other matchups are pretty even across the board, I would say. Like, there isn't necessarily a standout ban. The one that maybe I would have reached towards as Gaby was banning the DK here. Just on my assessment of how the matchup matrix pans out, that's the dominant deck for FilFeel. But I always talk about this kind of thing where players like fall into their own biases, right? Gaby has not brought DK to this tournament, which probably means he has a lower estimation of DK matchups than the average player, because he hasn't felt it strong enough to bring the lineup. So then that affects your matchup calculations, your percentage odds calculations when you're doing bans and likely win probabilities for the series. So all of these things, it's very difficult to get right into the mind of a specific player when it comes to these things. But I imagine Gaby is just disrespecting Death Knight a little bit based on those two factors.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes, won't we? Because we've seen Gaby obviously win the back-to-back, win multiple MTs and do extremely well in the past. And it's one of those things where, do you think he's still in the game? Because we've seen him do other things, maybe not at least public-facing, spend as much time on Hearthstone as maybe he used to, a couple of years ago. Do you think he's still like top form Gaby, or is that something we're going to have to wait to find out?
I think Gaby's a great player instinctively, right? And I think we saw that, you and I, front row seat, best view in the house for the big breakouts in European GM, where he was playing complex decks with incredible speed and reliability, and just blowing people out without necessarily seeming to think too much about what the lines were, right? Like, he could just feel them out, and he has that ability as an instinctual player that you can always fall back on. There's something that I don't necessarily have. Like, if I take an extended break from Hearthstone, I feel a little bit rusty when I come back, and it takes me a little bit to get back up to speed. Gaby is one of those people that probably does not have that ability, but has the ability to do that. But that's not to say that you can just get right back to the highest level, because you do need to pair that with intricate matchup knowledge, right? And that's where you have to put the time in, you have to do your research, you have to talk to other people whose opinion that you trust and value, and combine those with your own. And I'm sure Gaby has done that, because this is the World Championship, and he takes this stuff really, really seriously, right? Like, we've seen how competitive he is, we've seen how driven he is, we've seen that time after time, even if he's away from Hearthstone for an amount of time, when an opportunity comes up that can get him to the World Championship and get him that world title that he feels like he should have had by this point, he's locked in again, right? He's in every tournament, he's in every qualification method, he's grinding that ladder to get those competitive points. So when it comes down to put the rubber to the road here, I'm sure he has absolutely grinded out all of that matchup knowledge and testing that he's needed to do to get to this point.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like the players are almost there. Again, we do apologize for the delay. Trust us, we want to see these matches just as much as you do, I'm sure.
I want to see some Egglock, Raven. Come on.
That's what I mean. I'm ready. But just, I think we are close, but just before we do dive in, do you have the faith in FilFeel in this matchup, or do you think Gaby's just going to take it overall? Not the next game, or the Egglock specifically, but just overall.
So you know me, I'm not going to sit on the fence. There's a very easy sit on the fence answer. I think Gaby's a big favorite in the series just because of the way the lineups interact. However, the sit on the fence option, the set the hook for the viewers, the professional broadcaster answer to that question is this first matchup is perfect. Warrior versus Egglock. The result of this first game is much bigger than 1-0 in the series either way. Because if FilFeel can get the Egglock out in the relatively 50-50 matchup against the Warrior, he's going to be in an amazing position in the series.
Right.
If Gaby picks up a win over the Egglock with the 50-50, then suddenly maybe the Egglock's in a little bit more trouble overall. There is the good news for FilFeel that the Shaman does not feature the Hex on the other side, which changes things up quite significantly in terms of that disruption. Improves his odds a pretty decent amount. But I think this is very, very well positioned. When we can finally kick it off and get some Hearthstone on the screen for you, I think this first game is going to be massive to the outcome of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as well, because there's that route where the Warlock takes the win straight away, and then suddenly we start talking about, oh, well, hang on a minute, is the Shaman going to do it, right? It flips so fast in Conquest, because it's not, it's not winner's deck stays on or last hero standing as we used to have it, of course. It is just as long as that deck gets over the line, that's done its job for the match, so that's fantastic. Just a reminder as well, today is going to be another repeat of yesterday in terms of the scheduling and the amount of matches if you've just joined us recently, but tomorrow there'll be more matches than what we're on 8 matches tomorrow, I think is the plan. So I think it's up to 8, so just to make sure if you've got some time at the weekend free and you want to still follow along with the World Championship, there will be even more Hearthstone for you tomorrow, and then on Sunday we'll of course be crowning our 2025 World Champion. So I cannot wait to get to that.
There's just more everything this year, Raven. We've added in more tournaments, more broadcasts. We've got 4 days of the World Championship. There's more casters, more guests here. We've added in the Twitch extension. If you're watching on Twitch and you haven't noticed that yet, you can install the extension if you haven't done so already. Give you all sorts of abilities to interact with your screen and mouse over cards, get tournament history from the sidebars on the side, all kinds of useful stuff that you can do. And then on top of that, we'll be back next year again, bigger and better again, even more everything else on top of all of that next year as well, culminating in the first live World Championship since Lion took it down, and that wasn't officially called a World Championship either. Say it quietly. So it's been quite some time, and we'll be back
even
next
more
year
for
at
me.
BlizzCon. Yeah, true. Yeah, you didn't even make it.
Yeah, I was having visa worked on at that point, so I couldn't go, unfortunately. So that was a shame. So even longer for me. Yeah, and again, just if you want any more information, I did interview TJ on this stream yesterday, so you can check the VOD out to catch that one if you want to watch the interview. But if not, all of the information about next year's sort of esports program is up on the Play Hearthstone website with a nice blog, and I think there's a link to like the rules for it as well. There's everything's pretty much sorted for next year now, so that is absolutely fantastic news, and I'm looking forward to, like you said, just more tournaments. There's a whole new season as well, so there's a whole extra Masters tour. So we did 2 this past year, there'll be 3 next year, and they'll basically be going back to back because BlizzCon is in September, which means everything has to be pretty squished down. Let me just check how close we are.
We have also applied a balance patch to the seasons of the year, because winter's now in April or something, the way the season works. Big fan of that.
I'm going to agree with you. I lost track, to be honest.
Yeah, but no, big news coming next year, with the headline of course being that Live Worlds is returning, something that so many people, ours of course included, but so many players, so many fans have been clamoring for, will be coming back in 2026, which is huge news. But again, apologies for the technical delays we are having getting into this game. The player integrity is the most important thing, so we have to wait for them. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
right.
so
okay, fine. We've actually missed some turns.
Yeah, there was some issues just getting us the view of the game. I believe the players, though, have not been affected in any negative way. As you can see, they've just been playing. We just couldn't get into it. So, again, our greatest apologies to that, to all the viewers. We do apologize. But we're here now, so let's have a little review. Sottle, what do your elf eyes see?
So, reconciling this purely from intuition and with no external tools, it does not look like we have missed a great deal. We've just had a life tap on 2, an egg on 3. We've had a bit of ramp coming out from the warrior, and then I think we just joined in time to see that drain soul going down on the egg to start busting the way through. So we have not missed too much, just a couple of those setup turns in the initial. FilFeel able to get that egg consolidated, which is of course the big deal. It's here, it's in the hand, it's on the board, and it's been blown up once with the Drain Soul already. Gaby just doing what I said he'd be doing in the early game, using those slow turns to ramp up, draw some cards, gain some armor to create a nice little buffer for that damage in the future.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that if there was ever a matchup where we could deal with a slightly delayed getting into the game, it's probably this one, right? Because as you mentioned right earlier on that, yes, both players want to just do all the setup in the first few turns, so nothing overly explosive happens. But as you can see, the 2 eggs are now down. There is Archdruid in hand, of course. And a couple of ways to proc those eggs on demand, as long as there's minions on the other side of the board too.
Yep, so Tourist has now appeared on board. Gaby will be first tasked with taking that out, because you absolutely cannot let that thing live.
I just realized as well, just something to bring up. Gaby threw away the quest in the opening hand as well. Obviously, we don't see the quest icon on the screen, but I just double checked the remaining cards, and the quest is in the deck. The
No,
quest
it's not.
was
It's in the hand.
deck. yeah. Typical timing. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yep, I did. I tested a little bit of Egglock over the last couple of days, played against a couple of warriors on ladder, some of whom did keep quest against me, some of whom threw it, so I was not 100% on what to expect coming into this one, but Gaby has thrown it away.
It's choosing to spend the old 22 damage shield slam on that 4-1, but it makes sense. This is one of the double death route sticking around.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a real resource because you will gain enough armor to be able to shield slam a 2020 over the course of the game. The problem is single target removal just doesn't really matter that much because dealing with one 2020 is not the game-winning part of the game. You know, you need to be able to deal with them en masse and repeatedly. And of course, if you are going to say, oh, I'm going to hold this shield slam because it kills a 2020, well, leaving the Archdruid alive means more 2020s are going to appear, so it's not like you gain shield slams in that process anyway, right?
Right. Yeah, if the game is won off the back of you shield slamming one 2020, well, you're winning anyway, so it's fine. Wouldn't worry about it too much. At least going to be coming down here now for Gaby. Going to go fishing for a location to help him out with this. Does have the other shield slam in hand, of course, so can get rid of this first one that's in the way. Also, yeah, I was going to say, discover a spell. Very powerful on 1 here.
That's right.
More shield slams, other options for hard removal as well.
Yep. More shield slams, more brawls, anything like that will be very, very useful. Brawls, of course, tricky to set up, but if you can navigate it accurately, still a very, very powerful card. And there's a second shield slam. FilFeel gives the nod. Not what he wanted to see, but he's still fine. We did see him, of course, get the Archdruid down on the previous turn, on a turn where he activated multiple death rattles and multiple late death rattles in the chain as well, which are the ones specifically that you would like to have in there.
Not really.
One of the little hidden advantages that you do have as a control deck in this matchup, which advantage is probably doing it a little bit too strong, but because the eggs are all minions that die and actions that happen, and because the deck, the Warlock deck plays quite a low curve as well, with Mortal Coil, Spirit Bomb, Drain Soul, Abusive Sergeant, etc., etc. There's actually a lot of minions dying and a lot of cards being played, which discounts Ceaseless Expanse quicker than you might often expect in a matchup like this. So sometimes you can get that Ceaseless down to 0 a little faster than you might expect in a matchup like this, which again can be a massive advantage. If you can get one of those really crucial turns where you can pop all the death rattles at the right cadence, slam that Ceaseless Expanse.
Get in there, fight, maggot.
I'm hoping the Twitch extension is working out well for people on stream, because I'm sure being able to mouse over these cards to see the stage of the death rattle would be a massive advantage if that can work out for you right now.
Yeah, that's something we've not investigated yet, actually, for ourselves, is it?
We didn't play around the egg lock with our own caster dashboard, unfortunately.
8 combatant center, and I...
Good freeze here for Gaby. Again, pretty classic combo is put those minions on the board and gain the armor, and then just hit them with the Bob freeze, and then buy yourself even more time. Also, this armor's just stacking, right? Like, obviously, you're not going to be able to take multiple 20-20 hits over the course of many turns, but you could, at least for Gaby, you can tank a few right now.
He can take a multiple of 20-20 hits. It's a low multiple, but he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. FilFeel just getting a second 20-20 out there, making sure that Gaby can't stall. There's the boy, though. That is a big, big deal indeed.
Oh, and there's an execute as well. Really, this is the sort of cards I was talking about from this location. Yeah, I was going to say, I'll just have a quick glance at the others, but surely it's executing this point. It's just too good, right?
Hostile Invader is huge as well. Timing here, exactly how many of these effects you want to go off is a little bit awkward, though. Obviously, one's great to proc the execute, but then the execute itself will pop the 0-3s.
All forms of life will be crushed.
Okay, looks good like it's going to use the slam just to start to cycle.
Planetary decimation.
Yeah, this should look pretty good, right? Yeah, into the brawl. Gaby hoping he could just win this brawl and it'll be in an absolutely fantastic position.
Did have the perfect lineup, which means now he brawls away his own, executes the last 20-20.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I forgot about the death rattle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really nice play there from Gaby, just cleaning all of that up. Now FilFeel's in a little bit of a disaster at this point.
Yeah, that's the kind of turn I was talking about, where you just need to get that cadence right on all the death rattles, pull together one of those turns. Really tough matchup to navigate from both sides, because you as the egg player have to have those possibilities in your mind, right, of what the opponent can line up in terms of how many eggs can they pop and then brawl, how many eggs can they pop and then ceaseless. You have to be thinking about this all the time, and then as the warrior you have to be able to solve that puzzle when it comes up, if the opponent does give you the gap to be able to do that. But we should expect no less from Gaby to be able to put that kind of turn together.
Yeah, now all Gaby has to think about is Umbra, right? And that's it. But now Gaby's just in a position that you can do, he can just set up as slowly as he wants. As we said before, he still has the armor to be able to tank multiple big hits. So it's not the end of the world, still has the Bulwark of Azinoth.
Here come the lads. Gets 2 actual 20-20s. A couple of eggs in various stages of breakage. You can see on the pictures how close they are to being 20-20s.
Still got another brawl. And you'd have to think if there's a way to... Oh, that egg still won't pop, right? Because it's still got another 2 death rattles left before it does. But regardless, just having access to this brawl is absolutely huge here. The majority of the big boys are going to go away. If something like the... if the egg lives, that could actually be okay as well, because there's just suddenly just one 20-20 you've got to worry about. Just a 20-17.
Here's the key turn for the Bulwark. Here it comes down. Obviously, the brawl did not open up a full clear, but Gaby now says just attacking with one 20-20, fatiguing at 13 health. FilFeel says, yep. Gaby gives the nod, saying, yep, easily navigated, easy food. 1-0 to Gaby, and as I mentioned, that can be a huge result for the series as a whole, because that debatably is the 50-50 matchup for the Egglock in the lineup. You can kind of see that as it pans out, right? And honestly, like it's a weird matchup to get an actual objective matchup score on it, because I feel like it's always going to be a skill diff, like regardless, right? Like imagine, with the greatest of respect, Raven, you trying to work out how to stop that flood of 2020s instead of Gaby,
I would have done
right?
it.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been done. At like turn 5, they'd all already been dead, right? But it's going to be a lot more difficult if you don't have that experience, if you don't have the game knowledge, if you don't have the ability to pick all of that stuff apart, pick up the execute, you know, drop the hostile invader, rely on the death rattle to go off after you lose the brawl, and then the death rattle hits the execute, full clear, everything gone, game's manageable from there. At the same time, if you're the Egglock player and you don't necessarily have a full grasp of the deck, don't fully know what you're doing, you're gonna fall into those traps, right? You're gonna activate your death rattles at the wrong cadences, so that they're in the wrong position on the board, so that your opponent is able to do something like hostile invader, spell, brawl, everything's dead, right? So it's definitely going to be a hard matchup to get a true read on, but certainly with the data that is available, that is a pretty 50-50 matchup, and the Egglock has failed so far to get the win on the board, so we will now move forward into a potentially more favorable option with the Rogue, but also the Shaman, which can be tricky, although not with the transform effects like Hex in Gaby's deck.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? I also think that matchup has the potential to look one-sided on both sides, if that makes any sense, right? Because if Gaby didn't have the tools to clear so efficiently, suddenly FilFeel just hits them for 60, 70, 80 over the course of a couple of turns, and it's just game. So yeah, it's very interesting to see that matchup. Maybe we get to see more of it throughout the rest of the weekend. But we are going to go into Gaby on the Rogue going up against this Warlock. Apologies, it appeared to be Gaby's hand. Oh, there we go. Just as I complained, we get it revealed. Nice. So yeah, Gaby off to
Let that be a lesson to you. Always complain about things.
That's normally how it's like works with queue times in games, right? You're, oh, this queue time's going on for a bit, and then it procs, and you're like, oh, okay.
That's right.
Fair enough. Yeah, both players doing okay though. FilFeel drawing, getting a good amount of early card draw, but Gaby sort of going through the early motions that Rogue goes through, which is just play some stuff in the early game, try and draw some cards.
And this is smart. This is not necessarily a route you always take with this deck, just loading up 1 million asteroids into the deck on turn 2, turn 3. But because of the way the matchup works, this is really, really smart from Gaby, because you want to push all of this damage through as early as possible before the eggs start appearing on the board, right? And look at this coin. 1 mana EMG on turn 4. If these are sizable minions, and they are, this is potentially huge for Gaby.
That was Gaby doing cinema for a second there, because looked like
I think that's exactly what he did. I mean, that turn was absolute cinema. There's no other way around it.
Now the big question, how long can Gaby keep hold of this Incendius for? Okay, that's a good strat.
Probably just play it again, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So the way this works, if you're not familiar, this is Ido on board, I think, or Edo. Maybe, you know, send up the Celestial on Signal, we'll find out. The spell it generates is called the Thresh Fleet, and it is one of those persistent cards that stays in your hand, but only for as long as the minion is alive on board. So you can just continually cast it over and over again, as long as the 2/7 survives. And then, of course, the ability to give it Divine Shield with the spell itself increases that ability for it to resist removal and stay on the board.
It's about as aggressive as you could want here for Gaby. Really going to be forcing something out from FilFeel. Looks like he's going to go for the... just try and get the 2020 taunt down ASAP.
Probably a little bit early to be flipping tables.
Does get to kill off the 3/4 if he wants, but that's kind of maybe difficult to recognize sometimes. But you probably, if he's gonna freeze the 4/9,
There is a potential spot of caster vision involved there, right? Because we can see the card that we're looking at with the
that's what I mean.
Incendius
Yeah,
on the
it's a
side.
difficult thing to recognize that how valuable is killing it off. You also do know that like it is going to receive a buff next turn, very likely anyway,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Oh my.
Number 802.
It's evolving. It's growing up. And Gaby now just saying, actually, what if I just beat my opponent up so I don't need Incendious, therefore don't need the Shadow Stab? Because there's what, O Manager and a Mauler in hand as well? Like,
We still need to talk about where it is in Incendious that you're seeing the letter E, Raven.
let me double check for you. Let me find it.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Wait, what are we talking about? Incendious. Incendious.
Yes, that's that.
What?
Yeah, correct. Keep saying it like that, please. Thank you.
Incendious.
Thank you. Yeah, continue.
Wait, have I said it a different? Oh, Incendious. Incendious. Right,
yes,
I see. I think I jumped between those actually. I sort of just.
You do. You do.
You all know what I mean, and that's the most important thing. No one thinks I mean the egg when I say that, so it's fine.
Nope. And of course, you are famous for pronouncing Hearthstone terms in a way that no one ever has any problem with.
Exactly. Oh, FilFeel not happy with this one bit.
Yeah, gets himself the 2020. But Gaby has the O manager for the small minion, which means he has the dubious purchase for the 2020, which means the minions connect face if the asteroids don't get there first. And Gaby's gonna go 2-0 up, and the disaster is occurring, Raven. The Brave deck,
really
the
is.
off-the-wall bring, is failing once more. The egg lock is crashing out. There's yolks and whites and bits of eggshell all over the floor. No one's making any omelets, apart from Gaby, really, who is absolutely scrambling FilFeel right now.
Yeah, it's looking quite good, isn't it? I do think it's important for, like, obviously these two games have not looked the best. The Warriors sort of cleanly dealt with it. Gaby then just murdered him as the rogue, right? With the help of a couple of nice generated minions, of course, which really
That Edo was disgusting.
Yeah, it's about as good as it's going to get, right?
Yeah.
But it's important that FilFeel knows like the match isn't over yet. I'm sure he's been in these sorts of situations. I'm sure it's not. Oh, he's practiced Warlock and won every single game he's ever played with it, right? It's also important to remember again. Maybe if you any viewers are joining us recently, this is an initial match. The loser is not done. They might have to wait a little bit till their next match, but no one's been eliminated today. The elimination matches and such are all tomorrow. So even at worst, if FilFeel takes a 3-0 here, he's got a day to reset, right, and just sort of get back in the groove of things and work out what the plan is for the next time. So none of these players are eliminated even after the outcome of these games. So if any of these players are your favorites, even at worst, you can check them out tomorrow on stream. But you're completely right. The only thing is, Gaby now has to take a win with the Shaman. And we have been saying this because it's kind of been true. It seemed like the rockiest deck because I think I was talking to Lorinda about this yesterday, but the deck's very much, it does what it does. And if it doesn't, feels bad, right? I think that obviously the highest impact feels like just having access to Hagatha roughly on curve versus not is such a huge difference to the potential power of the list.
Right, first off, absolute commendation here for FilFeel for truly understanding the assignment. If he's going out 0-3, he's going out with maximum egg on his face, and you have to respect that.
We call that the Bly's approach.
That's right, yeah. And this is a matchup that you have some game in. Obviously, you have all of these early turns with the Shaman. You have 1/1 growth ins. If they don't get buffed, you have 3/3 bellhops. Shaman very well equipped to dealing with that. Has table flip and Hellfire available to be able to do so. This kind of board that you're seeing right here, no big deal for Warlock in the early game. Can clear this up very nicely. But from here on out is where it starts to get a little bit trickier to resist the Shaman, especially when you're in FilFeel's position right now and actually don't have the ability to start chaining your eggs yet. That's going to give Gaby lots and lots of time to be able to curve out into some of this 5, 6, 7 stuff that he has going on. And if he's able to do that uncontested by eggs on the other side of the board, he's going to be in trouble. He is offered Discover a Spell here, which can, of course, just hit some absolute game enders in terms of Shaman transform effects to mess with the egg, but not historically the most traditionally strong pick for Shaman from the Elise locations, so we will wait and see.
I do think it was always going to be a tough one for FilFeel in the early turns, where the choices are clear the board or try and hard cycle to get to the egg and these tools, right? It's a tricky one because there is conflag in hand, there is Solarium, there's ways, and obviously live tap as well, ways to draw cards, but you can't just let Shaman build up the board because Wish exists, right? So you can't just let them have minions.
5/5 copy, summon Raptors. Did not take spells. Okay.
But I think that's probably the thing Gaby's looking for as well, is to just make as many waves of minions as possible and say you literally have to clear all of these or you will just fall over. Especially, as you mentioned, we've not seen an egg yet.
FilFeel had to dump a card, still doesn't have the egg. Would love at this point to be able to use that Conflagrate to draw a card himself, because he needs to cycle towards that egg, but had to dump a card to not burn on the following turn, which obviously if you burn the egg, that is pretty much the end of your game at that point.
Gaby can drop the location now, even though it's a relatively slow turn. The other options, what would be to build a board with like pop-up books and draw some cards and try and set up, then have location next turn, and then try and set up for like Wish on an already built board.
It's not a great looking bottom 13, is it? When so you've got the actual egg in there, and you've also got 2 copies of this guy hanging out in the bottom 13 of your deck, just not coming out to play whatsoever. I'm hoping people do not need me to spell out why that would be a useful card to be able to draw if you haven't found your egg yet.
Yeah, it looks like Gaby is just going to go with the slow turn, which makes sense, right? If you sort of look at the way the mana plays out, it's not like he can Wish next turn anyway. So the next turn, very likely to be able to just build up a board and say, if you don't clear it, you're dead.
Yep. Okay. We did it. Quest complete. 10 cards remaining in deck. We've drawn our egg. All right.
Yeah, I thought he mulliganed the quest.
Guess we take it.
Furious Foul's going to come down now, though, and put on a ton of pressure. And again, and there's that moment now. FilFeel has to get a lot of work done in this one turn because he knows he's walking into a potential Wish. So there's the table flip. Gets rid of the vast majority of the board. Does have that Drained Soul as well to be able to clean up the rest. Or one of many other options actually in hand.
Yeah, he can conflag one, Spirit Bomb the other in order to at least make some egg progress this turn.
I just didn't know if... yeah. Doesn't know if like spending the drain now is good because it gets you the health and it's the most expensive one to spend, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Gaby's got a weird one. Empty board, so Wish not going to really achieve what he would want to achieve in this matchup. Okay, does get the bellhops into the Murlocs now, so not too bad. This is going to be the story of the rest of the game, I imagine, is Gaby just making waves of minions and hoping one sticks.
That's right, yeah. Still a couple of AoEs and obviously a very small deck left for FilFeel. We can have another look at the remaining cards. There is still one more Table Flip, one more Hellfire still remaining. He used a single copy of each. There is the Hellfire coming very helpfully into hand. That's why I mentioned earlier, these types of boards that Shaman can make multiple of, unless you've had the real big pop-offs with Hagatha into a Wish Upon the Star slime or a Shutterblock Wish Upon a Star slime, something like that. You're not really going to have big enough boards to resist some of these clears that FilFeel can put together. If you get a few small buffs or you get to the growth-in stage of the game, then it's just like Table Flip plus Spirit Bomb kind of things that they need to do to take the board apart. They can always get the job done.
Even this, it doesn't feel great, though, because of the 5/5s, right? Like, if it's Hellfire, then you've still got to put something else into the 2 5/5s to get rid of those.
That's right.
Oh, Glacial might help, though. Is there a world where Hellfire skipped this turn for Glacial?
Almost out of time.
Just feels awkward. I was looking at... It could, I guess you could save it for something bigger. I was looking at like Glacial, Spirit Bomb, and the Drained Soul maybe at that point, and just leave the Murlocs up. Here now though, Gaby, again, Hagatha not the best options, does have the big Murlocs to be able to be played on that far left of the hand now, along with the location as well, to have some of those Raptors clear up the 2-1.
I never make two trips.
And Avatar form is always dangerous, right? For that extra, maybe slightly not unexpected damage. You know the card exists, but that extra damage always looking quite nice. But Wish coming down now, absolutely just maximizing the health on board, because Gaby's seen that FilFeel kind of struggled to even deal with that board, never mind one that's even bigger now. Gaby just saying, yeah, clear it if you can, my friend. And even after that, there's the Zilliax coming down. There's then, waves of Murlocs as well. It's kind of endless at this point.
Avatar form and pop-up book are direct damage, no matter how big a 2020 taunt you have in the way. So
and
you
there's
can't
still
let your health go too low
as well. Yeah.
Yep. A
In the deck,
lot of
course,
threats still coming. And Gaby, being the humble competitor that he is known to be, is taking his winning position with extreme grace, as always.
I sense zero sarcasm.
Almost out of time.
It's kind of a very awkward problem, because it's like, okay, have your 2020, but we could just see even just playing the Zilliax is going to be able to help with a lot of this.
Oh, Spirit Bomb takes him down to 3 HP! Oh, it's such a strong turn! It's such a strong turn, but the Avatar form is going to come out. 2 damage AoE to everything. And the pop-up book to the face. FilFeel, I think, would have won a few supporters who will be tuning in on Saturday. Make sure you are going to do that. FilFeel eliminated. He will be dropping down to the lower side of the bracket. But it does mean that he is going to have to wait until tomorrow now to fight for his life egg lock. But he understood the assignment. He can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. And he tried it 3 times. He failed 3 times. But that's what we want to see, is players taking those risks. But for Gaby, business as usual, 3-0 on the board. He marches through, and he'll be meeting LoveStorm in the winner's bracket to make it out of the group.
Yeah, couldn't be a better start for Gaby, of course, and as I mentioned, FilFeel by no means out of the tournament yet, but for Gaby, it must be a little bit of a relief as well, because when you go up against something that's a little bit out there in terms of this Egg Warlock, you think, what if it does catch me out, right? What if this just trips me up when I prepped for all this over here, and then someone rocks up with a deck like this and just beats me? So I imagine Gaby feeling absolutely fantastic, as he should. We're going to go to a quick break now while we set up the next match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour World Championship for 2025. I'm Edelweiss, and we have a returning talent, Cora. It has been some time. How are you doing?
It's been a couple years. I want to say 6 to be precise, but I'm doing really well. You know, it's an honor to be back. It's so exciting to be here for the World Championships, of course, the biggest tournament of the year. And I'm just so grateful to be able to get to cast with you. I think this is the very first time that I'm getting to do so. But I've seen you, doing incredible work over the years, and it's just so fun to be back for a couple of matches today.
Yeah, and quite swiftly on the schedule for today, we had a pair of 3 zeros. Gaby, of course, you all just saw taking down FilFeel, and then LoveStorm taking down Gyu. So we have got the winners match for us, and it is a full mirror. A couple of card choices here and there, difference between the deck lists, but otherwise the lineups are the same for Gaby and LoveStorm.
Yeah, seems like the story of the tournament so far is that the rather off-the-wall decks are not performing in the way that those players had hoped that they would. We saw the Protoss Rogue earlier today already, unfortunately not able to take a win, and then we just saw an absolute egg-smashing disaster, I would say, for FilFeel. The Egg Warlock not able to come through and get a win in 3 games. Fun to watch. Hopefully he'll have a better time with it when he plays later on in the tournament. But we've got a rather straightforward thing going on here now. No Death Knight, I would say, is the weirdest bit for these 2 players. They both got the Hunter Cycle Rogue, the Shaman, and then the Quest Warrior. Is there anything that stands out about this to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously there's 12 Death Knights, that are all quite similar in the event. So in that case, yeah, it does seem a little bit odd not to have. But I think, honestly, it's a toss-up, that versus removing the Shaman. And one thing I've noticed about the Death Knight is, at least when it comes to like your Cycle Rogues and other things, it's got some controlling tools, but it's not exactly a control deck the way that the Warrior is. And so it can struggle in certain situations where it both suffers from getting rolling and from having sustained tools. It relies on counter pressure, which
it's certainly
scrape together.
Certainly a very strong deck, a very popular one in the match or in the field, like you said. 12 players do have that Death Knight, so it's a popular choice, but maybe not quite as strong a performer in some of those matchups that you really need it to be. We've seen the Cycle Rogue being pretty dominant this weekend already. And the Shaman actually having performed, I would say, maybe a little bit under where a lot of these players were hoping to see it. So, hindsight's 2020. Maybe if they were to come back and do it again, they would favor the Death Knight over the Shaman. But it's still early in the weekend. We've got a lot of Hearthstone ahead of us that's going to be played, and it's very possible that we'll see this story evolve over the course of the weekend, and we'll start to see some of those decks perform a little bit better.
Yeah, and even if it comes to the unusual lineups, they're coming in pairs, right? So we've seen Pocket and FilFeel, their unfortunate performances for them, right, on these unusual lineups, but we have not seen the other halves, right? Fury Hunter has the same lineup as Pocket, and Incurro has the same lineup as FilFeel. So there's always a chance, perhaps, that one of the players will perform better than their presumably practice partner to throw out the same lineup.
Yeah, I feel like it's only natural to want, in a field that is as sort of uniform as this one, where you see a lot of the same players with these very similar deck lineups, very similar individual card choices within the decks. You've got a few differences here and there, but nothing too significant. I think it's only natural to want those really stand out sort of oddball decks in the field to perform well for these players and the work that they've been doing to feel like, oh, they're coming in with maybe a bit of a counter choice rather than just the 4 best decks that they feel are in the meta right now for, competitive conquest format. You want them to do well. You want to see them succeed. And there's still definitely a chance. We still have, like you said, several of these players to see with these lineups like Fury Hunter and Incurro. I'd love to see the Copy Druid take some wins. I find that deck to be very fun. And then the Egg Warlock, of course, everybody wants to see a few eggs get broken, but maybe with a win on the other side of it. later on in the tournament. So, bit of an unfortunate start to the day. 2 really fast matches. I don't think this one's going to be quite as quick, but it certainly wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong.
Yeah, we do see, I believe, the bans coming in. Has been the theme of the event is both hunters are banned away. Just not a hunter in sight. Again, that Discover Hunter has just a lot of flexible, powerful plays that all of these folks are able to take full advantage of. And I think since it doesn't feel like there's a lot of edges to be gotten there, it's just sort of been ignored, and we focus on the other 3 decks.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Probably the most powerful deck in the format. You have to assume that you're going to get a win with it at some point. So ban it away, try to focus on, I mean, you could say the weaker decks in the lineup, but I don't know that I would even say that there are weak decks in this lineup. Like we said, the Shaman may be the one that's been struggling just a little bit, but even still, we just saw a really dominant performance with the Shaman from Gaby. So yeah, it's going to come down to what the matchup order here is, obviously, and then individual gameplay within who can pilot these decks better.
Yeah, and I wonder if you can maybe provide, tapping into that designer side a little bit, like which, I don't know, is there any of the decks in this format that you feel like has been sort of most successful design-wise, or are they all sort of like unexpected in terms of how they came to be?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think Shaman has been consistently a class over this year that has just received solid foundational tools. I don't think the Shaman deck does anything that's particularly unusual by Hearthstone standards. It's a pretty straightforward mid-rangey deck. You obviously have some really strong pop-off potential with Hagatha, with Shutterblock, cards like Wish Upon a Star, and some pretty good stabilizing tools. But as far as decks go, it doesn't do anything particularly out of the ordinary. But those cards have been good for quite some time. I think everybody's probably pretty excited to see what comes with the rotation when we get rid of a lot of these cards from Whizbang Workshop, from Perils in Paradise, and we see maybe what we make room for. But I do think Shaman is one that has been pretty solid over the course of this year. And then Hunter, obviously. Discover Hunter, since Great Dark Beyond came out, and you have access to Rangari Scout, getting the Windrunner Sisters and their Fabled stack in across the Timeways. It's just a deck that's consistently gotten better. Obviously, you see it being banned out here for that very reason. It's a super flexible deck, really consistent tools. So, I would say that all of these decks here have had, sort of a wealth of opportunity and resources over the last year as far as, strong cards go. Very curious to see what the meta is going to look like when you lose cards like Incendius, when you lose cards like Hagatha. You're obviously still going to have the quests in over the next year, but you're getting rid of all of the StarCraft cards from Great Dark Beyond and the StarCraft expansion. So it's really, I think, going to be a very different environment pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter in particular, a core element of that deck is Exarch Niall, giving you access to that Discover hero power every single turn. Once you don't have that, once you don't have alien encounters, you don't have a Discover Hunter. So be curious to see, if folks are sort of drawn to it in the same way when it goes back to the Steady Shot class.
I mean, Hunter's never had any problems being a really solid class with that Steady Shot hero power in the past. But it is interesting seeing, it's such an aggressive class. You've been weaving in hero powers since 2013. And now you give them a hero power that encourages generation, that encourages a really different style of gameplay. And seeing how they adapt to that. But, naturally a hero power that gives you cards is just going to be a good hero power. That's why Warlock has been so successful over the last 11 years. Or at least part of the reason why. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how do they adjust back into maybe more of that aggressive role, rather than they've been quite mid-rangey for some time now.
Yeah, and just quick note for our viewers here: we're not just vamping for no reason. We're waiting for players to get ready. Downside of pair of 3-0s is players need time, and when it comes to a winners match, that means someone who just played is about to have to play again. So usually they get a little bit of a break in between matches. But Yeah, you mentioned that you're excited for the Druid. I also am hoping that, one, Pocket can make a comeback, two, as my caster pick, and two, that, maybe Fury Hunter will be able to show us a little bit more success on that lineup with the copy Druid. As it has, Lady Ashara with that doubling location, and even the Welcome Home, gift card.
Yeah.
Which, I think.
Welcome Home, a really new addition as part of the housing that just went into World of Warcraft. We were directly asked by Team 2, by the WoW team, to do something to celebrate housing. And it felt like Locations was a natural fit, a natural tie-in for a card that was the flavor of celebrating the housing edition, something that's been really long wanted by players. And as it turns out, really powerful card, very flexible, lot of powerful locations in the game right now, but particularly in Druid with the Well of Eternity, with a Mirdrasil, still a very, very strong card, even now that it's 5 mana. So yeah, it's been pretty interesting to see how that has started to make some waves in that Druid deck and make it something that is pretty powerful. Only in 2 of the lineups here this weekend, but still pretty fun. It does look like we have our first match squared up, though. Going to be LoveStorm on the Warrior against Gaby on the Rogue. What do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, so when it comes to these cycle rogues against Warrior, it's come up, learned, and I've talked about it time and time again, that the Warrior has some powerful clears, has a lot of armor tools, and kind of doesn't do anything until turn 5. So Hostile Invader is a great clear, but it requires its friend in safety goggles to actually be activated on that turn 5, or perhaps 4 alongside New Heights. Brawl, a card that's been around for a very long time, is the other 5-cost clear. But it just means that a rogue can get those 4 drops down from EMG. They can just get a lot of chip damage in with Phoenixes, and then burn them out with a turn 6 Incendious. Now that doesn't happen every time. Sometimes the Warrior can armor out of range, but we've seen, I feel like, more instances of the rogue sort of getting under than about getting out armored over the course of this morning and yesterday.
Yeah, I do think the trend has been the rogue finding that success, and obviously this rogue deck is a really combo style finisher. You're trying to play Incendious, and then with Blood Mage Thalnos, draw a bunch of cards, get those asteroids out, get those eruptions out, deal a lot of damage to your opponent very, very quickly, all in that one turn. But I have found that this deck can have a surprising amount of early board presence and pressure, especially if the Warrior can't react to it for another several turns. If you get those Phoenixes down pretty early, if you're able to even stick like a Moonstone Mauler and just start chipping away at that armor, nullify a shield block that the Warrior's playing a little bit early on, it really matters. And all of that damage adds up. Like you said, the Warrior's trying to get out over the damage threshold that the rogue can deal, and so anything early on in the game is going to be really important.
Yeah, and we've had Phoenix around for a while. The initial iteration with this deck was used primarily for draw, right? It was a 2/2, but it came back to your hand immediately instead of the end of the turn. It's been interesting to watch the deck's evolution into, okay, well now when we sacrifice the Phoenix, it's not coming back right away. So it's better off to force the opponent to kill it repeatedly and use it for that early chip damage as a 3/2 rather than just a cycle tool.
Yeah, something that I have found over the years in Hearthstone is rogue players just will find a way. If you give them efficient card draw tools, if you give them ways to deal damage, rogue players will find a way to draw their entire deck and to deal a lot of damage very, very quickly. And you know what, as they should. It's decks like these that are so difficult to pilot at a really high level, and if you're able to, you unlock these incredibly high win rates. So it makes perfect sense why we're seeing this deck be really successful at the highest level of competition with players who've played, dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of this deck on ladder and in, practice with each other. But yeah, it has been interesting to see the evolution of this one. And we're going to see how it stacks up against LoveStorm on the Quest Warrior.
Watch your back.
Yep.
Unsurprisingly, we're throwing away that quest in the mulligan.
Yeah, not really going to get to a point of relevancy in this particular matchup. I think it can be an easy habit to just hold on to it, but yeah, LoveStorm knows if this matters, something has gone horribly wrong. But of course, it comes back, so. You know, we've got the mana available. May as well run it out.
Yeah, I mean, they say you love something, set it free, and if it comes back, you might as well play it on turn 1.
Interesting. Decides not to. I suppose that is an information game, right? Where by holding on to it, again, it's not really going to matter. So LoveStorm gets to sort of keep that information from Gaby and make Gaby think he has more tools than he does, or than LoveStorm actually has.
Yeah, I mean, the quest is just not going to be relevant in this game. We're not very, very, very likely, barring, you know, minuscule percentage of the time, going to get to that turn 10 where you actually do get Latorvius online. So it's just not going to be relevant. Maybe Gaby plays around something that LoveStorm doesn't actually have in hand because he has seen that card in hand since the beginning of the game. It's small, but it is these really tiny decision points that can make all of the difference at this level of competition.
Yeah, and I think notable on Gaby's side is playing that Thalnos out on 2 and then just Wisp Phoenix on 3. You know, it'd be very easy to hold on to the Thalnos for the big combo finish, but by running it out, you know, not only does it help for if he was running dry on draw once it's killed, but it's getting a decent amount of chip damage in.
Yeah, absolutely is. And it's just so important for the rogue to have access to those web weavers, to get that card draw engine online, ultimately to find Incendius and be able to get that win condition, ideally right on turn 7 when you have access to it. So, you know, good on Gaby for identifying that the Blood Mage Thalnos is just more valuable here on curve than it would be later in the game as a combo finisher.
Mm-hmm. And I think now Gaby is gearing up for a big turn. It's not the typical way of turboing through your deck with this rogue anymore, but with double Web Weaver, certainly has the option to go for play of those, run out the Platosaur, step it, and just cycle through a ton of cards, certainly enough to get Everything Must Go down.
Well, we are seeing a decent turn 5 here for LoveStorm. We've got the Elise into the 1 mana location. You hit Raptors and plus attack, so he's able to clear up a little bit of this board here, leaving the Phoenix so Gaby doesn't have immediate access to it, of course, to play it out of hand. He's not going to get that back until the end of the turn if he chooses to trade it off.
Yeah, and with dubious purchase, might decide to wait on the Web Weavers.
So many
I think
options.
Deciding what manner of draw to use here. Prep, always a good pickup.
Mm-hmm. There is that Incendius.
It's tough. You know, he could go for getting the Everything Must Goes online. But yeah, I think just getting the coin to be able to play turn 6 Incendius is ultimately going to be better than getting more minions in play when it comes to Warrior.
Yeah, especially going into turn 6, Brawl is online, Hostile Invaders online. Board presence at this point isn't going to be, I mean, it's still going to be quite good. Put LoveStorm on having the resources and the removal, which we can actually see, of course, he doesn't have. He's got Bob for freeze. So ultimately, any board that Gaby would have built this turn would have very likely gotten frozen, not dealt any damage. But investing into that Incendius and just saying, you know what, I'm going to push past this board presence mid-game and actually let's just basically put LoveStorm on a clock. It's already down to 14 health. That's a lot of chip damage that Gaby's been able to put in these first 5 turns.
Yeah, and we see, you know, LoveStorm being forced to just use the safety goggles alongside a Marin for, you know, that wand to draw something next turn. Yeah, very, very tight spot. You know, 20 health, not what it used to be.
Yeah.
So
Then again, you know, low health, there are a lot of recovery options in the game right now. I'll have a lot of opinions about that. But regardless, I think it's going to be difficult for LoveStorm to get up to the totals that he needs to be out of range of a really explosive turn here from Gaby. We do see the Unleash the Crocs in hand. He can get 10 armor off of that, and Wondrous Wand can make miracles happen.
Oh, wow. Now this is something you don't often see.
That is special. So Shadow Stepping the Incendious back, you obviously don't get the damage increase on the eruptions in deck. But Gaby's saying, hey, maybe I need 10 eruptions to be able to win the game.
I think it is good recognition that, like, well, yes, he got a lot of chip damage in, but, you know, he's still got these everything must goes in hand, and LoveStorm hasn't played that many of his armor cards, right? Unleash the Crocodilus for 10 is just such a huge swing. You know, you mentioned recovery tools. And yeah, in lieu of, you know, more board pushes, I think it's fair to say, well, I've got enough cards left in my deck that, you know, fingers crossed for him, he doesn't draw too many eruptions off the top. If he can upgrade all 10, that'll be huge.
LoveStorm not picking up the best immediate options off of that Wondrous Wand. Looking for more armor gain, looking for just some stabilizing tools. Fights is always good, but maybe not what I wanted to see here. So he's just going to go ahead and clear up the board. But still at 15 is scary.
Oh, Gaby got some bad news. One eruption drawn. Is there a second?
There is.
Everything's a melting point.
Setting up the Crystal Tusk, shuffling in and everything must go, but gaining the ability to draw 2 cards for free next turn. You know, he's upset, but he still is getting extra upgrade on 3 eruptions. That is looking at an additional 16 damage is in his deck with 8 eruptions. So
He did use that Blood Mage Thalnos earlier in the game, so not going to have access to spell damage. Stone Mauler in hand can put a couple of those asteroids in deck, but yeah, like you were saying, there's a lot of cards left in Gaby's deck, so the chances that he's chaining into, you know, 5+ eruptions in a single turn, it's definitely possible with double web weavers, but there's always that chance that you do brick.
there's that chance. I think typically with the double web weaver's hands and with the tusk being popped here.
Yeah, maybe the deck is just
like
kind of fake at that point.
There's really no cards remaining in Gaby's deck here. I think it's mostly now about Gaby making sure that he doesn't overdraw, right? 2 web weavers can do that, and he needs to have the mana to play these Moonstone Maulers. But I think it's still just sort of a matter of course here. Very measured about making sure to have the board space to play these and the mana to get it all done.
I have to assume a player like Gaby has got this execution down to a science. Preparation, eat the imp. Yeah, that's going to be the rest of the deck.
And, you know, LoveStorm, big fan of this deck for himself as well. I think, you know, he understands, yep, these things do happen. Sometimes, you know, you just got to give it to the rogue. Didn't have the best opening hand. I think he can just put that one behind him, say go next.
Yeah, he didn't have the removal tools that he really wanted on that turn 5. No Hostile Invader, no Brawl, but even still, you know, LoveStorm didn't have the worst game. He had some of those recovery tools. He had some decent removal. It just, not enough armor, it would seem, in the world to be able to Gaby and the Cycle Rogue that can just take 18 cards and turn it into 0 with, you know, relative ease. And that does kind of seem to be the story of the Rogue this weekend. It's a really powerful deck, and when you have it in the right hands, it seems like there's just about nothing it can't do.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. It's got. I have not checked the numbers, but wouldn't be surprised if we take a look at the end of today the win rate for this Cycle Rogue. It's probably fairly high.
Pretty good, and we do see it on LoveStorm's side as well. So very possible that we'll see him running it back with that Rogue deck and saying, "All right, let me pick up my win." With that one and even up the series, and Gaby has that Warrior as well on his side that he's got to find a win with. But Gaby is now 4-0 in games in this tournament. He's 4 in a row in these last 2 matches. It does seem like he's on a pretty big tear.
Yeah, although that being said, LoveStorm won his match 3-0 as well. So very very easily could go back and forth with the momentum here. Interesting. I feel like Shaman has been sort of much debated over the course of yesterday. But here we have, of course, 2 Shaman players, right, who certainly have faith in the deck and not in the Death Knight. And so it'll be interesting when we get to the top 8 and we get into some interviews after matches, what people's thoughts are on why they went one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely. Love hearing thoughts from the players after the matches, of course. It does look like we have our second match determined. It's going to be a Quest Warrior mirror. Anything in particular you're looking at here? I do believe that we don't have any silly shenanigans like steam cleaners in either of these lists that we should be looking out for.
No, and interestingly, also no Brewmasters, I believe, which has been a thing, or was yesterday. So these 2 have more streamlined versions. Gaby has a pair of Precursory Strikes, whereas LoveStorm just has the 1 and has a Demolition Renovator, which isn't in Gaby's deck. Again, it's these like small little things. Both of them have a single copy of All You Can Eat, which can be used, early on to draw Great Draco Rex, Ziliax, your demon. But also can be used post-quest reward to draw the Murloc quest reward and either Barnabas or Galvadon.
Is there any significant difference here based on who goes first, who gets to play that quest down first and get progress on it?
I think there's quite a lot of difference, particularly if they are fortunate on the rolls, right? If you can have mover's advantage on, say, the portal, right? Like if you both get a portal, but one of you played it first, well, they're gonna have the ability to go face with theirs, while the person who went second has to be, trading in, stuff like that. And obviously there's switches back and forth based on removal tools and everything, but I certainly think there is a little bit of advantage should it come down to playing the quest reward itself. But there's a lot of variables when it comes to this matchup.
It's the difference between being able to be proactive or reactive post-quest reward. But obviously those 2, additional Incurro quest rewards that you're getting off of Latorvius are random. So, a lot of variables, like you said, as to what happens once the game kind of really turns on at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gaby throwing out double Precursory Strike there. Will be interesting to see whether next turn is Marin or Ancient of Yore. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Marins just come down each way.
How greedy are we being with Marin in this matchup?
I think people have tended to take draw every time. I'm not sure we've seen another treasure picked.
I'd love to see an instance where, we saw the crown, or I don't think we'd ever see the golden monkey picked off of Marin. Maybe later in the game, in a year like this, it could be something interesting. But it does seem like the Wondrous Wand is just too immediately powerful.
Yeah, it's this sort of clever bit of interaction where, well, it's a pirate, so all you can eat can draw it. it can give you the wand, which gives you a draw 3 and discount, but if you are pressuring, you can go for the crown. Goblet sometimes does something very, very silly. They haven't got Death Knight, but we've seen even the Death Knights mostly drop Neralex for Marin.
Great Dracorex played out just to take a trade over the hostile invader and present somewhat of a decent-sized threat, but easily cleared by Gaby. And we do see that Wondrous Wand pick off of Marin.
Yeah, I think each of them is hoping to draw as much as possible as quickly as possible, so that when they get to that turn 10 where the quest rewards start coming down, they're going to be drawing the actual treasures, right? The actual rewards, and not still, their own cards. Very important that we didn't mention earlier is if someone has gotten New Heights played and the opponent has not, being able to have 16 mana versus an opposing 10 can be quite important.
Yeah, absolutely. That max mana really coming into play in this matchup. Especially because Quest Reward comes online turn 10. Having additional max mana to be able to play with those rewards can really put you in that driver's seat.
Relaxation for all.
Yeah, and similar on the mana front, I think a reason for All You Can Eat is if you play it post-quest reward, and you've got a 50-50 potentially of picking up Barnabas and just making, all the minions that you just put in your deck free. Not quite a perfect Draco Rex. That wasn't enough to clear up the Marin. I think Gaby's just going to take the single draw from Goblet. Picks up for Glory.
It's a little awkward.
Yeah, Gaby has remaining both copies of New Heights.
Yep, no... Gaby not really feeling pressured here to clear the board. Like you said, the Dracorex was a little bit awkward. And, he's at 71 health, so facing down 12 on board isn't something he's really concerned about at this point. He'd rather save his removal tools for when they're a little bit more opportune.
Yeah. And interesting here for LoveStorm, getting that Time Warp in hand is huge. A lot of times that is the big quest reward that you are digging for so that you can find that lethal. Lorinda has mentioned that you sort of need to be at 80 health to feel somewhat safe from a Time Warp turn from the opponent in this mirror.
Gaby is close. Not quite there. You have that Bulwark of Azeroth in hand, of course, though. That's a lot of functional health saved. But yeah, Time Warp is huge. Got the Galvadon and a Megafin as well. Yeah, like you saw, LoveStorm being able to play that quest first, now having 12 going on 13 maximum mana. Gaby does get Latorvius, he completes the quest, but he's facing down actually a pretty powerful board here that, a Galvadon plus a Time Warp could actually be lethal from even the 59 health that Gaby's at right now. So he does have to play defensively here.
Yeah, and just going for a one location. Used to be that was the thing everyone was going for because they wanted someone to 1/1 copy. Now it usually is an act of desperation.
Yeah, it seems like the 5 has been really popular this weekend.
It's just a very nice curve, right? Going Elise on 4 into location on 5. Gaby finally picking up a New Heights. And I think just praying that there's no Time Warp for LoveStorm does get, to clear one of these and get down the Bulwark. Making sure to use the attack before playing the weapon. But I'm not even positive it's enough.
You can see how quickly this game goes from a pretty smooth back and forth. We're playing a minion here and there. We're drawing some cards. We're building up these really large health totals. And now just the fact that LoveStorm was able to play Latorvius first, he was able to complete his quest, and just the question in Gaby's mind of what are the 2 rewards that LoveStorm got, knowing that Time Warp is either in the hand or in the deck right now. There's only so much that Gaby can really do to try and play around that much burst damage.
Yeah, and now LoveStorm going ahead and saying, I'd like one of those, please. Grabbing an Elise without giving Gaby any coins, because Gaby's hand is full.
Yeah, you don't see too often Bob's abilities used other than freezing the enemy minions, but this is a really powerful one, especially in matchups like this where you're going a little bit longer. There are these really powerful minions being played on both sides, and Elise is just one of those things that you would really like to have more of in your deck.
Yeah, and certainly, even in its sort of lessened state, right? Formerly, it used to just straight up pick up the opponent's version and put it in your hand.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Functioned as de facto, better than polymorph, right?
Yeah, Bob needed to be brought down just a peg, but still obviously a very powerful option. And Gaby, having been paid off for saving that Dracorex earlier on in the game, gets a really nice clear here.
Yep.
I remember this place.
See, they're now starting to get to more parity mana-wise. LoveStorm is going to be able to throw down that second New Heights on this turn, but going for a 10 on the location.
I love the greed.
I mean, well,
I love the
it
10
knows
cost
that
locations.
Gaby doesn't have a Demolition Renovator.
Yeah, that's a huge point of open deck lists, being able to see these tech cards and these things that you really have to play around, but knowing that demo is not there means this 10 cost location is perfectly safe.
Yeah, now, as Gaby's entire deck is gone, it is time to shuffle some cards in. And has 50-50 on Barnabas here, should he choose to go for it.
Megafin, maybe not the strongest quest reward. Sulfuros, pretty good. You start weaving in some damage from those hero power shots.
Yep.
Guard duty's
This is
playable
on...
here. Pick up, I know it.
Yeah,
guy.
miss on armor, though, which is, I think, why Gaby would have gone for the Discover spell. Oftentimes in Warrior, it is just more armor.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety goggles, shield block, a lot of options.
Resummon a copy of Dracorex, why not? So, now, it seems like Gaby's on the back foot here, but LoveStorm is almost setting up a combo, right? Both players have Ceaseless, and of course it's been long enough cards drawn, they're both free. That I think LoveStorm is just like making sure that he's barely, safe from any shenanigans on Gaby's side, and then gonna set up to play Galvadon, make a 10/10 copy, and between Wind Fury and lots of attack, just be able to OTK Gaby.
Yeah, LoveStorm is planning out several turns here to be able to sort of put Gaby in check.
There's the Barnabas, won the 50-50. Ability for Gaby here to bob the Ceaseless and use it to clear these.
Probably the most attractive minion that he's going to want to take with the Bob. Seems like a good opportunity. Maybe opting to use his own Ceaseless instead.
I have seen creation, and
Yep, gonna take a gander at what's in this Mega Fin. You know, you don't actually really want too many of these Murlocs, but you can make them all into 5/5s with Crystal Cavern later. Here, just setting up solid bit of minions and having that Sulfuras hero power going. Really, really nice for whittling LoveStorm down.
Yeah, absolutely is. Those Murlocs, unfortunately, just not even going to be better in this situation than something like Karnassa's Raptors, which you can also transform into 5/5s with the Crystal Core.
Right, right. Yeah, just an endless wave of 5/5s. Although, I do find that when it comes to this mirror, usually the players are avoiding playing Karnassa if they can help it, because there's just so many of them, and it's so important to hit Time Warp that, you know, they tend to want to not do it unless they have to. Going for 5-cost location this time. Be able to still play the Brawl. I think LoveStorm saving that 0-cost Xerog's Crown for the combo turn. Oh, we're just going to throw it out now.
Yeah, potentially a lot of damage with that Xerog's Crown and the Time Warp. Gaby, however, still at 60 health right now. It's an intimidating life total. LoveStorm maybe still has a little bit of work to do, which is why he's, you know, not actually pulled the trigger on seeing how much damage he can do with the Galvadon, with the Time Warp, with the Crown. He wants a little bit more time.
And the other thing is, you know, we have caster vision. We know that Gaby does not have Time Warp, but LoveStorm has to account for the possibility just every single turn, because, you know, after all, he got it out of his first two. There's reason to believe with Gaby having, you know, drawn his whole deck before playing Latorvius that a Time Warp is there, and so having to pick gain 12 armor on the large location, pick 6 armor on this 5-cost location, and click it, even though the +2 attack would help, you know, in terms of that big combo turn.
Yeah, and I mean,
Gaby now getting multiple Amaras.
3 Amara Warden of Hopes. That's a lot of setting your health to 40, but it is also just 8/8 taunts, which are going to be really good at mitigating some of the damage here. And then obviously LoveStorm's 10 mana location was on cooldown the previous turn, so you know, you're not going to pop off when you don't have that location available to copy your Galvadon and put another 10/10 Galvadon on the board.
Yeah, and notably, I mean, at this point, players have pretty good information on their opponent's capabilities, right? Gaby knows, hey, there's no more board clears for LoveStorm, right? Ceaseless has been used, both Brawls have been used, so if he just presents a massive board like this, LoveStorm has to sort of use the tools that would be normally utilized in killing Gaby to clear. And so the question here is, with this Time Warp, is LoveStorm able to punch through and actually get lethal, or is it just going to be to clear?
Edelweiss, we are seeing the AFK take off of the Xerog's Crown.
They buff each other.
They do. And notably, they buff your Galvadons, which of course have Wind Fury and have lots and lots of attack and are very, very scary.
Yeah, 3 taunts in the way. But of course, Karnassa has Rush. And yeah, the Galvadons are able to strike face. Just doing a quick count. It's it's hilarious to see the attack display on LoveStorm's side as it ticks down here. And we get the quick math that is 78 greater than 70, which is enough to take down Gaby. LoveStorm taking the mirror and evening it up to 1-1. Yeah, quite the finish there. Those quest warriors take a while, but they do not disappoint with all the shenanigans to be had in terms of, you know, old quest rewards and very occasionally golden kobolds. But
Yeah, I mean, you can see how quickly LoveStorm is able to execute on everything that he's been planning for, about 4 turns at that point. He's held the Time Warp in hand, he's got the Galvadon, he's assembled sort of all of the pieces, even at 0 cost. Zerog's Crown, Queen Karnasa now having Rush. Gaby presented a really big defensive board, 3 8/8 taunts. He's at 30 health plus 40 health plus 30 some armor. By all accounts, should be very, very, very safe. But in the case of Galvadon with Wind Fury and plus attack, plus location that copies, a 10/10 copy of the Galvadon, plus Time Warp, plus the surprising inclusion of 2 AFKs to buff the attack even more. I don't know that we've seen AFK be used much in Hearthstone, let alone competitive Hearthstone, but hey, she was pretty good there. She was able to get him to some of those totals that he needed just to be able to get through the Amaras and to get LoveStorm that win from a really comfortable health total that Gaby was at. So I find that mirror to be quite interesting because by all accounts, you think that a Quest Warrior mirror should be very slow. And to a certain point, it kind of is. But then after that point, it becomes absolutely kind of bonkers. It just goes crazy.
Well, and yeah, I mean, it's this sort of bluffing game, right? Of like, or just having to play around things that you don't know if they're there or not, in terms of like, well, Time Warp can represent just a ton of damage with Galvadon, so like, am I staying safe from that while also setting up my game plan? I think it would be easy to, pick just full-on aggressive options for the Elise locations that LoveStorm was creating, but we saw how he got 12 armor and 6 armor just to make sure that he was topped up to ward against the potential, Time Warp OTK on Gaby's side.
Yeah, you were speaking about caster vision, and that is something that we do need to very much keep in mind, is that we can see both players' hands, but when you're in their position, you kind of just always have to assume that your opponent has it until you can't anymore, until you have no choice but to say, oh, well, if they have it, there's nothing I can do. I have to assume that they don't. But in that case, both of them still kind of could play in the realm where, okay, assuming my opponent has Time Warp, assuming my opponent has Galvadon, assuming my opponent has, damage up to this point, what can I do to try and prepare for that eventuality? Because it's coming, because that's how they are going to win the game. That's how you yourself are trying to win the game. And so it was really fascinating to see those sort of small measures taken throughout the course of the entire game leading up to that moment. And both Gaby and LoveStorm were doing this. It's just really well piloted on both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, in some ways, the Crown may have been the X factor there, right? The AFK pull adding much more damage than even, a pair of 8/8s, a pair of 10/10s might have been able to do. Between +4/+4 on each of the Galvadons and the other minions in play, to each one buffs the other, not themselves. You were saying not a card that we've seen people play on purpose, but it is a common pick off of Crown because of their ability to buff each other and a large board like that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I think Kill Jaden was another option there. 7/7 much bigger, when it hits the board, but the AFK is actually just better numbers into the 8/8 Amaras that Gaby had presented. And ultimately, LoveStorm able to take that one and tie this series up 1-1.
Yeah, and I think happy to see half of this hand over on the Shaman's side. Parrot Sanctuary into Hagatha usually pans out very nicely, especially if you pull the Frosty Decor, right, is the one that you can then immediately curve into.
Yeah, this matchup's interesting as well. Warrior, obviously a lot of defensive potential, but the Shaman can be so explosive onto the board with cards like Wish Upon a Star. They can develop really significant board presence that can be kind of difficult for the Warrior to deal with outside of cards like Brawl, which they obviously only have 2 of in the deck. So going to be interesting to see just how many stats can LoveStorm present here, and Hagatha in hand is a great start.
Yeah, interesting to see, coin of the location but not tapping it, which I think is a nod to the fact that, well, Gaby doesn't have a demolition renovator, and so he does want to get both of these locations down to be able to utilize the discounts, but knows that he only needs, one instance to be able to play the Hagatha, and if he gets both of them out, it's sort of a hedge that if he doesn't pick up Frosty Decor, and were to get something like Furious Fowls instead, he would still be able to curve Hagatha into that minion spell, the ooze.
Yeah, great foresight, knowing that he needs to do something on that turn. A dead turn as far as development goes, but it does get that Frosty Decor. And yeah, this is a great stand for board, especially with the follow-up of Wish Upon a Star next turn. But Gaby is going to recognize that, of course. He's going to brawl this board away.
Yeah, not happy to see the 5/5 live there. But yeah, needs must. You kind of just can't leave boards in play for the Shaman, and they have so many to present. But yeah, Wish Upon a Star makes it just terrifying to let anything stick.
LoveStorm just going to try and get as much on board as he possibly can this turn. You saw the brawl last turn. It's possible Gaby has a second one in hand, but, still having 20 cards in deck, it does seem quite unlikely. So LoveStorm is just going to present as much power as he possibly can this turn.
Yeah, and getting the Growfin down means you get to sort of double up on buffs a little bit, right? You hit the ones in play, and then also get to buff up the gigantic Growfin. Weapon, I think a welcome pickup here for LoveStorm to just keep applying pressure even after being frozen down.
Yeah, Muradin and the High King's Hammer, really powerful inclusion in the Shaman deck. It's just given them some ability to go over the top and deal some direct damage with Avatar form, with the High King's Hammer that you can get repetitively and continue to grow and make more powerful in these longer games. But this is just a lot of power on board.
Yeah, I mean, LoveStorm with the option to just go face twice and then play Muradin to fetch that hammer back.
We also do have that second Wish Upon a Star in hand, so LoveStorm's pretty close here. 226, it looks like, maybe?
Yeah, could also tap location, get the Growfin down. Lots of options, and I think this is why a lot of folks have said, you know what, the Shaman may be straightforward, but it is just got enough raw power that it's worth it.
Yeah, some of these decks like the Shaman, like the Dragon Warrior even, I would say, which are these really powerful board-based decks that when they get going can be really difficult to get off board. And they just win games like that. They're not the flashiest, but they are really valid and really hard to get off board sometimes. So I'm not surprised to see lots of players bringing them this weekend, just because you see snowball games like this, and even a Warrior, which is a very, very competent control deck that can deal with really complex board states, is having a hard time with this.
Yeah, and Gaby playing the Desperation, at least for one cost, but with only a discount of 1, not really a spell that can get him out of that pinch, and just gonna go ahead and move on to the next game.
That was a quick one. Really fast win for the Shaman for LoveStorm. You saw their excellent management of the locations there from LoveStorm, getting those discounts onto the Battlecry minions. Really nice setup when he played the Hagatha, like you said, just in case he picked up the Furious Fowls and didn't actually hit on the 5 cost. He would have still had follow-up on that turn 4. He would have been able to establish and continue that pressure. Gaby had the brawl at a nice time, maybe a little bit of an unfortunate save on that 5/5 on LoveStorm's board, but once the Wish Upon a Star comes down, once you're able to sort of keep that train rolling with all of those stats, all of those really sticky mid-range minions, it can just be really difficult for the Warrior to deal with that. So a pretty quick win from the Shaman, taking LoveStorm up 2-1. And Gaby here, he's now got a bit of an uphill battle against him.
Yeah, I feel like if I had like one sort of play critique on Gaby's side was turn 2, he went for playing the safety goggles while they were free before the hero power. And then once it came around to that turn 5 where he was forced to play the brawl, if he had safety goggles in reserve there, because you can expect the shaman to punch your armor away after hero powering, then he still would have had a zero cost spell to go with Hostile Invader.
Yeah.
As it was, had to play the brawl instead, and that is just such a more useful tool later on against the shaman with all the stats buff that they get.
Yeah, maybe a small thing, but at this level of competition, those small decisions really can come back to matter. Very possible that it would not have in that matchup. LoveStorm just had such a powerful lead, and Gaby was on the back foot pretty much that entire time. But no matter, we're going to go into game number 4 now. LoveStorm on that rogue that we saw Gaby get such an explosive win with in game number 1, and Gaby on the warrior. So the roles kind of reversed here.
Yeah, and I think, with all of LoveStorm's love for this deck, I would be certainly a little bit nervous as I were Gaby, giving him, 2 goes at pulling Wayne over the finish line with Cycle Rogue.
Yeah, we have
Phoenix
not
Rogue,
seen...
as LoveStorm calls it.
And the Phoenix should have the spotlight. It is one of the most powerful pieces of this puzzle. We've not seen the Warrior have a great time in this tournament against the Cycle Rogue. We saw LoveStorm himself losing a game with the Warrior versus Gaby's Cycle Rogue in game number 1. What does Gaby want to do here to try and reverse that outcome?
Well, certainly I think having the ramp is a good start, although he's had to sort of sacrifice a little bit of chip damage to do it, right? Could have been a precursory strike on 2 there. But if he can get, in a least location that's like gain 6 armor and the rushes, then he'll have ability to sort of keep some of these early boards down while, still managing to gain armor up, right? Like, you invest in the location on that 5-mana turn, and then hope to sort of reap those dividends back on the later activations.
Really solid hand for Gaby here. He's got the Hostile Invader. He has that 0-mana safety goggles to activate the spell burst, clear a board really efficiently, Elise to pick up the location, like you said, gain some armor, Raptors for removal, or spell discover, hopefully for more armor. So pretty good tools in the toolbox.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we'll see what's on offer from the Elise.
I remember this place well.
We have special new features here, Cora. We can show everyone what the picks were.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with the tech upgrades that we have for the stream. I mean, being able to see damage thresholds on board, cards in deck, like y'all have really been doing some nice work. This is pretty cool.
It all goes to the new production team. Well, not new. We've been working with them for a year, but this production team has been phenomenal. And getting to do things like show you that this Terror run is gain 6 armor, discover a spell, and make it cost 4 less. Always really, really nice. Those are sort of the little details that we previously have not always been able to do. Another one, not relevant for this matchup most likely, but is you may notice a counter on the right, should be in the Twitch extension, that says C6 Expanse costs 96.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's too cool. It makes me all that much more excited to have even more Hearthstone esports next year. Should be a lot of fun.
As well.
We're seeing the rogue here get out with just, sort of the cursory early turns. Nothing super explosive yet. We don't see those Twisted Web Weavers in hand for LoveStorm, but we do have the Incendious, of course. So, hopefully he's able to pick up some more of that card draw, because we're actually not seeing any of it right now, which is a little bit unusual for them. And Gaby's got a nice clean clear here with the Hostile Invader if he wants it.
All forms of life will...
Yeah, I think it's a tough decision, right? He can't see LoveStorm's hand, of course, but there was potential opportunity there to say, hey, well, this is 4 board slots taken up by things with not very much power. you want to get as many activations of that Terror Run location in as you can to be able to gain that armor. Understand going for the clear Hostile Invader on board with the Spellburst up sort of forces LoveStorm to have a dubious purchase. And so it has panned out quite nicely. But,
this is a situation that we have not seen the rogues in often over the course of yesterday and today, but this is something that, this deck runs the risk of happening, which is, they can just sort of peter out and not have the card draw and have a handful of things that really don't do much.
Yeah, and you see Gaby go for the snap pick on Fortify there. It gains armor and it removes a thing. Perfect. LoveStorm. This we have seen a lot, coining out the Incendious, but Gaby, I think, much safer here at 33 when it happens, rather than 14.
Yeah. When the situation was reversed in game number 1 and LoveStorm was on the Warrior, I think he was sitting at about a 14 health total. He was quite low. So, it's possible we're seeing Gaby in a much more stable position, maybe able to, especially with that Unleash the Crocolisk drawn for 10 more armor, maybe able to get above that threshold that the Incendious and the Eruptions are able to deal. But we did see the Shadow Step on the Incendious from LoveStorm, sort of identifying that, hey, one set of Eruptions is probably not going to be enough in this situation.
Yes, very, very true. But it does give Gaby sort of the signal, the time to say, okay, well, I know I'm not going to be dead next turn. We can wait. We can do as much as possible to get ourselves out of range. Once again, picking the option that says, give me armor.
And Ziliax picked up, which can get Gaby back to health if he'd like it. Still not comfortable, but I would argue getting pretty close.
Yeah, I think you've got to go for the armor choices here instead. Just because, if you do the Ziliax, that's all you're doing. It only gains you 9. And Gaby really wants to maximize the gains here.
Plus, the Great Draker X on board just establishes some counter pressure, actually, which, Gaby's first thought here is not how do I kill LoveStorm before he kills me, it's how do I not die. But, having a built-in removal option is nice.
Yeah. A little bit surprised to see LoveStorm pick the Dubious before the preparation there. Not sure how much of a difference it will make. But, it is potentially two fewer mana. I guess it's indicative that LoveStorm actually wants to go a little bit slower here, right? Wants to not draw through the whole deck just yet, and instead, present another board to force Gaby to deal with.
Bowl-Eyed Behemoth off of Everything Must Go is interesting, because that's 3 more asteroids that LoveStorm can put in deck.
Interesting interaction there. So the Phoenix died immediately due to the Warlock Tourist there, blanking on the name.
Summoner Dark Marrow.
Yeah, Summoner Dark Marrow.
He's a chill kind of guy.
LoveStorm going to get 2 Phoenixes back to hand at the end of this turn, although I think he may rather have had the extra 3/2 in play.
We're going to just see the Ziliax and Shield Slam here for Gaby, clear up as much of this board as he can, put himself back to 30 with 29 armor. And we've already seen quite a few of those Eruptions drawn from LoveStorm.
Yeah, interesting choice here. Gaby leaving up the Summoner Dark Marrow, I think because of Blood Mage Thalnos. He knows that, with Eruptions drawn, it's unlikely that these Zilii survive. And so sort of saying, hey, if you want to play your Thalnos for the spell damage, you have to trade Dark Marrow in. And if you don't, well, then all the Thalnos represents is to draw and not spell damage. Gaby, very, very excited there at the number of rocks going into mechs there.
I always love watching how animated Gaby is when he plays, firing off the "that was an error" emote as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, because he knows that the Dark Marrow should have been traded in.
And
yep, Tianming
exactly
figured it
what
out.
you said has come to pass.
I'm out of cards.
Gaby's still at 41 health. No more cards in deck for LoveStorm. There's a couple of asteroids going back in, but
yeah, I mean, this is just going to be too much fatigue for LoveStorm. He can't, you know, he can put the rocks in. It is both not enough damage, and it is going to kill himself with the double Web Weaver draws.
Almost out of cards. I'm out of cards.
And that is what this matchup can look like when the warrior is in a more comfortable position. We obviously saw a couple of turns in there for the rogue where, you know, to be fair, LoveStorm drew out of it pretty quickly, coined the Incendius on 6, and then did pick up the cultist map to be able to sort of get that engine back going. But without the chip damage in the early turns like Gaby had in the matchup, where he was able to put LoveStorm down to about 14, 15 health before even that Incendius hit the board and you know, that draw engine got going. Without that early chip damage, if the warrior has the time that it needs to be able to get a 5-cost Elise location on the board, to play, you know, Crocolisks, get a bunch of that armor stacked up, if you give them breathing room, they're gonna take it, and then they can pretty reasonably get out of range of the damage that the rogue can do. So it's really interesting to see that matchup from both sides go so differently.
Yeah, and of course now the pressure is on. LoveStorm loses that 2-1 lead and now has to put the Cycle Rogue into Shaman, which, yeah, haven't checked the numbers on this. I would not feel super comfortable about that with just the amount of pressure that Shaman is able to present.
Yeah, that is very true. Rogue's weaknesses, obviously, decks that can just gain so much armor and have so much health that they simply cannot kill them. And then decks that can kill them before they're able to execute on the combos and get that board presence and get those draws. And if they have the weaker board presence in the early turns and the Shaman is really able to get a foothold there, I mean, what the Rogue does not do well is removal, is survivability. Very easily, this one could snowball in Gaby's favor if he's able to find purchase early on.
Yeah, just checking it now, looks like top 1K, it is 53% for the Shaman. You know, we've mentioned before that, like, even the matchups that are a little bit favored one way or another, they're not super polarized.
Yeah.
Right? But slight advantage to the Shaman in this case against Cycle Rogue.
53 is not much, but it is not nothing.
Storm does have the early Crystal Tusk.
Shuffle the Thalnos back in deck, not something he's concerned about at this point.
I remember this place.
Yeah, Gaby gonna go ahead and play Elise, ability to coin out the location next turn.
Yep, it's going to be the 5-cost location.
Yeah, my guess is Raptors and +2 attack, but let's go ahead and give that a look. Yes, it is indeed Raptors and +2 attack. The old Raptor Roar.
The old Raptor Roar. Yeah, I mean, it's great board presence. It's really, really good pressure, actually, and can be difficult for the Rogue to deal with. They're not running cards like Fan of Knives to clear up those Raptors, but also just, you know, a way to get some of this chip damage off the board from LoveStorm. Gaby is, you know, down to 21. He's taken some hits in these first few turns. And with no Hagatha in hand, you know, his draw is looking okay. He's got some things to do, but I wouldn't say they're the ideal things. Whereas LoveStorm, he's got a lot of card draw.
Yeah, and I think, one of the ways that you do try and take things over as the rogue in this matchup, right, is getting the early EMGs down, and things have come together in terms of the draw package to make that happen. Phoenix pulled into hand along with, another draw 3 of LoveStorm's choice here. He's going to be looking to see if he can sort of hit the gold mine with another everything must go, or oh no, just going to go ahead and clear up this last 2-1. This is good enough.
Yep. Oh, manager, get the coin in the hand, coin out the Incendious on turn 6.
Right.
Very, very powerful. Giggling Toy Maker.
I forgot
not...
it. Pretty good.
Was that? It's pretty
I was just saying, I forgot that it was turn 5. We always have to play O Manager on turn 5.
If history is any indication, then yeah, these guys are going to play O Manager on 5.
Yeah, Gaby not happy with the state of things after that last turn. The location helps a lot, but does not do you any favors into this board from the rogue, and those taunts are going to be quite important as they really reduce the utility of the location that Gaby picked up.
Yeah, not only is Gaby at 10 health, just LoveStorm presenting lethal on board. He does not have the removal he needs. He does not have large enough minions to survive through eruptions and asteroids. He can clear up some of this board. He can try to present as stable a counterpoint as possible, but this one is not looking too hot. And yeah, what I was going to say about the Giggling Toy Maker is it's actually really annoying for Gaby to try to get through.
Yeah.
These Annoyotrons are monstrously irritating for these Raptors to get through. Going to make it very difficult for Gaby to actually efficiently clear up this board.
Yeah. Gonna go ahead and take out the 1-2 there, hoping it's a good discard. Immediate eruption pulled, though. I don't think any of these taunts are sticking around, and would have to be 0 eruptions drawn for Gaby to survive this turn. None there.
One there.
And that is going to be good enough.
Such a strong back and forth in this match between LoveStorm and Gaby. And Gaby actually able to defeat the Rogue with the Warrior deck in the previous game, but that Rogue deck is just so powerful. And when it gets out the gate and is able to apply that pressure, able to get that chip damage in, get the Incendious down on curve, which it seems like it's doing pretty much every game that we've been seeing. It's just so difficult to overcome that if you are not in a commanding position going into that point of the game.
Yeah, and that is going to be LoveStorm taking a break. Has 2 days to rest up until the top 8 on Sunday. While Gaby, we will see again on Saturday for Elimination Day. It's gonna be a brutal day Saturday.
Yeah, still, I mean, really excellent showing from both these players. Tough loss for Gaby, but it was really, really close. That Elimination Day is shaping up to be really spicy one. I mean, we've got some of the I would say bigger named players in the tournament that are up for elimination already, and so much on the line for these players. I mean, Gaby's been playing competitive Hearthstone for many, many years now. If you ask Raven or Sottle, since he could barely hold a mouse or a tablet. But LoveStorm just able to take it away today. He's also been playing really, really well. Commandingly won his first match of the day, 3-0. Gonna take it 3-2 over one of the most established players in the game, Gaby. Really impressive performance from him.
Yeah. The caliber of everyone is so high, and we will see more of them. But next up, we're going to have Raven and Lorinda introducing you to Group D. So we'll be back soon.
Hello， 大家好，我是虎牙天妹。今年其实一开始挺不顺的吧， 就是除了天梯之外的分数，就2次精英挑战赛都没有进。然后上半年的平台赛，在第一轮虎牙赛道就已经失利了，但是后半部分比较顺利，然后靠那个也是通过先是虎牙平台，然后再是总的平台赛，再是秋季赛，最后在总的预选赛中进入总决赛。取得一点突破吧，争取夺冠。这次选手都很强吧，就是我觉得是实力最强的几个外国选手都参加了，比如 Fury Hunter、GYU、Gaby 这些都参加了，这次难度会比较高。优势就是可能在比赛的时候比较那种大心脏吧，也不会受到外界的干扰，能比较好的发挥出自己的实力，然后我的经验也比较丰富了。谢谢大家对我的支持吧。这次的金包我会为你们获得。
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to get into our first match of Group D now. I'm Raven and joining me is Lorinda and I'm ready to kick off a new group. We have basically a ton of initial matches over the past day and a half so far, and then we'll be having the elimination matches tomorrow for all of those groups as well. So make sure to keep an eye on your favorite players as no one is actually knocked out yet. But Lorinda, we have a very interesting match coming up next.
We do. We're kicking off the group that, you know, the top players who sort of know these players, you know, inside and out because they play them every week, every day on ladder, are saying would be the group of death if it existed. As we just have a quick look, there's LoveStorm's progress. Fury, Maxi, Incurro, Tianming. So many world championships between these players in terms of turning up and having a go. Second place in Fury Hunter's case. And Incurro, who we have seen once or twice in Masters Tours before, but really has come to life this year in ladder. 13 top 10s already this year. That's multiple servers in case you didn't work that out. And he didn't even try in the 2 off-season months in particular. So in 9 months, he's got 13 top 10s. Yeah, he got like a 78 or something in the month that there were no points available where he took a break. Absolute ladder monster. And we've seen before with these ladder monsters that they sometimes take a year or two to settle into tournament play and then, you know, burst into life. His opponent on screen there, Pocket Train, was one of those people originally. You know, it took a little while to get used to tournaments and then suddenly readily sort of acknowledged as the best player in the world, definitely at the time, maybe of all time, you know, one of the very best. And Incurro, just because you haven't seen much of him on these broadcasts, do not write him off. I think he is absolutely with every chance of winning this tournament.
Yeah, and Incurro, one of the 2 players in this whole tournament that decided to bring the Egg Warlock. Unfortunately, I do believe it has been banned out, so we'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, definitely a player who's not afraid to try something a little bit different. Rest of the lineup, though, is going to be that Discover Hunter, Cycle Rogue, and Quest Warrior that we've seen from a lot of the different players here in this tournament. But yeah, started playing 2014, so it's been playing the game for, well, since the beginning, basically. But has, like you said, really made an impact recently.
Yeah, I was having a look through, and sort of over the years, you can just see how his ladder performance have gone sort of, some top 200s, then just regular top 75s, then suddenly it's like, no, I'm just going to come 3rd and 2nd and 4th and 1st and 2nd, and it's just a string of single digits. It's like, is that how many games he's played? No, that's where he finished on the ladder in Legend. It's unbelievable. Here's Tianming. Yeah, it's his 3rd World Championship appearance, I believe. Just let me double check that.
Lorinda, get to the notes.
Yeah.
I will say
I have got the notes.
Oh, you good? Okay.
Yeah. Tianming, he was top 16 in 2022. He was top 8 because there were only 8 players in 2021. And the notable thing about Tianming is he has gone 0-2 in both previous World Championships, despite being a top player. And that will be weighing on his mind, I imagine, today.
Yeah, 100%, because that's always the trick, isn't it? We see a lot of players, especially at this point in sort of Hearthstone's competitive life, that we've seen a lot of repeat players to World Championships, right? We've seen these players perform time and time again to get to this point, but unless you win it, you're going to feel disappointed, right? Whether that's warranted or not. Like all these players here are just playing to finish 1st place. There's nothing before that. Now, this is, of course, still a great achievement for all the players that don't end up winning by the end of this weekend, but it's definitely the main focus. So let's just dive straight in. We've got Warrior on the top for Tianming, and then Incurro going to be on that Hunter. And as I mentioned, the Warlock is banned away, Lorinda. And honestly, me and Sottle cast Warlock a little bit earlier on with FilFeel that didn't go too well for the Warlock. If I was sat in Incurro's seat, I'd be like, okay, you banned away the Warlock. I get to play Discover Hunter, Cycle Rogue, and Quest Warrior. I'd feel like I'm having a great day.
Yeah, I think Sottle summed it up perfectly when he was talking about what happens if you do get your 4th deck, as we're going to call it, banned. Like, suddenly you get to play these 3 great decks. So that's a win for the lineup. Got to assume that Tianming knew what was going on, knew that the Warlock was the one he had to ban for this lineup, at least in his opinion, with his testing, with the stats that him and his group have come up with, and that Warlock was the good bring from Incurro. FilFeel will feel... a combination, I assume they worked together, I don't know for sure, but FilFeel will feel a combination of very sad that his wasn't banned, but also a bit more vindicated that, oh yeah, it's taking a ban, we've brought the right lineup. So, he'll be happy at least that the lineup is getting a ban, especially as he might have to play Tianming later in the tournament if he does progress eventually.
I'll be honest, I was very ready for you to drop some crazy bars then when you were saying FilFeel will feel. I was waiting for the rest
I'm not
of it,
dropping any crazy bars because then Sottle will try and challenge me to some sort of bar off and I wouldn't want to upset him.
Yeah, it's definitely a bar off.
Looking
at how the...
That sounds like a character, actually.
Yeah, true. Bar off, yeah. Close enough. Incurro getting off to a pretty good start, as we can see, piling on a little bit of pressure against Tianming nice and early, whilst still having that what is weirdly now classic large hand size for Hunter, which go back a few years, and that was definitely not something I'd ever be saying.
Not you, and hand size.
Yeah. Pretty nice. It's pretty cool drawing cards, believe it or not. It took us a few years to get there with Hunter, but we're there. We're living the dream now.
Yeah. Incurro is playing the faster version of the Hunter, not the fastest version, still has an Incendious in there, but is playing sort of a keychain, a couple of glacial shards, a couple of arcane shots. Nothing too crazy there, but some people are playing a bit slower with Asura and Elise and all that stuff. So a little bit quicker, which means against Warrior in particular, you don't have the Asura, which means you can't save up for a massive combo damage. When I say massive, you can't do more than sort of 48, 54 region. Whereas if you've got the Asura, you can just save and save and save and do so much in one turn later on.
Very interestingly as well, Tianming has gone for the quest in this matchup, which is by no means wrong, but it's just an interesting thing because in other matchups, we've seen people drop the quest because it's just oh, you know, you live till turn 10 and you're fine, or, you know, you just need to stop the aggro. And it looks a bit weird. It's like, oh, they've gone for the quest, and we're literally watching a hunter aggro down a warrior right now. But the problem is you need a win condition against hunter, because they have what feels like infinite value or damage, depending on how the game goes, right? So definitely the right choice here for Tianming to try and hold off and then get to that way to sort of hit back against Incurro to end the game.
Yeah, without that quest, what would happen in the good games for the warrior is the hunter would do this early on, the first 5 turns I keep talking about, absolutely crucial to get that early damage in, keep the warrior within some sort of range. The warrior would clear you up turns sort of 6, freeze you with Bob, 7, do a brawl, 8, hit you with Draco X, 9, Ziliax, and then at 10 it'd have nothing to do anymore because it's used its good cards, maybe a Marin, and it starts running out of stuff. Meanwhile, the hunter's just drawing card after card with its Niall usually, and just putting more and more damage on the board, bouncing stuff around, being a general nuisance, setting up damage, and you've got to kill them or they will find a way to do so much damage, so much value, so many boards. So you absolutely need that quest.
Okay, just going to keep it nice and simple. We'll get the armor as well from the draw at the end of the turn, but still looking a little bit dangerous. Like, yes, this fills the board, but we could say Incurro just happy with, okay, I'll just hit face, arcane shot my own minion. And here comes a very, very nice and early Incendious for Incurro, and Tianming definitely is on the back foot. Is very likely to have ways to deal with this Incendious in terms of not letting it stick an extra turn, but Hunter doesn't need it to stick an extra turn. It's a nice bonus, but it really does not require it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like the Rogue really, the Rogue doesn't always need it. The Rogue can just beat Hunter on turn 6, beat Warrior on turn 6 sometimes. But for the Hunter, it really isn't a massive priority. It's very nice. But if you keep them under bonus, 36, right? Then you've got such an easy kill if you do hit with your Grifter later on. It's just a huge bonus. But if it sticks and, you know, if you want to Brewmaster it, suddenly things get ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. You do find a lot of the time the Brewmaster is your insurance policy in this matchup. Like, if you miss on deal 6, you tend to need it, so you'll bounce back your Grifter, try again. And you've got enough time to do that. In other matchups, you don't always have enough time to mess around setting that up. But against Warrior, they're not really putting any pressure on, as we talked about. So
yeah, I think historically when we've seen Brewmasters, at least, you know, in broadcasts, right, it's been one of the cheerleader cards in the Hunter deck, often just sat there on the sidelines, not really doing much. But definitely in a matchup like this, when you want potentially extra damage, you want repeat effects to push through all this potential armor, then we could see it being used. Are we going to see both Brewmasters be used? Well, one way to find out.
We will. I almost guarantee it, unless he just happens to rip a lethal that just doesn't need it. Another use for the Brewmasters in other matchups, like you'll bounce your 4 damage Sylvanas and do 8 and clear up a Shaman board, something like that. You might even kill them with 2 6s from the Sylvanas over a couple of turns. But in this matchup, largely, unless you are using the Sylvanas bounce to kill off some Ziliaxes or something, largely you're just using it as a second chance Grifter.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Incurro that there's no Pupil in hand yet. Because just, you know, some of these spells, right? There's 2 potions in hand, one just got cast, and it's just you like to have at least one just to start soaking up and give you some more options in the immediate future.
The bigger issue he's got is no Niall yet. Like, we're on turn 8 and he's still drawing off the top. Now, he's drawing well off the top, so it's been mitigated to some degree. But he would love to be able to choose his cards rather than rely on, you know, Hearthstone to give you good cards. We know how that ends. Does get the bird watching now, so might be tempted to go looking. One thing that's not immediately apparent is sometimes just leaving this on the board and saying, well, yeah, it's going to do 2 damage to everything when it dies. I don't really mind, is quite often an option you have available to you. Just don't worry about it, rather than trying to immediately get rid of it. He's just double checking, you know, how much you want to get from everything here. With no pupils left, yeah, he gets to deal 6. Deal 3 with this. I think the first one does have deal 3 in it. Might.
Yes, the first one's deal 3, gain
draw a card
armor.
here. Okay, cool. So that's straight up deal 3. Yeah, I wonder if he was tempted to draw a card here because his hand is petering out, but he does have that bird watching, which should hit something tasty for him.
Yeah, Tianming just doing what they can, right? Just getting rid of some of this pressure. Don't want to be taking any extra damage from these pesky minions that are just sitting around on the board. But this, it's always interesting in these scenarios where the warrior has a decent chunk of options, but like, what's the choice to progress here? There is Yor in hand that you can play down. Looks like it is going to be the case here for Tianming, as well as the ramp. So whenever you can fit new heights in and feel good about the turn, you're probably pretty happy here.
He is in a lot of trouble though, so this bird watching only has a choice between Scout, Pupil, Niri, and Niall.
And now not Niall, yeah.
And now not Niall. So now he can choose the Niri whenever he wants with what's left in his deck. Also, he could get, he might be very tempted to go Scout into bird watching, into Pupil, and start loading up the pupils now. There is still a Scout in the deck.
Yeah. I think that was the piece of the puzzle, right, that was missing, was that just having the pupils early on so you can start to curate what spells and how many spells you've got access to. But now, Pupil, now into the Amulet for the 6 damage, Brewmaster this back, and then you can go again with the pupils in the near future. Very, very powerful cell.
And you don't have to worry. You've loaded the pupils up, so now, if things do come along that you need to cast spells, like you need to put some aliens on the board to slow down damage, something like that, while you're just getting the cards you want together, which won't take long, because 2 of these 12 cards are eruptions. He's looking at 3 cards a turn. It's not going to take long.
Right.
But yeah, Scout, Pupil, deal 6 with Niri. This is where the Asura comes in. Like you can see, Niri's going to cost you 3, the Scout's going to cost you 1, the Pupil's going to cost you 2. That only leaves 4 mana left for 12 damage a time, which is only inverted commas 48. When you have the Asura, which is in some of the other builds, you can just wait and load up, as you can see, as many as you want, basically.
I wonder if this is ever going to be like Sylvanas, Brewmaster Sylvanas, and just start really, you can just delete the weapon.
Sure, yeah, that does happen, for sure. He's going to get it done with the eruption. So the Sylvanas is fully loaded anyway to clear off the rest of the weapon now, if he wants to do that.
Can put an eruption in the pupils.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, he's got to the point now where he's got to unload some of this damage now because, again, the thing I was talking about a moment ago, using Asura, he's not got that much mana. So by using the pupils now he can have 7 mana's worth of spells with his Niri, which is a lot more.
Really? I was going to say, is that needed anymore? Bounce on the Rangari?
I think, what else are you bouncing is the question. You could bounce another Pupil if you want, but yeah.
This Pupil, but also there was just not bounce. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I think it's much of a muchness. I don't think it's desperate
I don't
at
think
all,
it's going to be.
Just in case something happens.
Yeah, it's not going to be detrimental, is it? I guess it's
There's
just the emergency
you could get.
Yeah, it's just the emergency backup plan, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's still another Pupil in the deck as well, because the first Pupil was copied when he got it before.
Yep.
So if he suddenly needs an absolute trillion damage, he's got a good chance of finding it.
There's also still 2 alien encounters, which isn't unlikely to be very relevant, but just a powerful tool that hasn't really been seen in this game. But if you're then going to potentially generate multiple copies of them, so you end up with like 3+ copies, that's something that can also be valuable.
It'll be especially valuable if he does draw the pupil, because then, assuming the boards get cleared at every turn, like I'm not even talking about that, because if the warrior doesn't clear the board, they lose.
Yeah.
So you're just assuming the warrior's dealing with the board every turn, and then the aliens costing 0 allows you to fill up your new pupils much more quickly to get even more pupil stuff going on. So yeah, it's relevant in that regard.
Well, there goes the quest reward. Come down now. 1 charge of Bulwark of Azeroth left, that even though that's going to be fairly irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, Tianming's in a world of trouble here, and he knows it. He's seen the 6 go face, he's seen the pupils come down, he knows what he's up against here.
I think that was meant to be
just lethal.
A strike to clear up some of the rest of this board that turn, but hey, not meant to be. And this looks like, let me count, 1, 2, 1 million. Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah. Looks like enough damage to me, Lorinda.
Yeah, it looks like 54 to me on top of the board that hasn't even bothered to attack. So 66 was available after the 2-1 took down the last weapon charge, I think. Yeah, like you say, 1 million is a better thing.
I don't think missing the extra clear was, as we can see, hyper relevant, but it's still not something you want to do, right? From Tianming's side, like that was still a roped turn. It was still a missed, because I'm guessing he wanted to do the deal 3 to then proc and then clear more. So even though we know it wouldn't have made a difference, very quickly Tianming learnt that it, and he probably already knew that wouldn't have made a difference because he saw the generation of the deal 6. But still, it's not how you want to kick off this first game, right? Is by having a bit of a shaky ending to it, one way or another. But does mean Incurro is going to take the lead with Hunter. And I think, Lorinda, that Hunter just looks unstoppable this tournament so far. It really is just that good, isn't it? Like, I think it's been good for a while, but the more we see it, and the more you look at these two players, one player got to ban their opponent's Hunter, and the other player banned Egg Warlock after it being 3-0 today. It's a question that's got to be asked, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you see what the Hunter just did, and that's the deck you've chosen to leave, it doesn't always go that cleanly, but he didn't even have Niall for most of the game.
Yeah.
Like, he had to find his Niall on turn 8 or 9. Yeah, when you see what that just did, what his testing has been against Egg Warlock is not what we saw from FilFeel. Right. Whatever Tianming's been doing in testing against Warlock, he has seen something he really doesn't like in there. And I must admit, when I played Warlock this morning, I was like, this could just be the nuts, you know. It just could be. He sees something he doesn't like. You know, maybe he just really doesn't like the way his Death Knight stacks up or something against the rest of the lineup, wanted to take a chance with it, not against the Warlock. There's something he didn't like there, and he banned it, and that exposed him to the Hunter. And the Hunter isn't favoured against the Warrior, especially the version without Asira. Like, the Hunter doesn't always do that to Warrior. Sometimes Warrior just gets to clear most of your stuff. It gets to 80 health, then it plays the Bulwark, which Tianming had to play early. You don't want to have to play it that early, because then it gets chipped away and all those 6s go face. Imagine if you played that the turn before and there's an empty board. Suddenly all those 12s are 1s.
Right.
And suddenly Incurro rebouncing the scout for another go at another lot of pupils makes more sense.
Yeah, it's just something I think I even mentioned it to Sottle earlier when we were casting, where you just look at how well Hunter did yesterday, how well, we know Hunter's a good deck in general, right? We've seen ladder results, we've seen other tournament results and so on. But you just think, oh, you're just leaving it up. And I just feel like all we're seeing is Hunter just, it's got the gold circle around it because it's won again in this series. And then next series, Hunter's won again. And it's just, I don't know, it feels a bit jarring to see that left up when Warlock was banned away. We did only see Warlock sort of struggle in literally one match earlier on. So, you know, maybe overdoing it a little bit, but I don't know. Hunter just seems so scary. But we are moving on to our second game in this match, and Incurro going to be on the bottom on that Warrior, and Tianming going to be on to that Death Knight now.
Yeah, this could be a long one. Double creature start for Tianming at the top there, so could be looking for some very early chip stuff. And this is the curve that I wanted to go for somebody earlier, and they mulliganed it away and went for something else, but get the Dreadhound into the creature, into whatever your big 3-drop is, and just hit that open goal for the first 3 or 4 turns and see how much damage you can do while they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, just go for that like max aggro progression, right? It's just get as much down as possible. Warriors often passing for the first few turns of the game. Why not take advantage?
this is interesting because these are all kind of similar in terms of how much damage they're going to do. But I like this Gorilla Bot, I think, here. I think it gets in for at least one lot of 6. And that's a lot. No turn.
No bulwark.
So the
save
choice
save a damage. You know, start planning now.
Yeah.
I'm joking, of course. If people did not realise.
Yeah. I was looking at the Demolition Renovators, like, do you play it? Well, no, your opponent hasn't had turn 4 yet. You don't know if they've got a lease or not.
Right.
You can't even challenge the board
And also,
with it. You just got to take this.
Not even trading it and floating the mana, right? Because it could be useful in the very, very near future.
Yeah. Raptors. Spell? Our hand's kind of smelly. I think we take spell.
I like spell. I don't know why, but recently, I don't know if it's the specific decks I've been playing, but I've been taking spell a lot and being pretty happy with it.
I think it's good. He might be considering armor here because next turn he plays the Ancient and takes a lot. And then the turn after, yeah, he went for armor instead. The turn after, he's taking potentially a lot more. And so 6 armor might just be necessary if he is going to play the Ancient of Yore next turn.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, this Gorilla Bot got in for a lot.
It really did. Yeah, he can't even afford to play the Ancient, and this is always a win when you get this spot where your opponent has to play their location before the Ancient. I think, sure, you get your second click, so it's ordered that way, but...
Yeah, still pretty good for
No
Incurro being
fun.
able to clear up the majority of the actual threats, right? Obviously still doesn't want to be chipped away, but taking down the bot, taking down the 4/4 is going to be pretty nice. Still having that at least left over as well.
What do you take here? You can't trigger the double Shafar. If you could, that would be very silly. Cryo's not quite aggressive enough. Do you want to
I think I
observe?
just like the Observer. Is that wild?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just it's got charged. Just,
No, I don't think it's wild.
You could trade it into the 3/1, go face with the others.
The
Oh,
only
hang on,
problem
there
is if they're going to
one
play an Ancient, it doesn't interfere with them much.
It doesn't, but if they do literally anything but exactly that turn, right? It's good. At least to me.
Yeah, no, I was with you, but this was tempting.
Yeah, this is
I'm not sure how
very
you-
good into the Yore specifically, right? Because there's not going to be a clear, or unlikely a clear, especially because there's 2 of them.
It's also more corpses. Like, he is very long corpses at the moment. He's got Maladar in hand.
True.
So if he gets some corpses in the bin and then he can Maladar out an Isira, that might be something he's playing towards here as well.
It's actually tempting to go like trade and even look at like strike and new heights here. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, yeah. He is in a lot of pressure. Next turn the pressure does come off.
Yeah, at least take one of them out or something, because like it just feels a little bit scary. You're still drawing some cards, right? Which is what Yore would have done anyway. Obviously, you'd prefer to just play Yore on an empty board and just start cooking, but I thought this was pretty decent because the double spell burst is just a little bit scary, right? Maybe a bit too scary.
Yeah. But the other thing here as well that Tianming will be unaware of, but Incurro is very aware of, is Incurro, because he hasn't got these Ancients down, really has no turn at the moment going into like turns 9 and 10. Now, obviously, you trust your deck, as I like to say, but at the moment, his deck involves drawing a lot of cards, and he hasn't put the cards down that draw him a lot of cards because of all the pressure.
Yeah.
And he might just run out of ways to stop things in a turn or two, because the other side ain't stopping.
Yeah, and this isn't them. Wait.
Planetary decimation.
Okay. That turn was very fast from Incurro, so Incurro obviously feeling very confident with what he wanted to achieve there.
Yeah.
But I was looking at if there was a way you could have cleared enough and played the Ancient of Yore instead of the 3/5.
You do really want that Ancient of Yore down, and look what's going to happen now. We're going to get Maladar.
Yeah.
We're going to get Isira. We're going to
Very
get Giants.
scary.
We're going to get card draw.
There is stuff happening.
There's so much stuff. And Incurro has to face this down with, at the moment, just the weapon.
Hey, Bob. You wanna freeze the board, buddy? Oh no, he's gonna take the hit.
Gonna use the weapon to get the Ancient down, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. This is the sort of thing I was thinking about, but do it in reverse order, right? Do the Ancient and location the previous turn, and then try and do things this turn.
Oh, I get it a lot. Like
the Bob.
He's been relying on the top of his deck for a little bit long. I think he fancied that his luck's about to run out because there's fewer and fewer good top decks, so...
Tianming doing a great job of just chipping away this weapon, away the Bulwark of Azinoth, so now maximizing the damage that can be put out by the minions that just got to kind of chill this turn, actually, as Incurro couldn't really do too much about it.
And now at least he can bob while he's drawing some cards.
Yes. And just a couple of turns away from that quest completion as well. Does get another round of Raptors, the final round of Raptors.
So double Invader, in theory, could do an 8 to everything. If they die, which you can make happen. And then press your location and finish off the Assert. Does that work? I think it works.
It looks pretty good to me, because you just deal with as much mess as possible, and Incurro is getting close to the home stretch, right?
Yeah. The only problem is, again, this Ancient, I keep on about them, but you really want to get them down, but again, just not quite got the time to do so.
All forms of life will be.
Yeah, Tianming's done pretty well at just pressuring pressure. It's what you need to do as the DK in this matchup, right? It's just keep the pressure down every single turn. And we saw that be the case from like turn 1, right?
So he did it rather than triggering the spell burst. He just decided, I'm going to get this second Ancient down, which is what I was trying to do and failing in my mind because I wouldn't have thought of this. I'll take 9, but I've got my second Ancient of Yore down finally, and now everything's sort of,
I guess,
playing how Hearthstone should be played.
The problem I think that Incurro had there was he just knew that Wand was coming up, right? So it's just like, okay, well, if I put not all in, but kind of all in to clear the board, and then they Wand and just refill, what's my play then, right? Whereas at least the Yours can start digging as well as gain armor.
Right. Digging he is.
And I think this Bob is going to be mega greeded here. And I say greed, it sounds like it's like a bad way to do it, but I think yet again, because of the low actual damage count on board for Tianming this turn, you just chill, right? You can play Ziliax, you could even just gain armor and maybe shield slam the Use or something like that, but this is fine as well, and just hold Bob, because I think Bob needs to be played on the turn that sets up Incurro winning the game.
Yeah, that makes some sense, absolutely. Or a turn where he just absolutely can't deal with it, so a turn where he chose to take sort of 9 or something, yeah. Either way.
Because now, it's going to be quest next turn, right, for Incurro? Next turn's quest completion. So...
yeah, I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, so there can even be stuff with that, right? Of just like playing quest reward, playing Bob to freeze, and then try and go. Or if it's safe enough, maybe even do something a little bit slower now that there's 2 Unleash the Crocs in hand.
Yeah, he's managed to generate some options. I think a lot of people would fall into the trap I was trying to fall into this game of, trying to get the Ancients down too quickly. He waited his time and made a good time for them.
The classic Ziliax to answer a Ziliax.
Yeah,
truly
that's
the Chuck Norris of cards.
It's definitely a thing. It is amazing, isn't it, the Warrior deck? Like, he's been getting absolutely smacked from turn 2 or 3 onwards, and he's on 45. And a lot of people, I think, would be dead because they'd have tried to get
I have but little time.
Maybe I'm not a lot of people. Maybe it's just me.
a lot of people called Lorinda would have been dead.
Yeah, 100% of people called Lorinda in this situation would definitely have been dead by now. Not on 45. With 2 crocs in hand.
Oh, shield
This is the turn you were thinking of, right? Where you just want to bomb and get your quest ticking along.
Yeah, but with double shield slam, man, you can probably hold Bob again, right? Oh, gonna lock out the whole turn. Okay, that's also fine.
Nice.
If you go play the Croc, you can Bob. But I was thinking you could just double shield slam these Ziliacs away and just say, okay. Right? Could have equipped the Sulfuras as well.
Yeah. I think the reason he's doing it this way is that the Ceaseless is just getting into range of being a playable now as well.
Yeah.
Like he's still got Brawls in the bin ready to be picked up at some point. Also, he's hit Galvadon, and this isn't a Warrior Mirror. We've seen a lot of Warrior Mirrors where it's, oh, can't play the Galvadon yet, they're only on 70. Your opponent's on 35, you just get a Time Warp. Galvadon, GG.
Yeah. Just showing the, we didn't really talk about it because there was a lot of things going on, but the Elise pickup for Tianming was a 10 cost, 10-10 copy, and Death Rattle 10 enemies, so not really the most mind-blowing ones.
No, but you know your opponent is playing the Renovator, so the deal 10 is kind of cheeky.
I guess. Oh, back up to 40.
Because you can't blow it up with the Renovator, so the first part sticks. I mean, you can blow it up, but you take 10, and so does your board.
I wonder.
So trying to preserve his Ceaseless for 2 reasons. First of all, it's his only board clear in hand. And secondly, he don't want to spend any mana on a Ceaseless, he wants it to cost 0.
And he knows Tianming hasn't used theirs, right?
Yes,
which is
also
something to bear in mind. Obviously, like, if Incurro does everything he wants to do, then it'll be a Time Warp turn, and it won't really matter about what your opponent has. But you would always rather Ceaseless their Ceaseless turn in a lot of scenarios, right? You want to answer that one as opposed to them answering yours.
A bit like Ziliax's, but for 0.
Exactly. And different.
Got it. And not the same. Completely different.
Completely different in every single
But
way.
apart from those things.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Plenty of card draw from these Talons.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to next year when we get to cast more. It'll be great.
Yeah.
We don't do this enough.
We've had some classics.
Yeah.
The Midnight Dreamhack cast was a special.
Fever Dream.
What we stood for.
It was.
This looks like it could be a pretty good turn for Ceaseless, though. There's that Renovator, but trading it might just be more valuable at this point.
It is.
Yeah,
because everything takes 10, right? Because Tianming's protected. Oh, it's over. Is it? You just be careful.
I
it's
feel
over.
like it is, because there's Hero Power Swing, there's the Galvadon. The Galvadon would have to, I don't know what, hit Incurro in the face or something for it not to be over at this point.
So first of all, it has to miss Wind Fury, which it only does about, I think it's 6%, it might be 4. I'm never sure which one it is on the wrong side.
Well, there's Wind Fury.
And secondly, it has to miss, there we go, that's lethal now.
And that's
already.
just game,
Don't need to mess around anymore.
Incurro looks like he's going to be going up to a 2-0 lead with very measured warrior play here. Some tricky situations, some aggressive boards, but he did what you need to do with this deck. You hold off till you get your quest done, and then you lock in for that extra turn, pummel your opponent. Going up 2-0 versus Tianming, and looking very, very good with just one deck left to get a win with.
Yeah, anguish on Tianming's face. This is his 5th World Championship match, and he's yet to win one. And again, it's a World Championship match. It's not like he's 0-5, down the pub or something. It's not. Somebody has to lose some World Championship matches. Like, it's just how it's worked out for him so far. But it must hurt inside.
It's definitely tough because I think we've seen in this series so far, Incurro with both decks that he's won with have done the exact thing the decks are built to do, right? The Hunter generated cards, put on early pressure, and then had the explosive end game with the multiple copies of generation from Angari Scout to deal the finishing blow, right? And then Warrior, Incurro held off the attacks long enough for the quest to proc, and then did the time warp shenanigans. Exactly what the deck's built to do. And it's probably going to feel a bit disheartening, right, for Tianming to just be like, they're just winning, right? Like, Tianming's obviously trying the hardest, and the decks are just performing at that sort of high level. So Incurro looking very, very good with just a rogue left over. And even though I think people were questioning at the start of this tournament how well rogue was going to perform, I believe it's been doing pretty well so far, or at least maybe above some expectations.
Yeah, I think the rogue was always the argument deck. I think in general people have agreed that Shaman isn't that great. In general, I think people have agreed that Hunter is that great, you know, relative to this field. And then there's sort of DK and Rogue are the sort of, we're not really sure. They're both good decks. You have to bring them largely, but are they the 47? Are they the 40? Are they the 53? Is what I've been banging on.
It's like
and I was on the side of Rogue. Oh, I'm staying on the side of Rogue all the way through this. I think the Rogue deck just gets it done.
Million games on Rogue streamed fairly recently.
Yeah, I have streamed a lot of Rogue. Mainly because I try to stream the decks that are the hardest to cast, because I need to understand them. But yeah, it does always end up biasing me. Like, yeah, well, I know this deck better, therefore it must be a better deck. Of course you get biased, right? But
well, this could be the final game of this match. Incurro on that Rogue on the bottom, and Tianming start kicking things off on the plan to return to form here with the Death Knight.
Absolutely. With the weapon. Tianming with some stuff to do.
Yeah, Incurro's opening's looking pretty good so far, though.
Yeah, the Web Weaver's a little deceptive. It is obviously a very powerful card, but it is usually a bit better later on. I wonder if he'll swing here at all. Yep.
I like it.
Let's see if he makes a second swing.
Yeah, the Web Weaver's, I think, okay. Again, you have more experience on this deck than I do, but I just seen one drop weapon with a card you're happy with shuffling back in the deck. Seems quite good to me, right? Like, that's just ticking the early game boxes, at least initially. Let's see if the rewards there. Hey, Wisp is back.
Interesting he did the Thalnos instantly. Like, the Thalnos is very expendable in a lot of matchups. But DK does get sort of the leeches down and build its health total up, so this is a lot of damage you're giving up later for your hand. But look at his hand. It is unplayable, so you need the card right now. So don't be scared to get your card right now. Because you don't need to draw many cards to get that chain of cards going in this deck. They all say draw a card on them. Look. Yeah.
Well, that's needed for Incurro, because Tianming, even though it doesn't look that intimidating, just having a wide board against Rogue early on is very, very good, right?
It is. If he preps this, he's going to need 1 mana. He's going to need a prep or another card draw, like a Shadow Step on another Platy or something, to be able to play the Everything Must Go.
Like that?
There's a Shadow Step, so he can now play the Platypus again, get the things down to 3, and off you go. Platysaur. Triceratops, something like that.
Beak thing. There you go. Little bird.
I think he just did a quick count there to see if it was worth, you know, risking on the Web Weaver. Same with this map. If he takes the map and hits 2 cards from it, if one was a Platysaur, he'd be able to play both EMGs, so he's just having a little think. But it doesn't matter. He's got some really good stuff.
Yeah, those are very nice. Kind of evasive worm as well in the hand. Okay. Yeah, suddenly this board that Tianming's built up doesn't look that intimidating anymore, because they all kind of just fall over against these 2 4-drops.
Yeah, and the stuff in hand is very welcome as well. Again, that was another judgment call on knowing the matchup. Do I need to gamble on the map hitting some good stuff to get both EMGs down, or is one EMG likely to be good enough? That's all about knowing your matchup odds, you know, recalling all your testing, all that sort of good stuff.
Interesting as well because it was also fairly safe based on the board state and the amount of like what it would have had to have been the Pterodax, right? Outside of the discover options, of course, from the 1-2, but it does end up losing the map. Not the end of the world, especially because this 3-6 has been retained on board.
It's a good pickup now. If he wants to play like double Web Weaver now or Web Weaver Platy, either way. Save one for later, fine. Oh. Yeah.
Job done.
He'd rather done an eat the imp, but obviously you can't waste this.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this happen before where it was wasted. Was it today or yesterday, I think? I can't remember.
It was today, yeah.
Was it today? And I saw it, I was like, look, I'm not the best rogue player in the world, but I would have played that 100%. Just get it locked in.
Oh, no. It was yesterday when he didn't play it and he'd shadow stepped it and it was still connected to the Platysaur, right?
Oh, was that what happened? I know something happened where it could have been protected.
Yeah, so it was Tianming. He played down the Mauler, and it was connected to the Platysaur. Then he shadow stepped it, which kept it still connected to the Platysaur. Then when the board was cleared, it vanished.
Right.
Which is not the most intuitive of Hearthstone interactions, by the way. You're used to things if they bounce back to hand, sort of getting a free pass and getting it clear and start again.
Right, but the link is to the Platysaur, not the other card.
Yeah, if you bounce
right?
the Platysaur, the card is fine,
Yeah.
but if you bounce the card, it's still linked to the Platysaur. Yeah, it's that way around.
Okay, these generated dragons coming in handy here as Incurro switches to the, ever famous Dragon Rogue playstyle.
Yeah. One we all know and love from 2027.
Absolute classic.
Still got to sort those time ways out, mate. They're getting out of control, mate.
Oh, and this is going to be a good soak for these asteroids.
Yes, absolutely. Something we haven't seen much of is somebody not having Incendious by turn 7, but here we are.
True. In every class that runs it, actually. I feel like Hunter's had it a fair amount of time as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the deck does look a lot better when Incendious is always in your top 15 cards with the O Manager, and you just jam it on turn 6 every time.
Right.
And we've seen a lot of that, to be fair. And I'm a defender of the deck, but yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely hitting the stage where it's just, okay, I'm going to draw my whole deck now and then see if my numbers add up.
Do you want to make a trade of your thing to make sure you can play your Incendious, or do you want to get bobbed? How do you feel?
Choose soon.
Well, if you get bobbed, you can just shadow step next turn, right?
Yeah, you just want to shadow step your Mauler later, though.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, how many shadow steps are left? Oh, the 0. Oh, the first one was played. Right, okay, sure.
Yeah. Because his hand is deceptively bad right now. I mean, it's not that bad at all. It should get the job done. There's only 6 cards left, but you do have the clutter on the left-hand side that isn't necessarily cards you're going to be playing. Your hand's the 5 cards on the right-hand side. Thank you for that.
Tianming is running out of juice a little bit. The tools he does have are powerful, but that, I think next turn's the big one, right? Because it's a whole turn away from Ziliax right now for a little bit more health, just in case.
Yeah, lol, next turn.
Tianming just saying, you know what? Go face. I've heard it is the place.
Yeah, he's trying to say no Cindy for you. You want to play it, you're going to have to trade all this stuff away. Thing is, if you want to win the game, you have to play an Incendious at some point.
It's tricky though, right? Because what if, let's say Incurro clears the board and defends as many minions as possible and goes face, what's the punish to that Tianming can do with 8 mana? And there's a weapon, of course, but like, what's the actual punish? Because like, there's Dubious in hand, that clears one of these, trade for the other one, go face, and then you can do...
The answer is always Elise, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what Elise it is, but Elise 1 drop for some damage because you're a Death Knight and a little bit of buff, but yeah.
I'm just trying to think if Incendious is actually
It's
required.
a Grifter, right?
Yes, the Grifter in hand, yeah.
So deal 6 from Grifter when you're on 11 is quite important.
It is.
Is the terrifying thing. So Tianming has set that up, not expecting this, and now he does have a chance to just find deal 6.
Well, here we go.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could.
No. No steal as well.
It's unusual, right? Because the player in the top on my games always hits deal 6. I thought Grifter was guaranteed to get deal 6 on the top of the screen.
That's when I play it in Hunter.
Yeah.
My hand is
Now Incurro.
Okay.
It's got a...
Burns and Eruption, that's not actually the end of the world.
Yeah, well, he's got the window now, right? He's kind of got away with it to an extent there with that Grifter not getting the deal 6 damage, so...
Oh, absolutely. A reminder as well that he did use up his Thalnos, so this is a lot less damage than we're used to. He is going to have to be accurate here. But the board should make sure that's plenty.
Yeah, there's already a significant amount of damage, just minion damage on board, right? Never mind anything else.
And Incurro's going to win 3-0, and Tianming's World Championship wait for a victory is going to continue.
Yeah, that one came very, very close to a bit of a problem there for Incurro.
Yeah.
We'll just hold and hold.
The game's playing itself. What's happening? Obviously, how this happens is there is always a small lag if the player is clicking away the cards they play them to make the animations go a bit faster on their end, and the observer obviously is observing, doesn't see that, so sometimes it takes a little while to catch up.
And
but Incurro with the 3-0 and looking absolutely brutal, and that is what happens when your Warlock is banned. You get to play the 3 best decks that you bring. I mean, the 3 best decks that everyone else brought, at least. Of course, presumably that means that Warlock's his best deck in that matchup, and you take a nice easy 3-0 win.
Yeah, really good games there for Incurro. Obviously, like I said, that last game was the closest by far because it could have just been over in the other way. But Tianming still would have had a uphill climb for the rest of the series anyway. But yeah, Incurro got to be feeling fantastic, right? Like, basically every single deck did exactly what the deck should do in that match, won the games, got the job done, and like you said, the Warlock got banned, so that's almost 4 victories in this one matchup here where you have to get 3 wins, which is interesting. Regardless, Incurro is going to take the victory. We're going to go to a quick break while we start the next match, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
No.
Welcome back, everybody. We are past the halfway point through our day number 2 of the Hearthstone World Championships. We've got the rest of today and 2 more entire days on Saturday and Sunday still to go in our bumper edition of the Hearthstone World Championship for 2025. My name is Sottle, joined again by Edelweiss. And we have something special for you, especially if you missed out on yesterday. If you didn't get the memo that we were broadcasting on Thursday, then we've got a little treat for you with this lineup, with Fury Hunter bringing a lineup that was also brought by Pocket Train in the earlier groups. But it looks like we are going to dip in first to Maxiebon, Edel.
Yeah, and for all your talk of Gaby's age, Maxi is the new sort of young blood on the scene, coming in at, what is he, 16?
12. They're all 12. They're 12 years old. That's just how it works. Yeah.
Of course, I think really making a splash with his performance on Fatigue Warlock. That deck got a bit sideswiped with some nerfs to the Zerg location, Hydralisk Caverns. You see here over on the Drunk Paladin from earlier in the year. And yeah, you know, I feel like there sort of like always has to be one of these younger players hanging around and sort of taking people by surprise.
Yeah, I think, serious answer, I think 17 now, Maxi. I think 15 when he first burst onto the scene over here, coming over as a wild player. That was 2 years ago, so through the linear nature of time, I'm hoping my mathematics checks out, and I believe he is 17 now. But you can see, making it back to the World Championships from last year, 2024 and 2025. Sister Svalna is an interesting choice, but we will move over to Fury Hunter, a real crowd favorite, someone who has supporters all around the globe, not only because of the high level of play, the longevity, how much of a community figure he is, even in local tournaments around, you know, the various Scandinavian scenes, but also just the emotive nature of himself. Like, even in these, you know, webcam style tournaments that we have had for the last few years, which is going to change next year, by the way, if you haven't heard the news. In-person Worlds is returning for 2026, but Fury Hunter has been one of those players who has never lost that personality, as you're seeing in some of these clips now.
Yeah, where he was getting some low rolls in terms of just 8/9s with no stats, and then suddenly rolls the Tortola, an excellent defensive minion that saved him from an otherwise certain death there. And yeah, I feel like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Fury is one of those names that's like been around a really, really long time. Not sure if he's made a Worlds before.
Yeah, Fury Hunter is one of the nearly men of the Hearthstone World Championships. He was around, he was actually defeated in the finals to Tianming in the previous year. So he has been around. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay to slip your memory, Edel, because, you know, everyone always... All you're doing is proving the cliche that history only remembers the winners, right? Like, that's what really matters. No one, you know, naming every world champion's easy. Naming every world championship runner-up is a lot more difficult. But certainly he's a player that a lot of people have been rooting for a very long time. I think he's one of those players that other people in practice groups that he's in have done incredibly well, and perhaps him with the same lineup being just as good a player has not had the same rub of the green, the same bit of luck in the right place to be able to make those deep runs. And despite that, is also an incredibly successful player in his own right. So Fury Hunter is someone I think a lot of people will be delighted with if they make deep runs. But Maxiebon, very much that new kid on the block who's starting to build a bit of that reputation for himself as well. But I think we can't go too much longer, Edelweiss, without digging into the lineups in this matchup. Why don't you tell us what we're dealing with here?
Yeah, so we've mentioned it in passing, but yeah, Fury and Pocket have the same lineup here. They have brought this Copy Druid, which is centered around, you know, empowering Zinajari, which summons a copy of a friendly minion, but empowered, you double its stats. And you get a bunch of those in play with Scrapbooking Student. And one copy of Welcome Home to maybe reopen it, and you just double up on a Dread Deserter or a Bryspawn Drake for a whole lot of basically charge damage to you know, explode the opponent. However, I have to explain all this because you're not going to see it this match. It has been banned away, and perhaps this is the secret to the unusual fourth deck bring is if you can just get your Egglock banned, if you can get your Copy Druid banned, then you get to play all three of your other decks.
Yeah, it's interesting that the kind of the second up to bat for both of these lineups have been immediately more successful, right? Like Pocket Train steps up with the weird lineup, gets knocked down into the lower bracket. FilFeel steps up with the Egglock, gets immediately 3-0'd on the Egglock, but then after that, Incurro on the Egglock steps up, gets the Egglock banned and does very well, and now Fury Hunter steps up, gets the Druid banned, and we will remain to see if he can follow in Incurro's footsteps. But anyway, we are going to kick things off with a Death Knight mirror. I use the word mirror loosely. Are there any differences in these deck lists that we should be looking out for?
Well, it's always a question of, like, what are the tech cards? And, yeah, just taking a look at these two lists, Maxiebon has got a Demolition Renovator, Fury Hunter does not. And that is usually sort of the biggest difference that you look out for. Demolition Renovator, of course, very popular with all the Elise locations flying about. And other than that, they're pretty similar. It looks like Fury Hunter has a Sanguine Infestation, formerly 4 mana, now 5. Draw 2 cards, summon 2/0/2 leeches. Not one of those in Maxiebon's list.
Two mixologists in Maxi's list, which is making up some of the slack for the other cards in Fury is holding. So. Yeah, Maxiebon, a big fan of mixologists. Historically, has played all sorts of decks that rely on mixologist as a combo piece, but has generally just really valued it as a generally powerful card as well. And then just right on cue, has a hand with 3 of them.
He's got the ones in his list and then the generated one, although the Dark Gift for Fury Hunter coming in and nixing Maxi's ability to play that extra one and to play these 1-cost potions. Do you remember the name of this card, Sottle? Makes cards that...
Customs Enforcer?
There it is, yeah. Normally a 3 mana 2/5. Cards your opponent has that did not start in their deck cost 2 more.
Maxi just slowly considering whether to preemptively send some damage into a minion that he's not yet going to kill. Conventional wisdom will tell you this is generally a bad thing to do because you're functionally giving the other minion Wind Fury, right, by allowing it to kill both halves of this 1/1 Reborn, for example, if you wanted to, which it couldn't do beforehand. But I think Maxi currently has such a large problem with the idea of these mixologists and potions that he wants to get played that 4/6 is going to have to get chewed through sooner rather than later. So he's getting as much damage into it as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the extra stats really make it quite annoying, particularly for Maxi's mixologist, and Fury has the option here of Blob of Tar to continue to defend it, or see if he just wants to go for the Nightmare Lord Xavius, discover a minion from his deck with a Dark Gift.
Death calls.
Yeah, and that is the dynamic, because this 4/6 is kind of functioning both ways right now. He can choose to go Blob of Tar to protect it and continue to be disruptive, especially as he now knows there's a Mixologist potion in hand, as well as that Dark Gift minion. He doesn't necessarily know that is another Mixologist, but he knows he's disrupting it nonetheless. But Xavius would be the more aggressive option. Just put down another 4/4 that can also hit face, potentially pick up another Dark Gifted minion that can also have improved stats, or Divine Shield Wind Fury, or something like that, and actually just start being aggressive against this small board from Maxi. But he's gone with the protection line, which I do think makes the most sense, because I think Fury appreciates just how disruptive he's being right now.
Yeah, and Maxi may be forced to answer in kind with his own Blob of Tar here while whittling through this one, but just wants to make sure to get these cleaned up. Wouldn't be surprised to see that Infested Breath maybe come down. Mana is awkward, so maybe it's just put your own Blob of Tar, hope the poisonous can get the job done. I finally picked up on what Maxi has cut for these card differences of the Mixologist, and Maxi also has a Nomelia, which is not in Fury's list. Maxi has cut 1 Infested Breath and 1 Chill Fallen Baron.
Interesting. Yeah, Nomelia, another big Maxi card, something that he's killed people repeatedly with in Warlock. The secret win condition of the Maxi Warlock deck.
Yeah.
It does have to feel bad just to chunk this blob of tar into the baby blob on the other side that can immediately clear up the first half. Fury Hunter is just 1 corpse away after this trades in from being able to do something impactful with his own Pterodaxes.
Yeah, no matter what, I think it does sort of have potential to ensure that the Customs Enforcer will finally go down.
Well, you say that.
Yeah. I said barring shenanigans. but
well, shenanigans are afoot.
Anything naturally in Fury's deck, given the corpse count, like single Pterodax, wouldn't quite be good enough. But yeah, being able to present that taunt and kill the poisonous keeps Maxi in this awkward position.
Yeah, there's a couple of good options there, because also from the Dark Gift, there was the choice of the 3/2 Death Rattle that gives a random bonus effect to a friendly minion on Death Rattle with charge to be able to help you clear that up as well. So a couple of good options to be able to deal with that. Fury Hunter picking up an even better one.
Shaking a stud.
Yeah, I'll be honest, a little bit surprised to see, another Mixologist come down when they're still being taxed here, is able to clear up that taunt once again. I guess figuring, maybe there's a chance that this leech is ignored going into the Husk turn. But yeah, that one of Chill Fallen Baron, just chilling in Max's hand for now. What mana cost are you doing? 5?
I mean, that's the thing. There's questions about mana efficiency with this turn, but I still think it ends up being 5. You could argue trying to sneak in a 1 here, but it's still not very mana efficient. You can probably just end up pressing the hero power anyway and being absolutely fine with it. Giving yourself a 5 for either 7 or possibly 8 with the way the mana works out with this hand. Looks pretty reasonable. And you still have potentially back-to-back Pterodaxes over the next turn or 2 to be able to wipe all this up. Yeah, actually, no, Hero Power is really good. Hero Power pushes 4 face here, right?
Yep.
So it's actually really good with you being able to clear up the leech, so this makes sense.
Yeah, and, 5's plenty of power packed into there. And Maxi, of course, is the one with the Demolition Renovator, so you can't get too greedy waiting out on a 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the only part that made me potentially think of a 1, because you could still get, still get the Savage Roar effect, still get Raptors, which would have a nice effect on the board immediately this turn, and you're kind of playing around that Renovator to an extent, but I think you're in such a dominant tempo lead that if your opponent starts playing Renovators to deal with your locations that you've already clicked once and gained an advantage from, you're probably okay with that scenario at the moment.
Yeah, and so much of this sort of tempo advantage is coming down to Maxi's inclusion of this Mixologist and Fury just landing the Customs Enforcer, right? Like, and certainly Fury has the advantage when it comes to draw, with the 2 copies of Chill Fallen Baron in addition to that 1 Sanguine Infestation.
Death calls.
Sure, if we had a look at the options yet, 5/5 and Savage Roar. Pretty
it's the best one. Best one for Death Knight.
More Customs Enforcer.
Yeah, now that the era of starships has passed, we see a lot more locations for 5 instead of 1, but the copy is still quite important for Death Knight. And yeah, now Fury just shutting the door on those potions. Elise, that also generates a card, and Maxi, I think, not too pleased to see that outcome there.
Hey, we can both be right. If Maxi played Elise now and picked a 1, it would be a 5, and then everyone's correct. There are very few things in Hearthstone that bring me more joy than just not letting my opponent play their cards. It does make me very, very happy.
So you're a big Cult Neophyte fan, then?
I am a huge Cult Neophyte fan, actually. Yeah, even further back in the day, I was a massive Lotheb fan as well.
Oh, Lotheb. Will that card ever find its way back into core?
Have to see. You had the perfect opportunity to ask the person who knew not that long ago. I'm just saying, you could have asked the hard-hitting questions.
Well, I'll leave that to the final match of the day.
No, okay. Oh yeah, I'll DM Raven right now. Get the leaks.
See if Fury can pull another good Dark Gift out of the box here. Oh, Dreadhound Handler, you don't care about the charge, but it's good enough, right? Oh.
There is a 2/2 copy Husk there, which is extremely exciting.
It is quite nice, yes. Yeah. Well, and you can always just do this.
And you do have 2 Customs Enforcers. You don't have to protect both of them with your life anymore. You know?
Well, and as long as one survives, you get to copy again. So.
Yup. Although, overwhelming temptation to copy one of the Husks if you end up playing that next turn as well.
Yeah. And honestly, the tax is probably just enough to make this a lethal setup, right? Given that it is the best present location for Death Knight, you could copy the charge minion of the hero power as a 5/5, Savage Roar the whole board, and that just represents far too much damage. This Shaladrisil, again, generates cards, not doing anything. This is the best Maxi can do.
They're untargetable as well. This is deeply illegal. You can't even point his ludicrously expensive mixologist potions at the problem.
Yeah, and I mean, and because of that, Fury may just copy a leech here, right? With the extra 2/2 Husk.
So wait, that deals 9 instead of... Yeah, no, that is more damage to copy a leech, isn't it? Yeah, okay, cool.
Otherwise, let's see, quick maths. You've got hero power represents 3, the copy represents 7, so that's 10, 2 from yourself, 12 plus another 7, so sets Maxi to 3. I think it's lethal if you copy the hero power, as long as there's board space to summon 1 leech. Maybe there's not quite because of the 2/2 from the Husk.
Yeah, if you play the Husk, your board's automatically full, right? So
Just gonna keep the tax going, since, you know, it's not lethal. May as well rub it in further.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, actually forgoes the 2/2 copy of the leech.
Yeah,
just in order to get the copy.
Right, yeah, because if there wasn't board space to even copy a leech, right?
Yeah, you'd have to have done some wacky stuff. That game went off the deep end real quick from turn 3 as soon as the Customs Enforcer appeared. Good recognition from Maxi, not the biggest read in the world, but completely ruined... from Fury, completely ruined Maxi's game plan in terms of using those mixologists, particularly after Maxi picked up the 3rd one from his own Dark Gift, ended up not being able to play anything, then picked... it's almost like his deck was then laughing at him, because he picked up Elise unplayable because of the locations. Then Shaladrisil, unplayable because you spent 8 mana to fill your hand with unplayable cards that didn't start in your deck. So about as straightforward a victory as Fury Hunter was going to get there. Always a big one to win a mirror in Conquest as well, especially when the lineups are as wildly different as they are here, although a little bit less so after the bans. So it does mean we are now down to the Warrior and the Shaman against the Warrior and the Rogue on Maxi's side. I feel relatively confident on Maxi's ability just to pilot Rogue to a victory, just because he is one of those outspoken rogue lords who doesn't believe that Rogue has ever lost a game of Hearthstone unless the player piloting it has thrown horribly, as he has been commenting on throughout the World Championships in our various chats across multiple platforms. So that remains to be seen, but still, the comeback trail has to begin pretty soon here for Maxi, you would think.
Yeah, I sort of feel like with these players, you sort of just assume that Rogue is going to catch a win somewhere, at least this cycle Rogue, and then you sort of go from there. But interesting. We went from a match that I cast earlier today of no Death Knights to a match of 2 Death Knights. Where do you stand on sort of Death Knight versus Shaman? Although we see Fury has both.
Fury does have both, yeah. It's just it's worth noting as well that the warrior for Fury Hunter is the Dragon Warrior instead of the Quest Warrior. I'm not sure if we have addressed that in this series. It's not like the Druid is the only different deck that he has in terms of the lineup. But I personally would have had Death Knight in my lineup. I talked about this a little bit earlier. I would have had the lineup that the likes of Insane and Definition have in this tournament, which is DK, Discover Hunter, Cycle Rogue, Quest Warrior. I fought my biases as hard as possible because I can count on one hand the amount of times I've willingly played any type of control warrior in a high stakes environment. Just not my jam at all, but I do just think it ended up being too good a bring to the tournament, as we have seen throughout. I think just the power of the deck once it does survive the requisite number of turns, way too strong. But I am a Death Knight enjoyer. I do think it's the best of the bad bunch when it comes to the fourth decks. And I think it's just about holding its edge over Shaman in that fourth deck slot in terms of the conventional lineups that most of the players in this tournament have. But right on time, the Dragon Warrior looks like it is going to come out here from Fury Hunter.
Yeah, and I think, had head and hands for a little bit there. Was not pleased with that opening hand. Did end up keeping the Elise just because it can be so powerful, but now finds himself minus a dragon with double Dark Rider, and I think this is a tricky situation you can find yourself in. And going up against a rogue, you need that early pressure, right? Like, you want to be presenting threats such as... Oh... have not looked at this in a while. What's the name? Stone Carver, the 2-mana 1/4 that when it's damaged, gains power at the end of the turn. Was looking for a dragon off of this, does not find it.
Yeah, Stone Carver is the grand prize. If you don't have that, you want to be going like Gift Wrap Whelp into Gift Wrap Whelp, or Dark Rider Gift Wrapped Whelp, something like that with the coin on turn 1, like something high power, high utility throughout the first couple of turns, something that you could build a snowball off of. You saw here Fury Hunter in desperation coining out the spell to discover a warrior minion with a dark gift, just trying to find some sort of synergy to get the hand going. And there it is, dragon in hand, which means Fury can actually start to play some of his cards here.
Yeah, and actually, Dragon Turtle might be a good pickup there. With the reduced cost, gives you some attack. He is going to have a minion with a dark gift here from the second pull. Not great hits on this one. At least for the matchup, maybe mutating life form can do something interesting in the face of rocks and eruptions.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think with the natural Divine Shield on it as well, pretty reasonable, especially if there is an early dubious purchase being played just to draw cards, which there absolutely is here. Maxi now picking up the EMG. You saw Maxi hold a charge of the weapon on the previous turn. Basically, that was just an assessment of the speed of his hand. He's saying, my hand here is pretty slow. I'm not going to EMG on 3. So if I'm never going to EMG on 3, I want to maximize my card draw on one specific turn in the future. So the best way to do that is to hold on to charges with the weapon. So now you can see he would potentially have a better chance of getting an everything must go on this turn 4 by holding on to the weapon charges. Really needs a cheap minion to drop and eat the imp on, though. Does get it. Okay.
Yeah, there still may not quite be enough draw to discount it. It's going to have to pull something else off the Eat the Imp that draws a card. Fury doing some counting himself and hoping it's not picked up. It's going to come down to rocks. One
off. Yeah. You saw the use of one Shadow Step there to get 6 total asteroids into the deck, maximize the chances of hitting the couple that he needed to hit the EMG. Not sure if Fury has kept count or is just waiting for the end turn button, not knowing that it costs 1, but he gets the good news. No EMG hitting the board, and I promise you that is all he was stressed about on that particular turn, because if he falls behind to that level this quickly, as Dragon Warrior, the board snowballing deck, I think he knows that that spells disaster almost immediately.
Yep. I think was, maybe looking for armor there, but getting the Roar Raptors potential option here, not too bad either. Could also go for copy if he hopes to maybe get a copy of Mutating Life Form and just make things all kinds of awkward.
Yeah. Force of Nature Savage Roar, the classic.
Yep. Quite fortunate for Maxi to have picked up this dubious purchase. Otherwise, it was looking like a Maestra turn, which is not what you want. Or I suppose probably Tusk Phoenix, actually, if we're being honest.
Yeah, if you're playing Maestra on 5, you're in a place no one wants to be with Cycle Rogue. Fury navigated his way through a pretty slow start here, though. Now is starting to get some powerful plays. Has picked up the Sanguine Depths, but did not have it for that powerful snowballing start with the Stone Carver that you would want. The location, as we saw, will clear this up, but it doesn't really do anything particularly proactive to the board state. Might just be thinking about slamming the Mutating Life Form here, because it does interact pretty favorably with this board.
Yeah, and the thing about clearing the Phoenixes is just that they're coming back again next turn, right? So it doesn't really buy you a whole lot to remove them.
And that is both dubious purchase used now as well from Maxi, right? One early on and one just on the previous turn. So this is going to have to be dealt with damage.
It's always, not the case this time, but if you manage to land a Dark Gift of maintains enchantments on the Mutating Life Form, that can do some silly things.
Instant Reborn, then picks up Divine Shield off the first trade as well. This thing's never going to die. Okay, luck a little bit fortunate to dodge an asteroid exactly there, which could have messed up, but then it would have prevented potentially by hitting Divine Shield the 3 attack going into clear. Now just the Reborn 1 health minion to deal with, which shouldn't be too big of a problem. Does have terrible aim with the asteroids so far.
Yep.
Continuing to have terrible aim with the asteroids. Is also not very good at 4 drops. Nope, pretty terrible. Okay, actually, well, in terms of vanilla stats, pretty terrible at 4 drops.
Now, imagine if Chrono Lord destroyed summoned minions. Just imagine. This is a card that I I really like, but gosh, do I wish it destroyed summoned minions. But no, only minions that have been played. And the only things that were played were some of these smaller things. I don't think that's necessarily naturally in the deck, or is it? Maybe it is.
In Fury's list?
Yeah.
It is. It's natural in Fury's list.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because you might look at it and think like, oh, this is a control card, but because it's the things that they just played, it's more of like, I have board and I want to keep board, right? Like, get rid of the things you just did. Could be used to clear up this Incendius. In fact, that might have to be the line here, right? Is Chronolord to clear Incendius, Sanguine Depths to buff the 1/3 and hit into this 2/3. That might be Maxie's consideration on taking a hit here on the Tank Engineer.
Yeah, the trade, I think, would be really good here for Maxie. Playing around that location, as you said, and obviously weakening his own Tank Engineer is something that he will be looking to do if he can get that thing popped sooner rather than later. That makes it much, much more powerful.
Yeah, which leaves us at probably gift-wrapped Whelp plus Chronolord. That, or you say, well, the upgrades from Incendius don't matter, and, you know, let's try and deal with other things. Tough call.
Yeah, I think they matter a little bit too much, though. When you're in this position where your opponent has already chucked so many asteroids into your minions, right? I think denying the maximum damage output from the Incendius is a really big deal here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, this Dragon Warrior is very much a snowball deck, and Fury has been on the back foot for much of it. You know, very, very admirable fight, but not the position he wants to be in. And yeah, bringing up the remaining cards there, we see that bit lucky that Maxiebon did not just immediately draw all of these eruptions, right? Able to get the Thalnos down for what amounts to a considerable amount of extra damage there. I think 6 extra damage.
Yeah, 6 extra immediately with 5 eruptions, 1 asteroid still left in the deck, and a second Moonstone Mauler ready to go, which is going to deal another 9 now. So yeah, dodging all of those a big deal. He's going to end up being, 3 damage over here with the weapon to play as well.
Yep.
So Fury definitely could have got away with one there with I say get away with one. He was in a decent position for large parts of the game, but he could have been a little more fortunate if Maxie had hit a couple of those eruptions at the very least first. Missed out on a bit of damage. That makes it incredibly tight then on total damage going through to the end. I think Fury, like we said, did not have a snowbally hand, but played Disruption as best he could. Right, I really liked going for the mutating life form and then picking up being as disruptive as possible with that. He did roll really well with that, with his bonus effects being Reborn and then Divine Shield immediately, as well as getting Divine Shield on it in the first place. Like you said, the dream would be keeps all enchantments, because then it's just an absolute nightmare to deal with altogether, especially for a deck. Like, then you're in Egglock territory of being irritating for Rogue to deal with, right? But still, nice to see Maxiebon get in the series. I predicted he'd pick up the win with Rogue, and he did, showing his knack and aplomb with decks like that. It's what he became known for. It's what he was known for as one of the top Wild players before he came over and told us all to tread lightly in Constructed, and he's absolutely continued to do that over here, and is making another deep run into the World Championships by the looks of things. But Dragon Warrior now still up for Fury, Control Warrior still remaining for Maxiebon, and then the Death Knight that we've already seen from Maxi, and the Shaman from Fury Hunter. And the Shaman is a big question for me in this lineup. Like, I've talked about this a lot. I don't necessarily believe in this lineup that Fury Hunter and Pocket have as like an effective counter lineup for the tournament. But even among all that, the fact that Shaman still made the cut and it wasn't like one of the decks that you were looking to target from other people specifically has really surprised me on top of everything else. So, as he has been known to do in the past, here is Fury's a perfect opportunity to try and prove me wrong with the Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to look for a theme between, you know, Shaman and Dragon Warrior, it's that they both have the potential to have these huge early game sort of snowbally plays that can, you know, get under something like a Quest Warrior. But once again, you know, Fury not happy with the opening hand, and you know it doesn't get better with the pickups from the mulligan. You know, it's always sad to see and you know interesting to watch how players navigate it. But yeah, card draws not on Fury's side for this first match.
No, this tends to look a lot like my Shaman games, and then I look on in envy as my opponents all just draw Parrot Sanctuary in every single Battlecry card and Hagatha in their deck, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's how the deck's supposed to work. But yeah, this is more often what I end up seeing. Ouch.
Rolling totem.
You see it from Fury. You see it from Fury, just taking a moment. It's very, very easy to just tilt off the face of the planet at this point because these last two draws have really not worked out for him. He's put a lot of stock. He's put his entire hopes for this World Championship into this lineup. And as of right now, it is letting him down. But you cannot start thinking about that, right? Like, this is a sample of 2 games. And it's not even a full 2 games. It's 1 game and 2 turns. You can't start giving up on your decks just yet. You know, you've got to this point. You just got to try and refocus, continue to play well, and dig yourself out of this. And Fury, as emotive as he is on camera, is generally very good at letting the emotions out, but not letting them actually affect his ability to play the game.
Yeah, and you know, worth noting, Maxi had the package of early game that is Creature of Madness into the 3-drop. Apart from that, his whole hand says 9. Now, Fury does not know this, but, you know, if Maxi doesn't have a couple of decent draws in the near future, things could start looking grim for him as well.
Very fair.
And that mana cost says 100.
It's quite hard in Hearthstone to draw a card more expensive than the 4 9-drops you already have in your hand, but Maxi has managed it.
Nomelia
We might just see Fury perk up a little bit after a turn 4 pretty much hard pass from Fury Hunter. From Maxiebon, sorry.
Yeah, the Nomelia will, you know, be quite useful when it's playable on turn 6, but yeah, things may start to even out somewhat. Muradin can draw out the hammer, Frosty Decor sort of, you know, stabilize things, and
admin, sorry, I didn't draw a card this turn. The game client bugged, I'm afraid.
Now, it still is, yeah, I was going to say, it still is probably worth doing this, even though you would rather have gotten the card draw. Seeing Maxiebon's move last turn, right? You say, okay, maybe there's just nothing to deal with this. I can protect it with Frosty Decor next turn. For now, it's going to be very, very annoying, serving as, you know, this 6/6 Wind Fury can get a lot of work done. Elise, of course, always something, you know, nice to have, but in Maxi's position with a handful of 9s, maybe just going to have to pick up that Mixologist.
Yeah, it's looking that way, right? You need something cheaper, a bit more flexible. Mixologist can even pick you up, draw a card as one of the options off the 1-cost potion. Next turn, you're... Well, the thing is, next turn you're almost certainly locked into the Nomelia anyway with the way this board's looking.
True.
Particularly if Frosty Decor comes down from Fury, which is one of the expected plays with the way that this hand has panned out so far.
Yeah, going in with his friend, Mixologist. Didn't pan out last time, but there's no Customs Enforcers this time around. Fury now drawing the 4th of 6 expensive spells in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, the deck's called Hagatha Shaman, and feels bad when you draw the spells and not Hagatha.
What to do?
But, yeah, I think Fury just sort of taking some time to himself here. There's only one play, right? And that's to play a Frosty Decor. And just trying to decide if there's really any decision here in terms of, with the Healing Totem, should he kill this 4/4?
Yeah, decides not to in the end.
Can swing with the weapon now.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of little consolation. But Alec here means maybe you don't need a board. Maybe you just push enough damage with Muradin, swing in with the weapon. But Fury wants to set up for Wishpun Star instead.
The citadel stands strong.
Yeah, the debate on the previous turn, Fury Hunter pointed the 6/6 at the 4/4 a lot, and I think it probably was Nomelia he was thinking about at the time, because he can make that trade with the Healing Totem, and then he's still out of range of the 2 damage AoE from the Nomelia, and the Healing Totem positioning protects him from the Cleave AoE from the Nomelia. But I think even if you showed me a Nomelia in the opponent's hand, I would want the 6 extra damage to my opponent's face, just with... I don't see another win condition with the hand that Fury has, other than just maximizing face damage and getting there with Alakir weapon and with the Wind Fury High King that he had in play. But unfortunately, Maxiebon has put a pretty fast stop to that with the Blob of Tar, which is going to put up a massive wall. And now, with the Corpses and the Exarch Maladar, he's right up there with the Ziliax as well.
Yeah, and based on how this has been going, I think that Ziliax is going to be sort of shutting the door on the match, unless Fury can maybe find a counter Ziliax of his own.
Looking for bellhops here, I imagine. Okay, I mean, that's the perfect 2. That's the perfect combination.
Exactly what I needed.
Means he now gets to trade through all of the poison minions and still be very, very dominant on board, but it does still enable the Ziliax play on the following turn. Maxiebon, of course, taking care of business first, draw first, even though there's no other card in his deck that would change the play this turn, but do it that way anyway, because you're a good boy.
9 is the magic number, so that's going to be Double Stitch Giant coming down alongside the Ziliax.
Awaiting the Fury reaction in 3.
3.
2.
2.
1.
1.
And yep, there's 2 of them. There it is. Okay.
And yeah, without a Shutter Block tripling Murloc Growfin or Fury's own Ziliax, this is the problem that the Shaman can run into, is his ability to deal with a board swing. And yeah, I think Fury's just going to have to resettle and say, well, fate was not in my favor that game, and hope for better draws in the next 2.
Yeah, best he's got is 188 in response to this. He has got a massive health total at the very least, or effective health total with the armor from the Frosty Decors. He's played both of them this game, so he has a little bit of time to try and find some way to stabilize, but he needs a lot of help from this position. Not even just, you know, one top deck. We're talking about consecutive pickups here, you would imagine. There is still a Nomelia in his own deck, as well as his own Ziliax, of course, that we've been talking about. But the Nomelia is worth pointing out as well, that could potentially offer some gas. But no Wish Upon a Stars have been played yet, so that's a, you know, a vanilla statted Nomelia that would be being drawn, which probably not going to have a big enough impact on these sides of boards.
And Maxi finally gets to let these potions shine. That's 1 Ziliax and 2 health to everything. There's just nothing really available for Shaman to do. Ziliax, you know, would generally be the best defense, but this is just too many stats.
Yeah, a bit of finger waving going on for Fury Hunter as he tries to figure out a way out of this. But I do not think there is one. I think the best line he has is Ziliax, no attacks. Yep. Just hope that holds. Any weird corpse explosion lethal here? No, I don't think so. Your own minions dying along the way will unfortunately ruin that bit of fun for you.
Yeah, it does have the ability to just sort of casually Acera, right?
Nourished when the cycle renews.
Gonna be digging for something value, right? Maxi has got less in terms of card draw, but Ziliax will do the trick. Or not Ziliax, Zephyrus will do the trick.
Any care in the world about dealing with this 8-8? Not sure it really matters. Alright, chooses to take the trade. We're being responsible.
Yeah, were that Nomelia buffed up in some capacity, then, you know, maybe it does something. He is able to, you know, get rid of the 2 health minions. Still the best option, but yeah, it's hard to see a way out of this.
Job's done.
They're still technically alive.
Oh, Taunt Totem as well. We're so alive. No Hearthstone player has ever been this... Okay, we're dead. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Fury Hunter goes down 1-2. Couple of rough draws back to back. I mean, you know, the Warrior draw was what it was. That was a pretty, like, mid-range Warrior draw, I would say. The Shaman draw, though, stunk. Like, that was some absolute
it was
garbage.
As bad as it gets.
It's pretty much as bad as it gets, yeah. The only saving grace was coin and 5s, right? Like, you could have been going first with that same hand. That would have been an absolute disaster. Or replace those 5s with, you know, Shudder Blocks and Ziliax. That was the only real way it could have got any worse there. But that is a real low percentage hand for the Shaman, for sure. Even as a certified Shaman hater, I'm not going to try and claim victory on that one. That was a miserable experience for Fury Hunter. He finds himself now down 1-2 in the series. His compadre, Pocket Train, with the same lineup yesterday, suffered a similar fate where he went into the lower bracket immediately, had to hang out until Saturday to try and fight his way back into it. And right now, that looks like a fate that Fury Hunter might be heading toward, with only the Quest Warrior now remaining for Maxiebon in this one. How are we feeling about Quest Warrior versus a Dragon Warrior and a Shaman, Edelweiss?
So, you know, I don't have particular special insights into how they came to these lineups, but just taking a look at how games have played out over the weekend and how the Quest Warrior operates. You know, we've said time and again that they do not really get functional in terms of clears until turn 5. And both the Shaman and the Warrior at least have the capacity to just pile on the damage in those first 4 turns. You know, Shaman through bird watching and Flight of the Firehawk into these copy stats minions in Grofin and Bumbling Bellhop. And then, yeah, the Warrior with ability to go Sanguine Depths into Stonecarver, which is probably the most snowbally turn 1 into turn 2 play just in the format.
Yeah. But we'll see. Fury Hunter has been a long way from those kind of hands so far, although this one is looking a lot more promising. Parrot Sanctuary with Flight of the Firehawk sets you up for success with Shaman. We'll see how quickly he can start to dig up that damage. Maxiebon kept hold of the shield block to be able to cycle through as quickly as possible, as well as building up a little armor buffer for a shield slam, which is one of the few things that can be used as early removal in the deck.
Yeah, ooh. Ziliak's not what you want to see, but Bellhop, yep. There it is. Does have the Wish Upon a Star to activate it, but not happy to see the ramp. Makes that turn 5 happen all the sooner. Or 5 mana at any rate.
I never make 2 trips. I never make 2 trips.
Oh, there is a shield slam picked up as well. Maxi considering just tempoing the hostile invader in response to this, though. I do wonder whether that shield slam pickup changes anything for him.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? You don't have the safety goggles, and it wouldn't be active anyway. It just feels awkward to play the spells, I suppose. Maybe he's saying, like, hey, I'm weakening these no matter what. I'll be able to Precursory Strike the other one. And you have to deal with this because otherwise I get to use the Spell Burst.
Does not hit the other Bellhop, which would have been delightful here in terms of pushing extra damage and getting them potentially out of range.
True. However, Hagatha, a welcome sight, namesake of the deck.
Yes, indeed.
And Shutterblock in hand.
Fury Hunter making the trade for Maxi as well, denying the spell burst, but does have to sacrifice 5 damage to do so. Probably the responsible play, but you've got to at least look at the idea of being able to go phase then.
Actually, just going to go ahead and get this Ancient of Yore online. And I think the question for Fury here is Hagatha or Muradin?
I think a further question to that is location presses as well, right? Because you don't necessarily need to save mana right now, but being able to save mana multiple times with the Shutter Block and the Slimes potentially coming up as well. Ooh. Double Frosty Decor, though! That is the worst possible outcome for Fury in this spot. Such a great defensive tool, an excellent tempo tool in a lot of matchups, but he really wanted the more high-impact options.
Yeah, you know, does have one of each of those other options in hand, the Furious Fowls and the Wish Upon a Star, but with 2 draws pulling the 2 copies of Frosty Decor, not so much what he was looking for. You know, Shutterblock especially, you get to do that on one of these spells. It can be, 18 damage with Furious Fowl, or, just much more from the buffs when you get to do it on Wish Upon a Star. That's sort of the jackpot.
Yeah, it's the Shutter Block in hand that makes that so torturous for Fury Hunter that he only hit the Frosty Decors, because the impact that has on a Wish Upon the Star draw instead for the long game against Warrior is just astronomical, and he just did not get there.
Yeah. Now, he does have an opportunity here. Maxi does not have that information. He could go for a fake out by just playing the Shutter Block and say, yeah, I've got a bunch of frogs. You have to clear the frogs because otherwise I'm going to do triple Wish Upon a Star. But yeah, playing a little more safe. Throwing this out, hoping for no Brawl, so that maybe the Muradin sticks. Maxi taking time to consider. It's always a question of like, do I throw the Crocolisks in there? Frog wins out.
Fury cannot believe it. Like he is, to an extent, he is right, but you can see how deep down the tunnel he is now of, oh my god, everything is going against me this series.
Yeah, not a position you want to be in. And, they do have Elimination Day. They do have that opportunity tomorrow to redeem themselves, but they're going to have to not have any more of these, right? Either Fury or Pocket on this lineup if they want to get it through. I mean, I almost think it's Shudder to go for the Ziliax copies pretty soon, right? Just to present a fairly massive board.
You would expect so, yeah. I think the one thing that he does have going for him now with the Frosty Decors is he has the ability to reload a lot of waves of threats. Against Maxie's Control Warrior. That is one Brawl down and one Hostile Invader down. So in terms of the big AoE clears, Maxie is starting to run a little bit thin. Still 10 cards remaining in the deck. So Fury can make one big board here with the Frosty Decor. He can next turn go with the Shudder block. Try and draw something else to go along with side it. Maybe utilizing the ability of that Birdhouse. Parrot Sanctuary, sorry. And then he has another huge board after that with the Ziliax because no growth in juice yet this game to be able to get the big army of 8/8s out. So the Ziliaxes will have to do.
Yeah, meanwhile, Maxie going ahead, getting the Elise down, picks up a 5 location. And yeah, count for Ceaseless, 67. So Fury has a little bit of time before that happens, which is often sort of the straw that breaks the camel's back if you are the shaman. You need to get things done before that clock.
Looks like Maxie did rope out on the Fortify there.
Yep.
Would have been able to use that as a shield slam, essentially. To clear up probably the 6/6, did not get it out there in time. And that's super relevant from his perspective as well, because he will be very fearful of Wish Upon a Star here. It's pushing an enormous amount of damage this turn.
Yeah, and I think Fury is deciding the value of this last location tick. Could just eat it up for board space to go for the Growfin plus Wish Upon a Star. And yeah, that is going to be the line.
You could also argue, I think, not using the location and still making this same play, like just to turn the mini Growfin into the big Growfin in your hand, right? But still sacrificing the board space. But I think overall, I do like just going max tempo here. Your opponent showed a little bit of weakness on the previous turn by not being able to clear your board, so I think go for the throat while you have that little scent of weakness.
Yeah, and crucially, not only was that Fortify not being played, has dealt Maxie 8 additional damage, but it also has burned that now Crocolisk. So another 10 armor Fury doesn't have to deal with.
True.
However, Maxie gets to Time Walk here. If he wants, with the Bob.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that when they're playing a deck that can literally play the card Time Walk. I was like, wait, did I pass out for like 7 turns and he's already got the quest rewards in his deck? No, we're good.
I expect no attacks going to be made. Be determining whether he could, soften up the 4/7s.
Okay.
Solid pick up.
The plan is beginning to come together.
You know, of things to be available when you have your entire board frozen, being able to play High King's Hammer plus Avatar form is the best you can hope for, I think.
Yeah, there is a question of whether you still hold on to the Avatar form, just in case it's something that you need to answer board with at some point. But spending the mana now certainly has to be appealing.
There is little time.
Still a good amount of damage and threat left in the deck for Fury. Has that Alakir, which has already received one buff. There's another Murloc Growthin, which will get him another Gigantified Murloc Growthin. Flight of the Firehawk to help tutor those cards as well. And still no Elise been played so far this game from Fury Hunter either. So he has a lot of potential damage built up still in the deck with the combination of all those cards.
Yeah, and, you know, even though you'd like to use Shutter Block on the Furious Fowls or on the Wish Upon a Star, having two instances of being able to hit your Growthin or your Ziliax is one of the ways that you can be able to manage huge board swings that the Warrior can do.
Yep. Of
course, copy of Draco Rex, bit of a nightmare here.
Honestly, just trying to make sure all bases are covered here with the breakpoints in terms of health on his minions, thinking about Avatar form and how that functions depending on what he attacks with.
Yeah, I mean, the Great Draco Rex is sort of the bane of this deck, right? And an extra copy getting to clean things up even more smoothly there means that Fury's now going to struggle for time to be able to play the Shutter Block.
Yeah, he really is. This might just be a waiting game to try and get an Elise down with a copy, like go for a copy plus buff from Elise, like the Death Knight location, as you were talking about in the Death Knight game earlier, because you still have that buffed Alakir left as well. So that represents a ton of damage alongside the damage you're able to push with the hammer.
Yeah.
There is little time.
Because you can certainly just use a simple defensive Ziliax here. Your Ziliaxes are massive, even if there's only two of them, you still absolutely take back control of the board. Does just end up going Flight of the Firehawk, though, and drops the Shutterwalk. All right, he is going for the two-turn swing here.
Oh, can he get these attacks in, though? Took too long to decide on that line. I think he was figuring out the probabilities. Takes the extra 5 damage face and not able to get the rush attacks in. That is just going to be lethal for Maxi. And yeah, I mean, I guess not as much time to stew with Elimination Day being tomorrow, but Fury not going to be happy about the result there. Fair enough that things did not go well for him on some draws and things, but you can't open yourself that way.
You cannot. No, that is not something that we can tolerate at this level. Like, this is the World Championships. You gotta have your turns locked in a little bit quicker than that. There are mitigating factors. These players are obviously all playing from different regions. So in the interest of fairness, you know, if there's a player from the China server playing a player from the Europe server, it's played on whichever server is kind of equidistant from both regions. So all players are kind of playing on a slightly foreign level of ping and latency. So there will be a slightly longer delay for all of these players than what they're used to just playing on their home server. But you know that. You know that going into the tournament. You have felt that for the past hour and a bit of playing in the series. You have to be able to plan for that and mitigate that. And we've certainly seen a couple of rope outs. We saw one from Maxi just a couple of turns previous, where he missed out on the For Glory on the minion, which ended up being really costly. But Fury Hunter had the catastrophic rope at the end there, trying to go for that immediate growth in with the shutter block, getting the mini in his hand, which would have then allowed him to go back to the well with either the Ziliax or the growth in the turn afterwards. Probably would have bought that time for the Elise then maybe to get a location down. We could have been looking at a very, very different game, but shoulda, woulda, coulda at this point. You have to execute, and Fury Hunter did not do it. And his crime is that we're going to have to see him, his punishment for his crime is that we're going to have to see him on Saturday. He does suffer the same fate as Pocket Train. So just Incurro, Edelweiss, with the off-the-wall lineups that has managed to make it out of day one unscathed. What do you make of all that?
Well, I mean, it seems to me that, there's only one unusual deck in Incurro's lineup, and it got banned. So there you have it. That's how you do it. You get your opponent to ban the weird deck. You only have one of them. You get to play 3 normal decks. You get to play your Discover Hunter, which hardly anyone has gotten to do in this event. And that's how you get the win.
Yes, indeed. And sadly, even though Fury did get the weirdest deck in his lineup banned, it still did not work out for Fury. So he'll be back on Saturday. We're still here, though. We've got plenty more Hearthstone to go. One more series coming up. We will be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, Raven. And yes, the returning Korra will be back to cast our final series of the day. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are here for our last match of the day to round up the final group, at least for all of the initial matches. I'm Raven and joining me is Cora. Welcome back onto the desk. How are you doing? Have you enjoyed your glorious return to casting for the day?
I have. It's been a fun little vacation, back to something that I used to know and love so well, and I feel so out of place.
I'm sure it's just like riding a bike.
It's like riding a bike, but I wish they'd given me a tricycle, you know?
Right.
You don't think your first time back is going to be like the biggest of the big leagues. But it's so much fun. It's great getting to hang out and chat with y'all again, and getting to watch some Hearthstone, especially at this level of play. It's such a treat. So I'm having a blast.
Yeah, 100%. If there's ever a time to just make a surprise visit, it's definitely for Worlds, right? Like, it's about as good as it's going to get.
You say so.
We do have our final match, as I mentioned, coming up. This is going to be the winner's match from the final group. It's going to be Incurro versus Maxiebon. And I am just checking, and this time the Warlock has not been banned away, so we will get to potentially see the Warlock get played. But just checking out how the way Group D has gone so far, I mean, it's hard not to talk about this group from both matches, because Tianming kind of got crushed and I would say got sort of punished for banning Warlock in the first place against Incurro early today, and then we just saw Fury just have probably one of the roughest matches of his career, and it's been a long career.
Yeah, we were chatting a little bit about it before we came back on, and Fury Hunter is normally a very animated player, right? He's reacting the entire time. He really wears his heart on his sleeve. So that's not unusual for him, but it felt like in that match, maybe even a little bit more than normal. And then obviously there right at the end, made a series of mistakes, wasn't able to get the attacks out in time, and then right into the snap concede. It feels bad. It's not necessarily fun to watch. You don't want these players at this level of play to be making mistakes like that. You want the winners to be winning because they're performing incredibly well. And Maxi did play incredibly well. That's the thing. Maxi's a great player and he deserves to win the series. But I feel like the conversation about that match isn't going to be Maxi's victory. It's going to be Fury Hunter sort of getting in his own way. And as the runner-up at the World Championships last year, he's got a great storyline if he can sort of work past that and get back to that point and overcome it. But best you can hope for is he comes back tomorrow, he shakes it off, and he's in Fury Hunter form that we've come to know.
Yeah, a lot of things with this tournament play for this game, and I imagine any game as well, is being able to reset after a rough one. But we have reset into our winners match, as I mentioned, Incurro versus Maxi. We can see the bans now, and which bans that I would expect to see a little bit more. We see the Warrior removed from Incurro, and then the Hunter removed out. So two of the overall better performing decks, with the Hunter especially, has been amazing so far this tournament. After we've seen the bans and just looking at what's left over, obviously the question is the Warlock, but who you fancying here? Do you have faith in this Warlock, Cora, or do you think just the more standard Warrior, DK, Rogue is going to take it?
I so want to have faith in the Warlock. I think it's such a fun deck. I think it's so interesting. And then they bring these unusual picks, and you have to have faith that they've run the numbers, they've done the testing, and they've brought these decks because they feel they're the right choice into these matchups that you had to expect. You had to expect Hunter, you had to expect Warrior, you had to expect Rogue, and obviously they're incredibly popular among the field. So I want to have faith, but I think the results so far don't give me a lot of reason to have faith. I hope I'm proven wrong. Like some Egg Warlock. I'd love to see some fun results for it here. I think it's a really entertaining deck to watch. But Maxi's got the tried and true, proven 3 decks that do perform very well. They're some of the most popular for
Yeah, 100%. I think it's definitely not the best sign when the best performance we've seen from the Warlock is when it got banned, right? It's when the deck's not been played is the best it's done, which is an interesting story, but there we go. It does look like we're going to be having the Hunter versus Warrior matchup coming up as the first one, and again, I'm always excited to see Hunter play. Its archetype has changed dramatically in recent years, but it's super fun, and I think really great to see the different routes these players players and the different setups that these players can actually go for with this Hunter deck. And on the other side, of course, you've got Warrior, which can get pretty interesting as well. I think both players have a lot to work with in this matchup, and it's one that can be a little bit difficult for the Hunter.
Yeah, I find the Hunter deck very interesting as a player and as a viewer. I think it has a lot of different avenues that it can take. And it really is a deck that is obviously best performing in the most masterful player's hand. It can have hugely high win rates and really great consistency at the very, very top levels of play. It's one of the more difficult decks to pilot. So it's no surprise we're seeing it perform really well this weekend. And, you know, those different sort of avenues throughout the game, thinking on your feet, on the fly, makes it, I think, a really entertaining one to watch. The Warrior, a little bit more straightforward. It's a quest warrior. You're trying to get to that end game state to be able to get those really powerful quest rewards. But Hunter historically has been a little bit of a difficult matchup for warriors, but I think this one maybe not quite as much. I think the Hunter can actually have some difficulty staying on board. This warrior has some really great removal tools. This Hunter is not the most aggressive in those early 4 or 5 turns, which is when you really want to take advantage of the warrior. They don't do a whole lot before turn 5. And this Hunter is not trying to be super, super proactive on board. You have the Windrunner sisters can get you on board a little bit early on, but not a ton of pressure being applied.
Yeah, that's normally the trick, right? Like you want those 3 drops especially, but you want that early game very, very quickly as Hunter because it actually activates your late game plan. But also against the Warrior, it can help just chip out that damage, right? And just try and deal with a lot of the armor generation that is there. So it's going to be super important to see how it goes. And speaking of 3 drops, as we get into game number 1, Incurro on the top on the Hunter, Maxiebon on the bottom on that Warrior. But there were options to have 2 of 3 drops available for Incurro there, but he's going to throw some away and just go for the XRK. Just get that game plan active absolutely ASAP. And there is even the Parrot Sanctuary as well to be able to start really pushing out some of these battle cries nice and quickly.
Yeah, it's an excellent starting hand for the Hunter. Anytime you're seeing Niall, there's really nothing you can't draw out of when you've got Niall on curve. I mean, your whole deck is available to you. Nothing you can't do. That is a very powerful card. And on Maxiebon's side, we're seeing some really good removal options. He's going to be able to get those hostile invaders online. You can see the coin to spell burst with it, but you know that means he'll be playing a little bit slower. He would love something to do in the next couple of turns, but that's kind of what we're talking about with the Warrior. With there's just not a ton of tools in their toolbox before turn 5. So picking up that all you can eat off the top there just to at least have something to do this turn, that's a pretty good draw.
Well, one of the difficulties Warrior can run into sometimes is a lack of card draw because they are forced to defend early, which means they don't have enough sort of wiggle room to be able to secure that. So that's definitely a nice pickup. Another Parrot Sanctuary coming down now, and even just having Rangari's Scout and Birdwatching in hand is going to be very, very nice for the next turn or so. But going for the Mixologist now, just getting the potions locked, loaded, and ready to go. And we'll probably, maybe it's a touch early, but with the Grifter, probably going to look to try and fish for some pupils just to start getting them juiced.
Yeah, kind of that checklist of what does the Hunter want. Slowly but surely, we're finding them all. Rangari Scout, Niall, Grifta. There's the first Tide Pool pupil. You got a tracking in hand. I mean, the question now is, at what point does Incurro go for it? You know, when does he pull the trigger on the Rangari Scout? Is he able to find the 6 damage with the Grifta to be able to then, push a ton of damage face? Yeah, it's sort of an embarrassment of riches at this point.
Yeah, this is going to be nice now because the Tide Pool was drawn and there's a Brewmaster. Yeah, I was going to say these turns can be preloaded quite early now and get like the heftier side of the mana spent now ready for the Rangari Scout into Tide Pools. And we saw it not too long ago. I think it was in the match previous to the one that just happened when I was casting Incurro. And a very similar outcome where it was just, oh, I'll just stack maximum damage super fast. That time it was the 6 damage from the Grifter. Didn't hit it the first time round, but does get another go. But this is definitely strategy number 1, right? Is just get absolute max spells and just burst the Warrior out before they can even come close to finishing that quest.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a big pull here. Can Incurro find damage off of this Grifta?
Let's find out.
Does not hit it. Picks up another Amulet of Strides. I mean, still tons and tons of generation here off of the Rangari Scout, but I mean, Plan A is Neri plus 6 damage amulets.
Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at
going
this.
out the window.
Yeah, it's just, you know what? What if everything I had costs nothing? How about that?
It doesn't
How
matter
much
so
damage
much
is
when you've got 2 Incendious and everything is free.
Yeah, this is just a ton of damage coming out now. All these, of course, going into... I didn't fully keep track of the Tide Pupil, but I'm just going to say there's going to be damage in there, as well as I think the spell reduction as well.
Yeah, I think Strides is in
This
there
is
as well.
disgusting.
Yes, 2 more Rangari Scouts. Tracking still in hand. Tideful people get more cost reduction if he wants it, but also could just grab more damage.
Yeah, and Maxi, I think, even just did a bit of a reaction to the double freeze there, because suddenly, well, these are just chilling. There is still the spell burst on one of them, of course, but that's a 4-7-3-5 on the board. That's going to require some level of commitment to remove. And the problem is, yes, it's some damage they can push through as minions, but the Rangari Scout is also a huge threat just sitting there. So yeah, gonna call out the Brawl.
Yeah, as Maxiebon, you can't assume that there's a second Rangari Scout in hand, so you have to prioritize getting rid of this Rangari Scout. The Amulet of Strides was actually not bad for Maxi. It only reduces the cost of minions in his hand, but he's got a lot of very expensive minions in hand, so not terrible, but unfortunately still not lining up perfectly on this turn. So it's going to be the Brawl. And quite a good outcome.
Yeah, about as good as it was going to get, right? Like, it just had to be committed. Did gain the armor, of course, from the Croc, so not too bad. But Incurro could just say, okay, I'll just go again, thank you. So now it's double Scout, got tracking, hero power, go again. And now there's a Neri in hand as well. There's just so much potential for damage, with still those Incendious just sitting there as well.
3 Ranger General Sylvanas in hand. I don't believe he's played either Barisa or Lyria yet this game, but...
Wait. Look how disgusting this is. Like, look.
This is one of the more interesting hunter games I've seen.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Is this like Sylvanas OTK or something we're gonna see? And these Incendious are gonna cost what, 3 each? No, two each by the end of this, right? Oh no, 3. Yeah, just double Incendious.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh my. I love this deck.
It's just we talked a little bit about that Plan A, which he obviously wanted to be able to execute on, right? He played the Grifta, he had the Brewmaster loaded up to be able to pull back the Grifta and have a second chance at hitting the damage amulet. He did not find it. So this is a more unusual game plan for the Hunter, which maybe Maxi is a little bit happy about. Maybe it's going to give him a little bit more breathing room. He knows that the burst from hand isn't there in the traditional way. You know, you still can have clean shots, I suppose, but there's not actually that much damage from hand left. But the Incendious eruptions it's a lot of damage that could be coming down.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just looking at this, there is... There's what, 8 eruptions now, and they're double buffed.
Yeah.
Like, oof. And just the damage for
That's
Incendious
spooky.
just hitting face. Is this just, if to track into the right amount here, this is just lethal, right?
It could happen.
Does have the Neri and the spell now as well.
Get extra card draw if you want it. Summon minions is not.
Yeah, give your minions 2 health
bad.
and draw a card.
Gotcha. Okay. Just try to keep the Incendious on the board. I mean, you're getting more procs on your spells at the end of your
it's
turn.
probably just lethal, right? Because it goes twice. It's so much damage.
13 cards in deck. You have to assume he's probably got it, right?
Yeah, it almost has to be. I think there was 8 at the start of the turn or after that
Yeah.
first draw.
I
And
mean,
there's
he
still
did
the
still
3
chain
Sylvanas in hand.
into quite a few of them. Yeah, 0 cost Sylvanas for an extra. What's his name? That would have been. It is incredible how much they can pull together, even with a really non-traditional route to victory there. You see both the Grifta's whiff on the 6 damage amulet. It's obviously not what he wants to see happen.
Right.
But still, like, really quick identifying that the Amulet of Strides to do cost reduction, and then just have these incredible pop-off turns with Rangari Scouts and duplicating all of the cards that he's discovering. If you can't just go over the top and straight up kill him with damage, a bunch of free cards is probably going to find you some way to get there.
Yeah, 100%. And I think you're right. I think that's what we saw from Incurro in the previous match as well, is just the cool, calm, collected approach. It's like he'd done that strategy 1,000 times before. It was like, oh, I whiffed on Grifter. What can I do? Hand reduction, okay. Next minute, there's just a handful of 0 cost cards and just so much damage available. There was still the Sylvanas in hand that was 3 of, which is, yeah, it's not millions of damage because I think they didn't play the other 2 sisters or even one of them, but still just having 3 of those, that's an extra 6 from hand as well. And it was just stacking up really quickly. And the biggest thing for me, especially coming off the last match that we saw, is Incurro just felt comfortable. It was just sort of almost going through the motions, even though it was a bit of a unique approach to that matchup.
Yeah, really quick recognition of, okay, plan A didn't work, let's execute on plan B. It didn't even seem like it really took him any time to try and figure out what it should have been. He knew. He's played the practice matches, he's got the experience, he knows what to do in that situation, and it played out beautifully for him.
Yeah, and I would say plan B is probably being generous. That was probably like plan X with that deck, I think, right? It's like, oh, just make your hand cost 0 and go double Incendious, go. Very, very nice. But we are moving on to game number 2, and here we go. It's time for Warlock to maybe prove itself, as Incurro finally gets to play it, having it banned out. Good start, though.
Yeah, you definitely like to see the Egg Bearer on 2 into the Egg Palace on 3. I think we saw earlier today the Egg Warlock had both Egg Bearers and the Egg in like bottom 13, bottom 12 of the deck.
Yep.
Not ideal. This is much, much better.
Yeah, and there was also the matchup Gaby versus FilFeel, where Gaby actually just... I think Soto was talking about it a lot, where when you're the warrior or the defender, I guess, as long as you can set the clears up properly, the Egg Warlock struggles to actually get through, right? As long as you can time the removals, make sure you know what eggs are going to proc when, how many sort of death rattles they have left in them, and do that, because we saw Gaby do that very, very well early today, where it was just, oh, the board's a bit scary now, I'll clear the eggs, and, you know, systematically proccing them and getting them cleared in what at least appeared to be the most efficient way possible. So that's something we're going to be keeping an eye on for Maxiebon right now.
Yeah, the pressure is absolutely on Maxi here to execute those clears in the way he needs to. There's going to be some interesting ordering. You need to have the right understanding of, you know, what threshold each of the eggs are at, assuming there's going to be multiple eggs on board at various stages of hatching. That's sort of Incurro's whole game plan here, is just present the messiest board with the most power that is the most difficult to clear. And we saw Gaby do it masterfully. And you see here, obviously, Maxi threw away the quest in Mulligan. This game for him is not about killing his opponent. It's about, I need to run him through his resources. He's going to have 3-ish waves of eggs, very likely, with the Thorns copying those death rattles. You're going to have Umbra at the end once you've gotten through sort of these first couple waves. And if Maxi can basically run Incurro out of resources, he will win the game without ever having to deal a point of damage.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start already for Incurro. I do have my egg graphic next to me to double check on the pictures, because they can be confusing to me. That's because I'm rubbish more than anything sometimes. So yeah, this is like last egg now before the proc. So looks like there's going to be the initial push.
The in the front is fleeing rapidly.
See, you would know that as someone who's very good and very involved, I imagine, in the development and artwork of these cards. I have to make extra notes.
I spent some time with the art for this card in particular. I think it turned out pretty fun.
Oh, it's a really unique card, and the fact it spawned its own deck is fantastic, right? It's not something we see too often where there's such a sort of singular archetype with like one plan revolving around one single legendary.
Little options for Maxi here are not ideal. You can freeze the board with Bob and buy a turn. But this is I mean, it's a little earlier than Maxi would like to see a board with this much power.
Yeah, especially because there's no clean way, because this is what's different about earlier in the day when we saw Warlock, where there's enough power on the board to actually threaten lethal, but there's also enough death rattles left over to keep threatening it afterwards. Whereas in previous matches earlier on today, if two 2020s were alive and hit, there was actually at that point enough armor to tank that for one turn and still then go for the removal. Maxiebon does not have that ability because, as you mentioned, this is relatively early and quite a strong setup from Incurro. Max is going to have to pull something out the bag. He does have a wand to pull something out the bag, or I guess the hat, I suppose, is normally how that goes. So we will have to see how this one looks. Gonna just trade the Renovator back. Does get the For Glory to keep on drawing, which is pretty nice. He gets the Renovator back again. Probably gonna trade it.
Okay. Gotta find.
Yeah. Oh, look. Okay. So Shield Slam. Yeah. Proc more and then go for a brawl. Yeah. Bulwark. Okay. Bulwark's useful. I don't think it's going to be useful enough because of the way this is panned out.
Get up to gain 10 more armor. 16 with goggles forward.
Yeah, not
enough. You're looking at 80 damage worth of turtles on the other side of the board. That is what Egg Warlock can look like when it does what it's trying to do. And, you know, I think that actually it lends a lot of credence to the lineups that Incurro brought here today, because, you know, maybe it seemed like an odd thing for his opponent to have banned in the previous match, but that looked pretty scary.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And we saw it's the huge difference, and it is one of those natural outcomes, right? If your deck is heavily reliant on almost a single card, yes, there are other cards that tutor it, of course, but if you're very reliant on this one thing, there were some games where they didn't draw them by turn 7, and it's like, well, suddenly fast forward that game where there's no eggs on the board till turn 7, 8, 9. Well, suddenly Max is just chilling, right? He's got all the armor in the world, by then drawn all the removal, but Incurro went fast enough, set up the multiple layers because he especially got the Archdruid down nice and early alongside the eggs too, and just set himself up for success there. And fair play to Maxiebon, he did go for basically the only out that was possible. It might have looked like a bit of a weird play in that, oh, put more 2020s on the board, but with the wand, it would have been drawn into Brawl, play the Brawl, hope for the best, and then go on from there. But wasn't meant to be, and very suddenly, Cora, there's just Rogue left for Incurro, and as favored as someone ever is at 2-0, Rogue's been looking pretty good, at least as far as I've seen it this week. Well, say this weekend, it's Friday, this tournament so far.
Rogue would have to lose 3 games in a row here, and it's possible. It's definitely possible, but the Rogue has just been so dominant. It sort of seemed like a foregone conclusion that you don't ban away Rogue. You just let you and your opponent have it, presumably, and you pick up your wins and you go on your way. Not a position that Max is excited to be in here. I mean, which of these matchups do you think is going to be the one he wants to lead with? Well, I suppose it's going to be the Warrior again.
Yeah, it's
you have to get a win with it. You might as well.
Yeah, a lot of this is like mindset, because at the end of the day, it never really matters. But there are players that like to queue the hard matchup first, get it over with. Players that like to try and, queue the better matchups to get some wins. Maybe they think there's some kind of mental game applied to that. Regardless, though, as you said, it is going to be the Warrior. And here we go. Maybe this is going to be the final game of this match. And if so, Incurro has had a very successful day.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to him bringing, one of the more unusual decks in the format and getting an absolutely dominant win with it in the previous game. See if he can wrap up this series here with, again, a deck that has been absolutely performing to its highest potential here. But Maxi did have a decent keep. He kept that New Heights, kept the Hostile Invader, of course, through the quest again. Yep. Don't need it. It's not how you're going to win this game.
Yeah, not too bad at all. This is going to repel the early pushes that rogues like to do, unless there's going to be some 4-drops potentially come down this turn. That's what Maxi will be hoping to avoid. But yeah, I think one of the benefits as well for a lot of these players is this rogue style has been a thing for quite a while, and it's also been a very successful archetype. So out of all these decks, especially because we've had a recent-ish balance patch, right? This rogue just plays like it plays, right? Even with some changes over the past X amount of time, these players will be very, very comfortable on the rogue, which is why you see so many people bring it, and so many people even not. It almost looks like they're not even thinking about these long, complicated turns because they're just so used to locking it in.
So incredibly impressive for a deck that is so difficult to pilot correctly. It's interesting, like you're saying, this deck is such a known quantity. It does exactly one thing, and it does it incredibly successfully. But it's not like it's a surprise to any of these players how this rogue is going to try to kill them and how it's going to get there. And still, it is so incredibly difficult to stop. We did see a Warrior take a win over the Cycle Rogue earlier today in decently dominant fashion. But this has been a pretty solid start for the Rogue. We can even see a turn 5 Incendious next turn for Incurro, and that is early.
Yeah, it really is. There was also there is the two EMGs as well available on the Shadow Step. So Incurro will no doubt be looking for this Incendious, of course, as you mentioned now, nice and early, but also then going, okay, what's the follow-up? Because right now the follow-up isn't mind-blowing, right? There's not too much to do. Just need something to kick off that card draw, and then he'll be really feeling good.
It is interesting, though, that Maxi has managed to stick Ham the Hungry here. Obviously, best possible case scenario would have been he sticks Ham, it eats Incendious, game's over. That didn't happen here, but, Maxi is able to have a little bit of breathing room, not much, but...
Well, it's an odd one, isn't it? Because the Ham's stuck, but so is the Incendious now. So it's like, but both players are winning to an extent in that sense, because neither player is really getting rid of anything. We do see the Webweaver get chomped by the Ham there, but now there's going to be a way to deal with this.
Any way to get rid of the Incendious, he would be feeling much better.
100%.
Did not have it. Webweaver being gone, that's nice. It's one of the better targets in the deck right now, but now you're looking at 10 once buffed eruptions in the deck. Still no great draw engine for Incurro just yet, but it feels like it's only a matter of time.
And this is awful. There's still no way to kill the Incendious, so I think this has to be the double armor, and then gonna go for the draw, but if nothing, brawl, I guess. Which is a bit of a feels bad, but you can't just... Incendious is double shuffled in and procced twice. You can't just let it chill and proc a third.
Well, at the very least, Incendious is off the board. That's about as good of a brawl outcome as you can.
But what did it cost us, Cora? What did it cost us? Because Incurro must be feeling pretty comfortable right now.
I think he's sitting all right. Dreadlich Tamsin also quite good. I think we're happy to see that off of our hero cards there. Not that you ever really plan on playing any of the hero cards, but
I think there's a chance in
Not
this
one of the
instance
worst
because she does draw 3 when played, right? So the card draw, weirdly enough, is what Incurro's been not lacking. He's drawn enough cards, but none of the pop-off turns that we used to Rogue see, and especially nice and early with 2 EMGs in hand.
Yeah.
So that's something that's been missing. Up, gaining a little bit of armor as well. So it doesn't seem terrible, but you are completely right. Normally the hero cards aren't the... It's like a rare, just if you need to pull something out of nothing, right? Sometimes it gets work done, but...
Armor gain in hand for Maxi, though. Armor gain, a nice Ziliax.
Yeah.
Quite a substantial health total. I mean, we've seen 50 go to 0 really quickly for the Warrior in these matchups, but I think there's still some game to be played here.
Yeah, 100%. I think both players are in good positions to an extent, right? Which is a bit of a weird one. But these eruptions are going to decide a lot because obviously they deal damage to face, but they also clear the board. Now Tamsin, because one eruption's happened, Tamsin will clear this board and draw. So there's more options for now the EMGs coming down this turn. So this is going to be another push from Incurro. And one of the benefits is because of the pressure early on, because of those Incendius that were played, Maxi's used a good chunk of removal that was available. So now with the EMGs potentially coming down, there's just going to be more pressure as well. I forgot about the imps, to be honest. I forgot about the rifts. But there's even more pressure coming down. So Maxi's still on the back foot when really you would have hoped that these Ziliacs would have had a decent chance at sticking this turn.
Decent amount of pressure here possible for Incurro. I mean, he could go Altus map and just double EMG.
Yeah, I think this is just
on board, but
yeah, I don't want to say all in, but all in terms of the EMGs, right? I think you just slam them down and say you've already used a brawl, you've already used some armor gain and everything. Like, yes, there's the Drake, but other than that, like, put it all down. If you play an 8-drop and pass this turn, fine. I can do other things, right?
yeah, a half measure there just didn't seem like a winning line.
Yeah. There's 50 health on the board, well, 51 health on the side of Maxiebon, right? You may as well just chuck it all down.
On out 3 or so eruptions already.
Yeah, there are currently 8 eruptions left in the deck for Incurro.
Okay.
And 3 asteroids, of course.
Gotcha.
Still got the Blood Mage Thanos in the deck as well, which is can dramatically increase the damage, right? You think like, oh, well, it's just +1 spell damage. How much can that do? And then you realize, well, when there's like 12 cards in the deck that do spells, like spell damage, suddenly that's a reasonable chunk of extra damage. And Maxi
What's gonna do here? The Dracorex is good, but it's not quite enough to full clear.
All forms of life.
Yeah, it would have to be like that plus shield slam, right? Which just feels bad.
But I am still a little bit surprised. I mean, I guess the all you can eat was guaranteed the hostile invader there.
Yeah, I think it did, yeah. A little bit of
Anything up 8 on board is still a little scary.
Yeah, a little bonus damage there for Incurro. I think Incurro would have obviously been happy if just everything lived, of course, but even just having this damage, these minions still stick around for some extra push on the armor. Any extra damage just makes all these eruptions and everything even stronger, right? But Maxi's still got a good chunk of health, and that was a few of those eruptions again with no spell damage.
Invader clears up most of the board on the death rattle, but Incurro can draw a lot of cards here. Still no Thalnos, though. He would love to be getting some extra eruptions and asteroids.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems as well is there's just there's this Mauler and there's Shadow Step, and there's Thalnos. So a little bit late. I think there's 3 eruptions and now 4 asteroids. Obviously with the Shadow Step there could be some more. So there's still a decent chunk of damage. But is it going to be enough? Still weapon in hand as well for a little bit more. Not this turn, of course, but soon.
Maxi's got the Bulwark. He's got a shield block. cannot play Bulwark with... Oh no, he did play New Heights this game, right? He should be going to 11 this turn.
Yeah, Maxiebon is 13 right now.
Okay.
And there's just one more
But
Astral.
I mean, that's just... Look at how quickly he went from, what, like 45-ish to 6?
I think that's everything.
And that's every card in the
that's
deck.
everything, okay. Oh, and there's there's also the shield block Drake. But I think Brawl plus the Bulwark is probably going to be the play here.
HP goggles. Well, you can't play it with the Bulwark, but... I mean, Incurro can shuffle some more Felrics into his deck, but then he draws Fatigue. The damage just isn't there. And that was a single asteroid away from winning the game and winning the entire series 3-0. I mean, look at how close that was.
Yeah, and look at the difference. Like, we touched on it before, but if the Thanos was available earlier, then potentially the turns happen. The turn where he decides to draw all the cards, right? Draw the deck and do everything. If that happened a little bit earlier and the Thanos could have hit a couple more of those, whether the asteroids or the eruptions, then suddenly that's lethal, right? In that way, like, you see how just you get so close, just a few damage off, and that can stack up really quickly if you can do it with the Thanos on board. You obviously don't always get the choice, and I think Maxiebon did a really good job of working out how and when to use that removal and having just enough armor, because as you can see, the Rogue has not a set number they can do, but within any given game, there's a sort of fixed number a lot of the time. And if you can just do one step past that, they often they're done, which is why you see the instant concede there. So good effort there from Incurro, but Maxiebon is going to be hanging on. So the Warrior's gone, but there's now still the Rogue and the DK, which arguably might be a little bit more easier matchups, even though one is the mirror.
Looks like we're going to be going for the Death Knight first, though. Death Knight definitely doesn't have the ability to get out of range quite like the Warrior does. You do have the leeches, which if you can stick them, you can increase your max health a little bit, a decent amount at times, but it's not quite as much as the Warrior can. So I mean, how is Maxi trying to navigate this one?
Yeah, I think Maxi wants to get off to one of the more aggressive DK starts. Mixologist is definitely going to be a useful tool, not something you see in every Death Knight whatsoever. But having access to Mixologist, and if you can get the AoE damage potion, it's almost in there to deal with rogue openings, right? So that's going to be a huge deal. And then anything you can possibly do to get those corpses up and used, so we can use this Pterodax and get the giant down early. But I feel like from what I've seen, especially this weekend, is a lot of it is just you don't want to take the early damage from the rogue pushes that you can see happening right now as Incurro starts to drop these minions, because even these little things chipping away, as you mentioned, the Death Knight can't go to like 80, 90 health, right? It just doesn't exist anymore because no one's playing Starship shenanigans and things like that. But because of that, Maxi will be, okay, hits to deal 2, which is almost certainly going to be the pick.
The Death Knight has the potential for really successful counter pressure here that the Rogue just pretty much can't deal with outside of, a sequence of eruptions or like well-timed dubious purchases. But you need to be able to get to the point where you've spent 9 corpses, you have multiple Stitch Giants, and with this much pressure on turn 2, you've already taken 7 damage. It's a lot you're facing down. Fortunately, like you said, though, we did get that 1 mana potion with deal 2 damage. We can follow it up with Leech if we'd like to.
Oh, he's going to hold off and use hero power. Just get rid of the Web Weaver. This does deal with half the board to an extent, and arguably the scariest part of the board, which would be the Web Weaver. So holding on to the potion there for this, I guess, second push, so to speak. But you could just see how clutch this potion is. Maxi knowing there's basically access to an AoE that most DKs don't really have.
We are just a single corpse off from being able to play that Pterodax, and that feels pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, now there's also the tricky scenario where outside of the Pterodax, you then think, well, if this board's being cleared, next turn there is Exarch in hand, but obviously nowhere near the corpses to do anything with. But then you start to think, hang on a minute, what if I hang on to corpses, right? And suddenly, because if you can play Maladar and Ziliax, that's like game-winning potential right there.
Yeah. What can you do with Exarch Maladar, but how do you get...
Right. And it's going to be difficult with the Pterodax in hand.
Yeah, you didn't pick up the 1/1 tokens early on. There's just not enough fodder.
Right. Incurro with the usual 1 million cards in hand for Rogue. This is normally what you want to do, just working out what this choice is going to be. Yeah, having access to Mauler, looking pretty good.
Rot number 802, welcome to the collection.
Our manager is going to unlock the coin for a turn 6 Incendius. Which is going to be
pretty solid follow-up for the
nice.
Incendius there. Also got the Blood Mage Downthose really early this game. I mean, this is a solid husk. But the follow-up turns for Incurro are going to be really strong.
Okay, Maxi is going to play the Pterodax. Okay. So you are just staring at Maladar going, But I like this. Just get maximum health.
Yeah.
And this defends the leeches, right? Which is the way he can actually overgain health, which is really important.
He would have loved to try and wait it out there, play a little bit greedy, and get, you know, a really strong turn from Maladar, spend corpses, get the Stitch Giant down. I mean, it would be a board that would be very difficult for Rogue to overcome. But he weighed the options, and in the short term, it just puts him in too risky of a position. Plus, you're right. Now he gets to try and protect these leeches. They're, you know, stealing a not inconsequential amount of health every turn with the husk still on the board.
Yeah, do you even like the Nomelia commit here? Just to clear it off and keep everything healthy on board?
I guess what are the odds of keeping the husk around for another turn realistically after this?
I guess, yeah. Yeah, Leech is going to do a good job of cleaning that up anyway.
The husk at 1 versus husk at 3. You know, Eruption kills it at 1, doesn't kill it at 3, but getting the giant down is really nice.
That is, yeah, very true. I'm just always greedy. I always think, but my leeches could do more. And then they could do more than more. You know, and I just want to see how big the number goes. That's how I play.
Oh, of course. And the Nomelia at this point of the game, like, Nomelia is still really good. You're likely to see an everything must go turn in here somewhere. And so maybe that's what Maxi's thinking. Like, he needs some sort of middling wide board removal, and the Nomelia is his best option. Another husk pickup off the top, though, that's quite good.
That is
and now we're actually starting to push some really relevant damage back on him.
Yeah, and there's just a decent chunk of health on board as well, so soaking up these asteroids potentially is going to be a problem. But let's see what Incurro is going to get done with this turn, because when the Thalnos goes down, I pay attention.
Time for fireworks.
Yeah. Gonna want these eruptions to get some work done. There's 4 left in the deck.
Actually, at 40. It's a pretty good health total for a Death Knight at this stage of the game. We did just see how quickly, as a warrior, he went from 45-ish down to 3. There were 10 eruptions in that game.
Yeah, there's still a Shadow Step in the deck as well, so now that the eruptions are going to clear off the minions, then the asteroids can get some work done along with the Shadow Step. So this is basically all the damage that's going to happen. As long as the rope doesn't mess with us too much.
I think Incurro's, he's been taking his actions quite quickly.
Yeah, generally speaking as well, the player themselves is always ahead of us because they can lock in the actions faster than the spectator can actually keep up with them. So we'll see how this one comes out. I'll be honest, I have not done the maths as to whether this is... Normally, this is when someone like Sottle just shouts, "It's lethal" to me because he's already sat and counted it. I haven't, but this is a lot of damage with the Shadow Steps.
This is when I'm so happy that nowadays I can just sit back and go, watch them at work. Let's see how a master does it.
Oh, wait, yeah, sorry, yeah, didn't replay, so not going to draw the extras, okay.
Yeah. Wonder if maybe there wasn't enough time.
Join them.
After the Astera awakened.
Almost out of cards. I'm out of cards.
Yeah, that's going to be... Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be enough, right? Yeah, because I was going to say, even if it wasn't the the additional draw, because that was the draw from the Thalnos, right? Even if it wasn't the original draw, then he couldn't have played anything anyway, right? Because then the asteroid draws would then draw more, and then that does it anyway. So really good one there from Maxi. Again, Incurro got relatively close, but I just think those turns with the leeches, getting those down, keeping that board clear, having that potion from the Mixologist available, game 4 armor, deal 2 AoE damage, was huge, right? And that's something that you don't always have access to early in the game like that as Death Knight. Normally you are reliant on those early, 1 drops, 2 drops to actually try and fight back against the rogue and stop some of that early push damage. So I think Maxi again did a fantastic job at just keeping Incurro at bay, right? Doing just enough to make it work.
Yeah, prioritizing keeping the Hideous Husk on board for that additional turn, and then obviously a fortunate draw to draw into the second Husk while you still have a leech on board and be able to get 6 more health off of that. There was some good draws in there, but also just really well identified from Maxi that at that point of the game, there was still a very real possibility that even though the Death Knight doesn't usually get up to super high levels of health, not like the warrior can with armor, that he was still in a pretty good position to try and take as much as he can and to be able to outlast in that eventuality where a bunch of damage is coming face. And it was still very close, but we were just a short time ago looking at a 2-0, potentially 3-0 victory for Incurro, and now we're going to game number 5, and it's a rogue mirror. So one of these rogues will win. But
and an exact mirror as well, card for card. So this is about as close as it's gonna get, and this is where things can get very explosive very quickly, because both players, of course, just wanting to do the same thing, just doing it a little bit faster. So I'll see how this one goes out. Looking at the opening hand, Incurro obviously going first, being able to get the 2-1 down. Does have Platysaur as well, so going to start potentially getting that early, not only board presence, but also card draw, which could be huge. Maxi choosing to wait, because obviously if you play Platysaur now, unlikely to be able to play the card drawn, and then the 2-1 just clears it up.
Very good draw for Platysaur. For Incurro, they're getting something he can play right away, just apply additional pressure on board. Crystal Tusk can't outright kill the Platysaur and then discard the card from hand. There was like a non-zero chance there where the Platysaur draws the Incendious. Maxiebon plays the Tusk, kills the Platysaur. Incendious is gone, game's kinda over.
Yeah.
But those are the risks that you have to take, because Incurro he's in the driver's seat right now, and he wants to stay ahead. It's a very calculated risk.
Oh yeah, you accept that. If you're not willing to accept that, you don't play the Platysaur, right? You just don't play the card in the deck, right? So yeah, 100% correct. Maxiebon is going to get some work done now, as this weapon will proc if he wants it to with the swing, or he could just hold off a second while he's managed for the dubious purchase as well. Try to get that extra draw. Incurro definitely slowed down a lot now that early push has been dealt with.
Doesn't have a bunch of cards from hand that he can throw out to get the Phoenix on board. But Maxi doesn't have the Incendious yet. So this is interesting. I would say that the starts for both players have been maybe a little bit slower than we've seen some of the rogues this weekend. Not bad. Certainly they've had things to do, but it's not been the full explosive first couple turns that you can see from rogue.
Yeah, you've not seen the turn 3 EMG or anything, right? Or like, anything like that, the super early stuff. Both players kind of keeping it even for now. Maxi, though, does have access to a pretty good turn, especially depending on how this Eat the Imps goes on this Wisp, because this EMG is already active, but obviously the cheaper you make it, the better. Another prep picked up. Okay, yeah, this is a... Oh,
and he did find the second one.
Yeah, this is a huge turn because suddenly... it's going to be on Incurro to actually just stop these 4 drops.
Depending on the 4 drops that you hit, you could just kill your opponent with 4 drops.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
4 sevens are pretty good.
Okay.
Well, actually, 4 sevens are interesting here. 4 sevens burn your own cards.
But they're 4 sevens.
Well, we'll see what happens. But they're 4 sevens. I mean, those are CCG's not bad.
Just playing Zoo at this point, Cora. It's just like get everything down and just go.
Priest's worst nightmare. Look at all those 4 attack minions, Raven. Oh my goodness.
I mean, can tell you've not casted for a while, Cora. If we're going back to the 4 attack.
Priest, lol. Oh my goodness. And this is a huge board. This is a really intimidating board for Incurro to face down. He can Dubious Purchase and kill something, but it might be a 1-2. I mean, best case here, he's able to build up his own everything must go board.
Oh, Twin Slice as well. Not terrible for Maxiebon there.
Up into the
more damage. More damage.
These EMGs are 3 MGs.
Hey. Okay, not quite 4 sevens. Ooh. Not quite as good, were they? Yeah, they were fine.
But it is 2 taunts that Max is going to have to get through. I don't think he's going to have that tough a time doing it.
No, the Twin Slice is pretty nice. As the O Manager, there's now just a picked up Dubious Purchase as well.
That O Manager can go face.
Yeah, spell damage on that as well is going to be really nice to make that removal pretty clean. Not necessarily having to sacrifice any of these minions now, because if he wants the Phoenix could trade in, or just going to use the Slice, I guess.
Might as well protect health on your minions. You saw it was
100%.
difficult enough for Incurro to be able to clear that last turn. He's actually going to take a trade onto the Tormentor.
It's going to be really scary for Incurro, though, because there's obviously now another 2-3 on the board, which is why I probably went for the trade, right? Because it duplicates at the end of the turn, but also just has, at worst, the second Slice, Wisp, Dubious Purchase to just draw cards and hit any removal if there's anything truly annoying that pops up. But then again, at this point, what could Incurro actually even play minion-wise to cause a problem? Not really anything left.
Oh, nothing defensive in any nature in the deck. Both the EMGs are gone. Nothing off of Maestra that you can pick up that's going to be cheap enough to play.
Yeah, this might be all in on just
Insidious down
Mauler
this turn.
getting stuff done. Just all the asteroids.
The breakpoints are a little weird right now, especially because he doesn't have the Thalnos on board, but
Yeah.
it can certainly do something here.
Oh, has another Shadow Step. Okay.
Okay.
Hold. Are you telling me there's actually a chance?
So you're saying there's a chance.
How many asteroids? At 9 in the deck right now. Can of course
And 12
replay the
card
Mauler
deck.
for more.
And when those Watchers die, they're going to burn 6 cards for Maxi.
Yeah, there's no manager for one. Just Incurro making sure that at least one goes down. Want to cause as much havoc as possible. Wow, what a response here from Incurro. Even if this doesn't end up ultimately working, what a turn when you're facing down that kind of pressure.
It's of course a little bit... I wouldn't even say it's unfortunate. It's a little weird that you don't want your asteroids going face here, but now we're finding ourselves in a situation where Incurro's got a pretty substantial board on the other side that Maxi needs to be a little bit cautious about.
And all of this, of course, happening before either player can actually get to their Incendius.
It's only turn
so,
6.
Yeah, so there's the wars have already happened at this point. Incendius is going to be rocking up a little bit late, but it does mean that all of the cards that it's going to shuffle in are basically going to instantly get drawn and go, right? So this is really coming down to the wire for both players here. And the problem is, Incurro is going to get to do the thing first.
Yeah, he gets to play the Incendius first. He gets to draw on the following turn first as well.
So Maxi has to just do everything humanly possible to threaten lethal, to say you cannot just play Incendius and pass this next turn.
How much do we have to throw face to be able to win on board next turn?
Well, these
We're
are
getting another
duplicate,
2/3.
right? Yeah. So these are still looking quite good. Yeah. This is looking pretty good. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. There's a hold, hang on. We need to check these out first.
Asteroid.
Oh my.
That's a very good asteroid.
I'm almost out of cards.
This last card's still no.
Oh wait, there's Incendius. Can you just Incendius coin Platosaur? Is that the best way?
The last card in deck an asteroid, or is it?
Yes, it is an asteroid.
It is an asteroid? Okay.
Yes, it's
okay.
one asteroid in the deck now.
So if you Incendius coin Platosaur, you have 5 damage of eruptions and 1 asteroid?
Oh, this is tricky.
Yeah. It clears board, but like...
And the thing is, if it clears board, does just having it, you've got weapon next turn as well.
Yeah, from what we
Right,
can
and-
see, like, his follow-up is not bad.
Because it also means Maxi is unlikely to be able to just play his own Incendius in response, because it's 7 mana, it's not getting coins. He would need Incendius
Which means then Incurro
which he
is
doesn't have prep.
fatiguing, but... I mean, I guess what does he do in follow-up? He plays...
Weapon go face.
Weapon go face? Yeah?
Is he just going to trade pass and go for... Yeah, let the buff happen
gonna pass.
and just push the extra damage next turn.
It's
That's
like-
fine.
It's probably the safer play, but also... Nothing feels
I'll be
really
honest.
safe at this point when you're at 10.
Yeah, I don't even know what safe means anymore in this matchup
Yeah.
because like this is just really
This
on the
one's
knife's
gone a
edge.
little weird. Actually, it's another 2/1, but now, I mean, now this is 10 damage of eruptions and an asteroid. Then he's just got 2 on board with Incendius, 2 with the Tusk.
I'm almost out of cards. I'm out of cards.
Oh, the asteroid goes to the minion though. And unless I'm missing something, I think that's just it for Maxi, right? There are no heroes that are going to dig him out. I can't see anything unless I can't see any way of getting out of this. There's already fatigue damage. Well, there won't be fatigue damage with that now, with the weapon, but it's just so likely now that Maxi just does the thing, right? It just has the explosions.
The 2 everything must go made it so that Incurro had to chunk through so many of his asteroids just to clear the board. And then the
Yeah.
Willful Watchers both died and both triggered on the same turn. But Maxi drew his Incendius off of the Thalnos that was on his board before the Watcher's Death Rattles triggered and burned 6 cards in his deck. What a wacky rogue mirror. But against all odds, Incurro was up 2-0, had to win a single game with the Rogue, and Maxi has come back to defeat the Rogue 3 games in a row and take this series. That is so impressive.
What a great match, honestly. I think 2 players who have played extremely well in the games we've saw just today on stream. Obviously, their first matches were today. Have done very, very well. Super close matchups. Again, Incurro, as you said, was looking good to make it, especially with the Warlock looking so dominant in that game. It just rocked up, played 1 game and won. Job done. Hunter looking fantastic as well. But the matchup for me is one of those perfect matches, especially to cast, right? Because we go all the way to the last game. The last game is very close. Both great players getting the work done. So yeah, huge congratulations to Maxi. But of course, Incurro is not out either, because although this is our last match for the day, all of these decider matches and these elimination matches, are going to be done tomorrow, so we can get to our top 8 on Sunday. So very, very excited for that. Just so in case anyone's joined us recently, none of the players are actually knocked out yet. So if there's anyone you're going to cheer for, make sure to tune in tomorrow for that as well. But what have you made of this group, Cora? And I guess the tournament so far overall?
I think that this group, there were some really high highs and there were some really low lows. And I want to see the redemption story for Fury. I want to see Incurro come back and make it through. I've been really impressed by a lot of the play from this group, specifically Incurro. I think the Egg Warlock was such a calculated risk to take, and we finally saw it pay off. We finally saw it get a win, and in a wild turn of events, the deck that let him down was not the Warlock, it was the Rogue, which has seemed like such an obvious quantity throughout this whole weekend so far. The Rogues have been winning. I mean, what's new? But in this case, the Rogue is what struggled, and the Warlock was absolutely dominant in the game that it won. So I'd love to see Incurro come back tomorrow. I'd love to see that Warlock again. I'd love to see Fury maybe dust off some of what happened today and come back tomorrow fresh and ready to play his really interesting lineup. But all in all, I think a really fun group to watch.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and just such great games to end off the day. But it does mean we are done with our second day of the Hearthstone World Championship. So we are going to wrap it up. But before we do, just a huge thank you to you, Cora, taking time to join us, just like the old days. And I know everyone in chat as well has appreciated it. Like I said, you taking the time to come and cast with us. It's been a pleasure. We hope you come back again. So yeah, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Any final words before we go?
Thanks so much for having me. It's been a really long time, and I look back on that part of my life really fondly, but it's been so amazing getting to watch you all work and grow and cast some amazing Hearthstone over the years. So yeah, when TJ reached out and was like, hey, would you like to be a part of it? I was like, that's a terrible idea. I'm so in. And I did it for the plot, and it was a lot of fun. So thank you so much for having me. I don't think I'll be back anytime soon, but I'm gonna watch the next couple days, and I'm gonna have the best time, and I can't wait to see who's gonna take it all this year. It's gonna be awesome.
It's been our absolute pleasure. Thanks a lot, everyone at home, for watching. And again, just a reminder, we've still got 2 more days of the Hearthstone World Championship left, so make sure to tune in tomorrow, because that is when the eliminations begin. Make sure not to miss it, and we'll see you then.